Good morning, everyone. This is Chauncey Goss, Chairman, South Florida Water Management District Governing Board. I'd like to call the business meeting of February 11th to order. First thing on our agenda is to confirm that Vice Chair Wagner, are you there? By phone?
I am here.
Great. Ms. Needs, you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Great. Colonel Roman?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Mr. Martinez?
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Great, thanks. Those four will be participating by Zoom. Mr. Stanley, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thanks, Mr. Stanley. I'm really pleased to be able to welcome back Charlie Martinez. He was reappointed to the board by Governor DeSantis this past December, and he's going to be representing Miami-Dade County. Mr. Martinez, I understand you are self-quarantining. You've got a great event, a joyous event occurring soon, and you want to remain healthy for that, and I understand that. And our congratulations to you, sir, and best wishes to your entire family.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you to repeat the oath after me. And I'm going to ask you to put yourself, are you supposed to be on video?
Yes, I believe I am.
Okay. You are on video. I'm sorry. I can't see you, but I believe you. I just want everyone else to be able to see you. If you'd repeat after me, I, Charlie Martinez, solemnly swear that I will honestly, faithfully and impartially perform the duties devolving upon me in office as a member of the Governing Board of the South Florida Water Management District, to which I have been appointed, and that I will not neglect any of the duties imposed upon me by Chapter 373 Florida statutes. Congratulations, Mr. Martinez. Welcome back to the board. I'll shake your hand at some point.
Thank you.
We're very happy to have you back. It's nice for all of us to be back at headquarters. We haven't seen the building since last December. We were able to see each other at Alapata, the ribbon cutting in January. That was a great event, and thanks staff for putting that on. And virtually we saw each other all last week, and Drew was an incredibly good game show host. Thank you for doing that and for introducing me to my fellow governing board members in a way I didn't know them. And some of those stories are going to stick with me. There's no doubt, particularly Cheryl's. On a solemn note, since our December meeting, the district suffered two losses from our extended family, former governing board member Richard Machek and former executive director Till Creel. And I'd like to read a little bit about each. Richard Machek served on the governing board from 1995 to 1999 before being elected to the Florida House of Representatives in 2000, where he served 2 terms representing District 78, which includes part of Martin, Okeechobee, Palm Beach, and St. Lucie counties. Mr. Machek was committed to protecting Florida's natural resources and served on the House Environment and Natural Resources Council, where he sponsored legislative priorities for the district and secured funds for both the Lake Worth and the Loxahatchee River. In 2010, President Barack Obama's administration appointed Mr. Machek as the USDA State Director for Rural Development for Florida and U.S. Virgin Islands, where he served until his retirement in 2018. Mr. Machek was an honorable statesman, a kind gentleman who would bring gladiolas to staff, and the ultimate girl dad. often telling stories and sharing photos of his daughters and his granddaughters. Our condolences go out to the Maycheck family. Till Creel served with the United States Army Corps of Engineers for over 32 years, where he was awarded the Distinguished Service Medal amongst many other honors. Mr. Creel joined the district as a Deputy Executive Director in August 1984 and was then promoted to Executive Director in September 1991, where he managed the agency until August 1994. Mr. Creel was a leader who guided the district's recovery from the devastating impacts of Hurricane Andrew in 1992. He was a golfer on the Monday Evening District Golf League, a man with a booming voice and a love of celebrating Christmas with his family. Both Mr. Maycheck and Mr. Creel are remembered fondly by district staff, past and present, as well as the outside community. Our condolences go out to their families. Speaking of the outside community, for those of you participating through Zoom video, you'll notice some of the board is here. We've got 4 of us here at headquarters. We've got 4 of us not here. We'll keep our masks on throughout the meeting except when we're speaking in accordance with Palm Beach County Emergency Order, and I remind everyone to speak up so the audience can hear you. Some board members are here in person, and all board business is live streamed today. Board members, I'll ask that you make sure your microphone is on, and please speak into the mic so the public can hear you. Most of you who have joined via Zoom since last March know how this meeting goes and know the drill, but for those of you who are joining us for the first time, welcome. Here are some things you should know. Members of the public who wish to address the board may use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. If members of the public are having any trouble and need help, please go to our website at sfwmd.gov and click the Ask Us button at the top of the page, and staff will help you out. If you're using a phone and would like to comment, please press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute or unmute yourself. And as a courtesy to others who wish to speak, members of the public are asked to comment only once on each item. Now we're going to move to item number 4 on the agenda, and that's employee recognitions. Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having not done this in January, we've got a big list for you. So let's get started. Let's do our service award recognitions first. First, I'd like to recognize Christopher King. He is a 25-year service employee with the Water Management District. He actually started with the district in '95 as a contractor, but a year later came on as an employee after getting his bachelor's degree from the Florida Institute in biology from Palm Beach Atlantic University. He came in and did a chemistry lab as a technician, and 3 years later he went to the Water Quality Bureau where he's worked ever since, and right now he's serving as a senior scientist in the Water Quality Bureau. Now, Chris is very good at taking data and representing it through illustrations, right? So he can take the complex information that we have in a spreadsheet or a database and transform it into pictures that the public, the governing board, Drew, everyone can understand and use going forward. So staff refer to him as our artistic scientist at the Water Management District. Of course, given that talent, he's very much involved in the South Florida Environmental Report, which is our encyclopedia of things in South Florida. He shepherds a lot of our reporting, a lot of our data analysis, whether it's permits, whether it's federal requirements, consent decrees, technical oversight committees. He is that guy that makes things happen, gets the data where it needs to go, and really serves the district in an amazing capacity to really present the knowledge that we have to anyone who needs it. On a personal note, he's got a family with 4 kids. He's very active in his church, the Westgate New Testament Church, where he leads worship and he does musicals. You know, he will sing, play his guitar, and even he's accompanied by his son, Chris Jr., on piano during these events. Amazingly talented individual. We appreciate what he does with data for us. Thank you, Chris, for your 25 years with the Water Management District. Now we have a 30-year service award, and that goes to Peter Stephen Rawlick. So Pete's been with us. Pete's been with us for 30 years. He got his marine biology degree from FIT in 1991, and he came on with us as a technician, and pretty soon after he became a scientist, and now, of course, he's a lead scientist for us. Now, what he did early on is he was involved in our very first stormwater treatment area. It was the Environmental Nutrient Removal Project. It was a partnership with the Corps of Engineers, our very first SGA effort. He was right there in center, front and center on that effort, and he's been there ever since. Throughout all of our STAs, he was involved very heavily in the consent decree and developing the phosphorus standard for the Everglades. And so he has just been an incredible asset to us. For the last 20 years, he's been in the water quality management section, where he leads a lot of our water quality monitoring efforts. You partner with federal agencies, you partner with local agencies, you partner with people to get important critical monitoring done in the Everglades, which is where we do a lot of our monitoring. And so he has played that major role as a lead scientist, putting that monitoring programs together and making it happen for us. The information we collect is it's a huge volume, and it's critically important to the public. So, on a personal note, he's a fisherman and he's an author. And so he has authored 4 novels. He's authored many short stories, several poems, and a number of literary criticisms on, of course, classic works. So he's extremely talented again, as most district employees are. We appreciate him for what he does for water quality, but I look forward to reading his novels as well. Thank you, Pete, for your 30 years of service. Thank you very much. All right, let's talk about our January 2021 Employee of the Month. His name is Bob Taylor, and he works in our real estate division bureau as a principal environmental scientist. Now, what Bob does for us is deals with our contaminated lands. Like, we will often pick up lands and there's contamination on them, or through our activities we've got to deal with some sort of contamination. Environmental Protection Agency, DEP, monitors our work to make sure we're taking care of whatever environmental concerns that our lands have. And he does it, he's our guru. He makes it happen for us. In fact, there was one in the SCA 1 West expansion. There was some contamination on that one, and he came up with an innovative approach called soil inversion that basically saved the district millions of dollars to take care of the contamination and really got us a whole brand new tool to deal with those kind of situations, so we can use that money to build the projects, to do our restoration efforts, while also addressing the contamination. He's authored many reports for Interior, for our federal requirements, to make sure that as we use our lands, they're in compliance with all those federal requirements. So it's incredibly important. Now, to speak about his dedication to our environment and to the district, there's a story that we like to tell. He was on leave at a family affair, right, doing family things, which we all need to do, right? Well, we had a fuel spill at one of our facilities, and we're like, who do we call? Well, you call Bob. Who you call? He answered. He said, we got to do something about this. So he left his event, went to the site, helped contain it, protected the environment, made sure the district didn't get in trouble. And it's just kind of a story of his dedication to not only the district, but to the environment. And I really appreciate it, Bob. And thank you so much, and congratulations for being the January Employee of the Month. Bob Taylor. All right, the January Team of the Month. Those of you that are at Allapattah have heard this, but it's the Allapattah Hydrologic Restoration Team. That includes Carl Baker, Richard Boda, Chad Burnside, Scott Callum, Jeff Emick, Kent Farmer, David Lauder, Keith Pendry, Laura Riley, Chad Seifker, Jack Theriault, Jason Thomas, and Matt Thomas. You were there last month. An incredible event. Over 6,000 to 10,000 acres of natural land, 6,000 acres of wetlands, all put back together by this crew. It went from permitting, partnering with NRCS and Martin County, all the way to final construction. 14 miles of levees, 12 water control structures, 19 ditch plugs in the heat of the sun in the South Florida, getting the job done. And now we have that wetland to be proud of. It holds the water on the land instead of shooting it to the St. Lucie estuary. The hard work of this team made it happen. It's an incredible place. It's in the middle of nowhere, which is where it should be, where wildlife can absolutely enjoy it. And it wouldn't be there in the condition it's in without the efforts of this team. So thank you, and well-deserved congratulations for January Team of the Month. All right, the February Employee of the Month goes to Dante Marzetti. So, Dante is in our IT group, and he helps figure out how to make things work in this building. Now, one of the things that we have are printers. We don't need them as much as we used to, but we still need them because we still have to print things. And so he was under that task of printing going down, but still needing printers. How do you renew the printer contract and make printers work in a cost-effective way for the district? He figured it out. We now pay on a per-page basis for things printed. And under COVID, that's working out very well for us. So he got it completely negotiated, completely renewed. We got new printers throughout the place that are leased on a per-page basis. And quite frankly, it's technology genius, too. Because if you all have ever worked in an office environment, it's always select printer. Which printer is it? The 4567 printer 21Z, whatever. It's not like that anymore. It's just print, and it goes to a cloud or something like that. And then you just walk to whatever printer you want to in the building, hit your badge on it, and out comes the print. So it's not only is it saving the district a ton of money, it's also pretty cool. So our February Employee of the Month, Dante Marzetti, thank you so much. Congratulations. All right. Our February Team of the Month is the EAA Reservoir Project Reservation Team. Jennifer Brown, Michael Clay Brown, Emily Canny, Mark Cook, Tony Edwards, Jessica Frost, Natalie Kraft, Dong Yun Lee, Don Medellin, Brenda Mills, Matt Morrison, Alberto Naya, Sue Newman, Laura Scala Olimpio, Fred Sklar, Janice Sleuth, Simon Sunderland, Leslie Waugh, and Walter Wilcox. We all know how important the EAA reservoir is, and in order to make it go, we have to adopt a rule in the Everglades agricultural area about water, preserving the water for the environment. That's a tough rule. In any environment, it's a tough rule for a reservoir that's not even been built yet. So you can think about these types of rules, whether it's a reservation for the Kissimmee or an MFL for the Caloosahatchee, they can take a long time. This team did it in 1 year. 1 year, start to finish. It has fully adopted this rule, reserving water for the environment out of the EAA reservoir. They got it peer reviewed. They pulled the science together. They held workshops, held a public hearing with you guys. It was a monumental effort that took all hands on deck, working diligently to make sure that the district does not become a cog in clog the machinery of getting a project done. This team stepped up and they did it, and a well-deserved February Employee of the Month. Thank you, EAA Reservoir Reservation Team. All right. This time of year, we recognize the Employee and Team of the Year from 2020. These were not hard decisions. The 2020 Employee of the Year is Armando Villaboy. He's our lead regional representative in Miami-Dade County. Armando had a heck of a year, and man, he helped the district out like you wouldn't believe. It's year-round. Armando knows all the city people, all the drainage district people, all the county people. He knows everyone down there, and they all know him, and they all know his cell phone number, and they're not shy about calling him at any time of the day. And it really ramped up over the Memorial Day weekend when we got significant rainfall in that area. He was on the phone, didn't sleep, dealing with all the people that were worried about, floodwaters in their area. And I mean, all these county commissioners, anyone who's elected down there knows him and calls him about these things. He can talk to them. He can solve their problems. He knows how to talk in any situation that you could ever imagine, whether it's SERP or flood control systems or anything. He knows Miami-Dade County. And it didn't just start on Memorial Day weekend. He went through Isaias, which is leading up to, during, and after the event, and Ada, leading up to, during, and after the event. So, and every time I go down to Miami-Dade, he's right there next to me, telling me what I need to know. And Armando, 2020 Employee of the Month, well done, well deserved. Congratulations, and thank you. Thank you so much. Our 2020 Team of the Year is also very understandable and not a hard decision. And it is a big team because that's what it took to make it happen. It's the Information Technology Enablement Action Team. I will read their names. Rhonda Albert, Roberto Amoroso, Jim Betzel, Ken Byers, Ken Burks, Deborah Castro, Hector Chaparro, Henry Chiquito, Neil Cohen, Jonathan Connor, Devon Daniel, Kathy Forsyth, Angela Fretwell, Tracy Giles, John Halverson, Renee Hammett, Neil Jumala, Carol Jenkins, VJ Kota, Lisa Lane, Rod Levitsky, Lokendra Matoli, Todd Ness, Mark Nieves, Megan Norman, Hugo Plessier, Jared Revo, Justin Rivera, Kurt Sorry, Keaton Shaw, Shervin Shaji, Brian Smith, Missy Snow, Carl Steinmiller, David Stevens, Tracy Streltzer, Tom Sutterfield, Manny Severus, Erica Tiska Gould, Joe Weber, Mike Wedding. We've talked about what this team did before. Our IT group is just bar none, whether it's security, whether it's technology, keeping us on the cutting edge through our operations, they're bar none. And they do a great job every day. And then a pandemic hits. And it's like, keep doing your job you do every day, but also get us working remotely because we've got a pandemic going on. There was a 2-week period in March where these folks essentially didn't sleep. They worked all through the weekend, nights, getting us to a situation where we didn't miss a beat, it's not only just making sure your internet connection works at home and you've got the right things, you also have to have it be secure so we don't get hacked. And we can see what happened when that happens, like this week in the news. So that meant getting things called keys, getting licenses, getting hardware, software, all together to move over 600 people to remote work to have that capability during a pandemic. That took all these people, and they did an amazing job. And as you can see at the Water Management District, we didn't miss a beat. If they didn't perform like they performed this year in 2020, we probably would have missed a beat, right? But we didn't because they were there. They knew how to get the job done. They worked hard, and they got it done. And I can tell you they're still working on it because when I call new employees, welcome them to the district, the first thing you do is try to set up these systems to make sure they're secure at home and they can work that way if they need to. So it's an amazing team. It always has been, but they absolutely knocked it out of the park in 2020. Congratulations and thank you, Information Technology Enablement Action Team. That's all I've got for you, Mr. Chair. It's a great list of people here.
Thanks, Drew, very much. You have an incredibly impressive team, and I thank you and I thank all of them for their hard work on behalf of the residents of South Florida. We'll move next to agenda revisions. Rosie, is there any changes to the agenda?
No, Mr. Chairman.
And we'll move next to abstentions by board members. Vice Chair Wagner, do you have any abstentions?
No, sir.
Thank you. Colonel Roman?
None.
Thank you. Ms. Meads?
No, sir.
Mr. Martinez?
None.
Mr. Steinle? None. Mr. Olepich?
None.
Mr. Bergeron?
I'll be abstaining for item 29 relating to the C-44 stormwater treatment area. It's a briefing item and no board action is being requested. However, because of my company, Bergeron Land Development, Inc., was selected prior to my appointment as the prime contractor for the C-44 Reservoir STA project, I will not be participating in any discussion for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. I have none. We'll move to agenda item number 7, the approval of the minutes of the December 9th, 2020 workshop and the December 10th, 2020 meeting and the January 21st, 2021 event. I have one small correction I'd like to make, and it's on item 28 of the December 10th meeting, and that had to do with the EIA reservation. And I think I was put as the person who made the motion, and I don't believe I did. I listened to the tape, and I think it was Vice Chair Wagner who did. I typically don't make motions. So if we could make that change. Is there any other board member who has a correction, addition, deletion? Great. Hearing none, I'd ask for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Mr. Bergeron moves.
I'll second the
Mr.
motion.
Ilovich seconds. Any further discussion? I'll call that question. Vice Chair Wagner,
Yes.
Colonel Roman,
Yes.
Ms. Meads,
Yes.
Mr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mr. Steinle,
Yes.
Mr. Ilovich,
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll move to general public comment. And do we have our first commenter on the phone, Rosie?
We do, Mr. Chairman. Newton Cook, you're recognized to speak, followed by Ryan Rossi.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. This is one of those nice days. I like to be able to say good things to the governing board. I just want to thank all of you guys, but you guys are important, but the most important people is your staff, particularly your land management staff, who helped us put on a just incredible Wounded Warrior hunt on 2 different Saturdays. We had a very successful hunt. We'll be writing it up in the Ringer News when you'll get some pictures and things of what happened. And I cannot tell you how appreciative these people are. And in fact, there's a letter going to the governor from the Wounded Warrior organization regarding the cooperation of the district and the staff, and of course, all the volunteers. It was just a wonderful event at SDA 1 West. Now, also this Saturday, SDA 1 West, United Waterfowlers continues with a youth hunt celebration. Now, the FWC runs the hunts. All we do is show up with the cooker and the tent, and we feed everybody, which in this particular case could be way over 100 people. It's interesting feeding a lot of people on the edge of a swamp. But anyway, another wonderful event that the district allows us to do on the SDAs. There's a certain contractor, I won't mention his name, but I will say this: thank you so much, because without your help and cooperation and your people's help and cooperation, none of these Wounded Warrior youth hunts could be as successful, because the sales with the ducks are the sales that are under the contract. Once again, this event on Saturday, we normally start around 10. It's over by 2. People coming in the hunt, people coming off the hunts. All of you guys are invited to come. God bless you. You will see a tremendous number of young people and people of all ages, and all of them will tell you how much they appreciate the opportunity to recreate on the district properties. Now, to save a little time, because the consent agreement's coming up, and I'll just finish up real quick. On item 19, notice it's a monitoring of the Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow at the C11 spreader project. You got to spend a lot of money counting sparrows, and if you ask them, they never see them; they just hear them. And when they hear one, they count it as 10. That's what I understand how they count them. What happens if we overgo the take agreement? Do we just stop the project? U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service can say you've overdone the take agreement and the project will be stopped. That's a lot of money for that. Same situation at the 8.5 square mile area, and this is my last comment. If we solve a problem with the curtain walls, does that mean the 333s can still be open? Because again, that same population of sparrows is down there. And even when we spend all that money, if we overdo the take,
Mr. Newton.
U.S. Fish and Wildlife, we will
Mr.
not be able
Newton,
to send the water.
We're going
Thank
to
you
have
very much.
to go on to our next speaker, Mr. Newton. Thank you, Mr. Cook. Ryan Rossi, recognized to speak, followed by Nyla Pipes.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the board for continuing to allow us to speak virtually at these meetings, given everything that's happening locally in our community. I just want to make a few general water supply comments, particularly as we begin 2021. As you may or may not be familiar, my organization has spent considerable time over the last several years advocating for water supply protection. And I want to thank the South Florida Water Management District for a very informative and what I consider detail-oriented presentation on some of this subject a few weeks ago. You know, I think it's important that the public is made aware of not only the specifics of managing their water supply, certainly, you know, but also the dangers of not managing this resource sensibly. You know, part of the presentation spent some time discussing, you know, the effects of climate change. You know, saltwater intrusion came up as well. And, you know, I can say as a coastal resident and on behalf of an organization that works tirelessly to keep our coastal residents informed about their water, this is a climate consequence that simply cannot be ignored. And yet, despite the science painting this clear picture of, you know, what is happening and what's going to continue to happen if we aren't more proactive with it, I think we're still a little bit at odds on how to manage our water supply that is, you know, needed to push back against, you know, what's already happening. So, you know, I hope that as plans for Lake Okeechobee operations are finalized, that we keep the water supply of our residents and our local environment in mind. You know, it's critically important to all of us that we do that, particularly over the next decade, and get in the habit of not managing so much as we go, but rather, I think, managing to prevent. That's really all my comment was about this morning. Thank you again for that presentation a few weeks ago. I hope we can expect more of those as we go forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Gary Ritter, you're recognized to speak, followed by Nyla Pipes.
Good morning, board. I'd like to follow up. I too was saddened to hear of the passing of Tilford Creel and Richard Maychek. They were both provided great leadership at the Water Management District in their roles. Richard specifically was a very dear friend of mine. When he was on the board and when he was with the House of Representatives, he worked tirelessly for the Heartland region. And one of the things that he did and helped out Okeechobee, which I don't think many people know, is he helped with the acquisition of 145 acres of land, which was part of the footprint of the Battle of Okeechobee that took place in 1835 on Christmas. Without him and without his leadership, we would not have that space as a historic state park now in Okeechobee, and we would not be able to put on a reenactment like we do every year. Unfortunately, we're not going to have one this year, but I just wanted to share that with you. Both of these gentlemen were great leaders at the Water Management District, and they will be dearly missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. Nyla Pipes, you're recognized to speak, followed by Mike Elfenbein.
Good morning, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. I'm going to start by talking about some of the headlines and what's been going on with the conversation between Congressman Brian Mast and Senate President Wilton Simpson. In 2013, my prior partner, may he rest in peace, Captain Don Voss, caused quite a kerfluffle in the environmental world because he produced these little things to put on tables at the Everglades Coalition Conference that had a huge elephant and a tiny little shot glass. And he put, fix the faucet, not the drain. As time has gone on, you know, of course, we realize that the University of Florida report was correct in saying that we need storage north, south, east, and west of Lake Okeechobee in order to even begin to handle the flows that we face, you know, that are causing such harmful discharges to our estuaries. That being said, the northern piece is still the piece that is the most missing. So I absolutely understand the viewpoint of our Senate president in trying to push for more storage north of the lake and trying to get that handled. It's also the only project, the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, that really helps to protect the lake itself. So I am not a fan of, as Congressman Mast says, pitting one project against another. But I just want to draw attention to the fact that as we are trying not to pit one project against another, there are a whole lot of people who go on and on and on about ASR technologies not working, when in fact we know that it's proven technology, when in fact we know that the ASR wells in Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project are expected to reduce harmful discharges by like 70% to our estuaries. That's a big deal. So let's just stop with the rhetoric. Let's work together. Let's find a way forward in all of this. People are tired of arguing about north versus south. We really have to do it all. We have to walk, talk, chew gum, and carry our groceries all at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Mike Elfenbein, you're recognized to speak, followed by Matt Taylor.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday Eve. Appreciate your time. I wanted to ride Nyla's coattails and express my support for the ASR wells. I'm not sure where this new conversation is starting, that people are indicating that ASR wells are bad. I believe they're a part of SERP and they've been planned for a couple of decades, and I'd love to see them, like all the other projects, completed so that we can finally minimize the discharges to the estuaries. But more importantly, I wanted to take some time today to thank the district and its staff. Over the last month and a half, the district and its staff have made a noticeable effort to engage stakeholders, gladesmen, sportsmen, conservationists, and addressing the concerns that many people have with Western Everglades restoration and water inundations throughout the Big Cypress and Conservation Area 3A. The leadership at the district is second to none. Charlotte Roman, Lisa Keeler, Akeen, his entire team, their dedication is admirable. And I wanted you all to know that, and I'd love for the public that's listening in to know that the district's commitment is impressive. I appreciate the effort, and I very much look forward to working with district staff in the future at working towards our mutual goals and accomplishing restoration in a timely manner. Thank you guys for all your hard work. I appreciate it. Look forward to the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. Matt Taylor, you're recognized to speak. Mr. Taylor, if you could unmute your mic.
Yeah, I was having to fumble around with big hands on a small phone, so apologize for that. Thank you, everybody, and thanks for the opportunity to comment this morning. I'm going to echo Mrs. Pipes and Mike Elfenbein's comments relative to the ASRs north of Lake Okeechobee. We all know where the overwhelming majority of the water and the nutrients come from that flow into Lake Okeechobee that everybody complains about when they get discharged, and it's from the north of the lake. I find the conversation or the position that ASRs are somehow a detriment or somehow a project that cannot be completed in concert with all the projects we have going south of the lake. I truly believe that the projects south of the lake are headed in the right direction. And we've made enormous progress. And I say we as a state have made enormous progress. I wish the feds would catch up with you and your efforts. And I think we're getting some of their attention now. But ASRs are proven. The narrative that they are somehow not is completely false. And everybody on the call knows that. I know that you, as a board, know and understand that it is an important tool in our toolbox that should be utilized. So I would encourage the board to stay the course. Let's push through and let's get something done on the north end of the lake to protect the lake, as the water's coming in, rather than dealing with the problem after it already exists. Let's get it the faucet, as Nyla said, not at the drain. Second, I want to echo Mike Elfenbein's comments and just say thank you to the board and everybody at the district for the work that you're putting in as it applies to stakeholders. As you all know, WERP, the Western Everglades project, is something that's of critical importance to the overall Everglades restoration. We sincerely appreciate, as a stakeholder, all the time that the district has spent from your, just folks working on the ground all the way up to the board, the time just listening to us and addressing our concerns, spending time with us out in the field, and doing all that you can to not only better educate us, but better educate yourselves and implement the plan as in the best possible way. So kudos to all of you. Thank you very much. We appreciate the support, and you have our support 100%. Keep up the good work. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Lisa Interlandi, you're recognized to speak.
Hey, it's Lisa Interlandi with the Everglades Law Center. Since everyone's talking about ASR, I just wanted to weigh in with my opinion. And it's really not whether people think that ASR is good or bad, at least the folks that we're working with. I think that the question is really the scale at which it's being proposed. Yes, ASR is a proven technology for the purposes that it has been used for. However, it has never been used for massive stormwater management on the scale that is being proposed north of Lake Okeechobee. I mean, that is magnitudes greater than ASR has ever been used in any situation in Florida. We heard that ASR, and nutrients. ASR is not going to solve the nutrient problem for the water that is coming in the lake. That is going to require massive water quality treatment projects on a local level and a regional level that ASR absolutely is not going to address. And, so that's really what it is. The purpose that ASR is being used that is being proposed here north of the lake is entirely different than it has been used in other places. The scale is magnitudes greater, and it is untested technology in this location. And that is what the National Academy of Sciences has recognized. And I just urge you to move forward cautiously with that technology as the district is doing that. And we appreciate your very cautious approach in making sure that those questions are answered. And, as to the issue of diverting funds from the EAA reservoir project, I think that would be, or the EA STA, I think that would be an absolute travesty. That project is moving forward quickly, and we have known that is one of the most, if not the most critical projects for Everglades restoration. Since the SERP was implemented and signed back, the SERP was authorized back in 2000. The Everglades Agricultural Area Reservoir was identified as a critical project that was authorized at that time. So the fact that it's taken us 20 years to finally start moving forward with it, it's extremely frustrating for me to hear suggestions that funding would be taken away from that to put to other projects that have a very questionable technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Interlandi. Eve Samples, you're recognized to speak, followed by Michael Collins.
Good morning. Thank you, Governing Board. Appreciate the opportunity to weigh in. I also wanted to talk about the buzz in the news about ASR wells and the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Plan. It's been widely accepted for many decades that the cornerstone of Everglades restoration is sending more clean water south, treating it before it gets to the Everglades. And we need more of that kind of effort, not less. We don't need to divert resources away from that concept and the implementation of it. As you all know on the governing board and the district staff knows well, there are 6 concerns that were raised by the National Research Council in 2015 related to ASR wells. They pertain to water quality, ecological risks, water disinfection technology, future construction and testing, operations to maximize recovery, and understanding the potential for phosphorus reduction. So we at Friends of the Everglades have concerns about all of those things, and we also have major questions about what meaningful relief ASR wells will really bring to the northern estuaries because of their limited capacity. So thank you for the opportunity to weigh in on this, and I hope you'll all keep this balanced approach in mind and remember what we've been fighting for so many decades for in Everglades restoration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Samples. Michael Collins, you're recognized to speak, followed by David Weston.
Yeah, good morning, board members, Mr. Chairman. This is kind of interesting, listening to the expressions of frustration, by members of the environmental community over the amount of time that it's taken to build this reservoir. This reservoir would have been finished in 2018 if it had not been for a lawsuit filed by members of the environmental community, encouraged by one of their iconic leaders, and at least tacitly supported by the entire group. That reservoir was half built in 2008. It would have been done at the latest, probably by 2018, and you folks would have been able to move on to doing other things. So with all due respect for people's frustrations and opinions, I think realistically, if you're going to proceed with these projects, the district needs and should get support for what they're doing when they're doing good things. But like I said, I sat there and watched that ground, which was, all prepped, ready to go for a reservoir for over a decade before we got back moving on it again. So with all due respect, I think the truth is important here, and revisionist history is getting a little old. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. David Weston, you're recognized to speak.
Good morning. How are you guys doing today? I appreciate the time. At the end of the day, we've got to do something. We can't continue to dump water through the St. Lucie River. This is my backyard now. I see it. There are fish kills. The algae blooms are terrible. We've got to find a way to treat the water and send it south. We can't send dirty water south, so we have to send it somewhere. So it's going to continue to come our way, unfortunately, until we find a way to treat it and send it south. Part of that process is using the technology on the ASR and building reservoirs north, south, east, and west. It is proven technology. Okay, it hasn't been done to the scale. It doesn't matter. We have to do something. If we're doing nothing, we've continued to do nothing for 20 years. The fish that I caught 20 years ago in Lake Okeechobee were ginormous. You throw a bait in there, you would catch a fish. Now I go fishing in Lake Okeechobee, and I'm lucky to catch a fish. And something is wrong. I'm not a scientist. I can't tell you what's wrong, but something is wrong with that. And I live in Stewart, and I'm a commercial fisherman. I see what is wrong in Stewart, and it's not good. We've got to be able to build oyster beds that don't die. We spent $4 million on oyster beds in Stewart, and hey, great, we did it. Then we dumped the lake, and they all died. So now we have $4 million of oysters sitting dead in the bottom of the basin. And we've got to find a way to fix this. And doing nothing we're gonna have the same results doing nothing. So that's all I have to say today.
Thank you, Mr. Weston.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next speaker is Arella Begay.
Well, thanks very much. Before Ms. Begay speaks, I'd like to just recognize that Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levine Cava appointed Ms. Begay as the Chief Bay Officer for Biscayne Bay, and I know the district really looks forward to working with you. And I know that you're a former governing board member, and I'd like to recognize you for as much time as you'd like.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for that warm welcome. And good morning to the members of the governing board, especially my Miami-Dade guys. I want to start first by congratulating Armando Villaboy, your Employee of the Year, who I've also worked with, and he is absolutely most responsive to everything down here, and I really don't know how he does it. I want to thank you all for recently hosting a very informative workshop on Biscayne Bay. As many of you know, and if you've heard me many times, I've been a longtime advocate of Biscayne Bay and giving public comment many of your meetings. As you heard, I'm a former governing board member, so I feel I have a strong connection to your work, and I recently was the chair of the Biscayne Bay Task Force. So today I'm absolutely thrilled to speak to you in my official role as Miami-Dade County's first Chief Bay officer. I'm tasked to lead the overall recovery of Biscayne Bay, advise our Mayor Daniela Levine Cava and members of our Board of County Commissioners, and also serve as an advocate and a liaison to work collaboratively with federal state partners, local governments, and all Biscayne Bay stakeholders. I really look forward to working closely with you and your staff to help with the implementation of the Biscayne Bay Task Force report, which include a number of recommendations related to working and partnering with the district. I also look forward to continuing to work with you on completing Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Phase 1 and finalizing the plans for the Biscayne Bay Southern Everglades Ecosystem Restoration, also known as BBCR. The South Florida Water Management District is an essential partner for Miami-Dade County, and I hope that we can count on your support and commitment to help us achieve Biscayne Bay's water quality and restoration goals. As you know, Biscayne Bay is an essential part of Miami-Dade County's economy, and a large part of our prosperity comes from real estate, trade, tourism, all of which depend on a healthy bay ecosystem. Miami-Dade County is also the largest ad valorem revenue contributor to the district's budget. And I just, really want to thank all of you for your dedication and service and all that you do to protect and preserve our water resources in South Florida. I really, really look forward to working with all of you. And I have to thank your executive director, Drew Bartlett, and Sean Cooley for being so responsive lately with some of our requests. And again, we're all in this together, and I hope we can continue such a good relationship. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Begay. We really look forward to working with you, and it is a good relationship, and we appreciate it. Are there any more public comments?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Great, we'll go to.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Oh. We do have one, sorry.
Go ahead.
Richard Weisskopf.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Weisskopf.
Hear me now? Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay, hi. I guess I'm the only academic that's really been weighing in on this. I'm not a lobbyist. I have no real interest financially in any of this work. Really, none of us have, because it's all, but I just wanted, it's all just love of what's going on. I wanted to report on what I've been doing the last few weeks that really was stimulated by this board. I'm writing a book recounting law cases that I had been an economist on in the last 25 years, involving restoration in different parts of the district and in Florida. And I've traveled around and spoken to people that I work with in courts. We usually lost, but in those cases where we won, and even in cases where we lost, the events over the last 25 years has been always positive. So I wanted to say that my conclusion after visiting, these had to do with mines usually, and the destruction of forests and farmland for phosphates and for limestone mines and for other things, that the work to preserve and the work to prevent destruction is well worth it. And getting the longer horizon on it, I could say that what we're doing now, in the future, somebody will look back and say, I'm glad they really sweated it out and put all the effort into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weisskopf. Mr. Chairman, there are no more hands raised.
Great. We'll go on to board comments, and we'll start with Vice Chair Wagner, if you have anything you'd like to say.
Not today, Mr. Chairman.
Wonderful. Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of items. I wanted to bring to the board's attention the fact that at the Picayune Strand Restoration Project this month, and that is a SERP project that's kind of in the backyard here in Collier County, we began plugging an additional 3.3 miles of canals. And that is a big deal to keep that project moving forward. And I wanted to share that good news with you. And the staff, particularly Akeem, had a lot to do with the modeling and the work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to show that that could be done and is possible. So that's very exciting news here for that SERP project. Also, I'd like to thank Mike Effelbein for inviting me out on a trip to the conservation areas in the Big Cypress. You know, in our meetings, we had talked about high water conditions, and it was amazing to be out on an airboat with Betty Osceola and to actually see high water conditions and the tree islands that Mr. Bergeron talks about and how high the water levels were. So I really appreciate that. That was a very, very informative trip. And I was able to bring my observations back to staff, and they were able to follow up. So I appreciate that. Also, I'd like to thank Dr. Hillary Swain for her hosting me for a visit at the Archibald Biological Station. It was great to see such pristine scrub habitat, kind of what we're all working for in terms of restoring the Everglades, but that habitat that is host to so many little critters. And to actually see Florida scrub jays in the wild was just a highlight of my trip there. So I want to thank her as well. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Colonel Roman. Thank you for that update on Picayune. I'm glad to see things are moving forward there. I know it's very close. Ms. Meads?
I don't have anything today, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I have nothing for you today. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Simon.
Just a few things. Charlie, welcome back. We're glad to have you. Just wanted to report Palm Beach County Water Resources Task Force last or 2 weeks ago unanimously passed a recommendation for the county to adopt the district's year-round irrigation ordinance. So we've talked about this in the past. About 50% of residential water use is for landscape irrigation. Obviously, this is a key area of conservation, and it directly plays into the water supply needs of Palm Beach County and every other county. So an important element of consideration. So most, but not all, of the counties in the district have adopted the current ordinance. The next step on this is for the Palm Beach County City Commissioners to vote to adopt. So I would just want to thank our staff for its efforts to promote consistency of rules and educate people on the importance of conservation or the irrigation conservation. So thanks for that. And then Drew mentioned this, and I'm sure everybody heard, but I was, surprised but not shocked to read about that computer hack last week where a water treatment plant near Tampa was hacked and essentially forced to administer, although it was caught before, some dangerous levels of chemicals. So that just reminded me, and I think it should remind us about the importance of cybersecurity and in our operations, obviously, in our need for constant assessment and improvement. And I think we've done a great job, and Dwayne's team and the IT team in general has done a great job. But it's something that, unfortunately, we need to maintain, absolute diligence or vigilance, I should say, with and requires as much investment and commitment that we can give it. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Olovich?
Thank you very much. I have about 6 or 7 things. I'll make it quick. Front page, Florida Trend magazine. I'm so in love with this magazine because from the time I was a child, my parents always had it on their coffee table as an example of Florida growing in business. And today, you know, front page, centerfold, Florida Everglades, we are mainstream, and that's good news. Colonel Kelly is featured in this article of 20 years. Gene Duncan is featured in this article, and also Paul Gray, and many others are mentioned. And it talks about the challenges, but there is hope. There is reason for hope. And it makes me really excited to see this, because I watched this thing like a hawk 15 years ago, and there was hardly anything in the magazine about the environment, or especially the Everglades. Also, I wanted to say that Drew Bartlett was on the front page of the Stewart News in an award-winning photo for the EAA Reservoir, and he looks like a sheik in front of a number of pyramids, but no, he's got his mask on in front of rocks along the side of the STAs, the STA that's being built in the EAA Reservoir, and so excited for the work that's being done for the STA in the EAA Reservoir, and where I am most plugged in, people are cheering on the EAA Reservoir. We'll never stop. Thank you, Governor DeSantis. A Miami commissioner came to the city of Stewart. His name is Ken Russell. It's exciting to be building relationships across the state. I also wanted to mention that I signed up for the DeHydro Insights program, which is to make this difficult information more accessible to the general public and others. As usual, I couldn't do it, even with Angie's help in the back. And as a board member, never say something like that, because when I said, I'm done, I can't do it, I got a phone from Rhonda Albert, the head of the IT department, and she said, we're coming to your house. I was like, oh my gosh, they're going to see my office. So she came with Jim Berthold, and they got things straight on my Apple computers that were having an issue, and I have issues with technology, and I want to thank them for helping me with that. Stuart Van Horn has been helping me try to understand the water quality issues. It is my dream that when I am long gone from here, that water quality will be as easy to look up as the weather, because once that happens, all of our fighting will stop and we'll just get to work. I also wanted to thank the many different departments that helped me when I openly criticized the mowing departments and how we take care of the levees. I pretty much accused them of mowing down every flower and plant and not caring about the environment and being in the old 1950s mode of flood control. Well, I ate crow. I had Francois LaRoche, Rich Virgil, Rory Feeney, Chris Edelstein, and Leroy Rogers take me through what they do, coping with invasive plants, trying to find a balance. And yes, they do leave flowers for the bees and butterflies, and I learned a lot. It was incredible. Invasive species are, it's just mind-boggling. It really is. It's kind of overwhelming and almost frightening. When I saw the elephant grass and I said, is there any way to mow it down on the levees taking over everything? Mr. Rogers said, well, it was when we were mowing it down down by Homestead that when we had chopped up python in it, we realized there was a python problem down there. I said, I'll just walk back. Thank you. So, South Florida Water Management District, good work. Board, I love you all. I am so excited to be here. And it's nice to be back in this building to give it our all for 2021, and that we will do for everyone in all 16 counties. We are all family, even though we fight.
Thanks, Mr. Lipich. Mr. Bergeron.
It's hard to follow, Jackie. Let me tell you. Try to rearrange that differently for me, but no, it is a great honor to serve with all my fellow board members, and welcome back, Charlie. I'm honored to serve with you as well. And first, I want to thank Governor DeSantis for his leadership. He has given us the greatest opportunities in the history of Everglades restoration. I also want to thank the Everglades Coalition. I attended by Zoom and I listened to multiple speakers. And this organization has been around for going on 4 decades. It brings over 60 some odd environmental groups, conservation groups, the hikers, the bikers, the fishermen, the hunters, the photographers. But in listening to the speakers and being able to communicate, and you've heard me say this many, many times, it's all about we. And I've got to tell you, it was very interesting. And I want to compliment Rock Salt, kind of a mentor of mine that I followed for many years. Colonel Reynolds, your presentation was fantastic. Lawrence Glenn, in your presentation, the Everglades Foundation, Tom Van Lin, and Colonel Kelly. I've got to say, I've worked with a lot of colonels over many, many decades, and your leadership is absolutely wonderful. And then also Joe Frank, Seminole Indian that told a story about the Everglades. All the environmental groups, the conservation groups, working so hard to save the Everglades. I want to thank all of them. I would like to update the board and obviously all our stakeholders. In October of last year, we were in one of the highest, if not the highest water level ever recorded in the Central Everglades. It exceeded the 1994 massacre of wildlife, where 95% of the wildlife drowned. I want to compliment all our federal agencies, all of our agencies, and I want to apologize to Drew and John Micknick for me calling 24 hours a day, midnight, whatever, to get through the highest water level ever recorded in the Central Everglades. I want to give an example. In 1994, that water level stayed for 2 years. It was the length and duration time frame of the event that's beyond a 100-year act of God becomes a 500-year man-made event. But with all of this communication and multiple Zoom meetings with 4 federal agencies and 4 state agencies, in 4 months, we brought the water levels into Central Everglades to a compatible water level with the environment and the wildlife. So I want to seriously compliment all of our federal agencies, the U.S. Corps, Department of Interior, the Park Service, Pedro Ramos, and the Department of Interior, DOT, played a big part in this as well. And the DEP, FWC, and our wonderful agency. And I want to congratulate everybody for that. Everglades restoration is 20 years old now. And what I see, and you've heard me say this many times before, we've built billions of dollars of infrastructure. What are the obstacles? What are the missing links that will allow us to get the benefit of what we've already spent? And I'm extremely optimistic of what we're talking about today on the agenda, about the 8.5 square mile area. You got to realize that South Florida Water Management and the U.S. Corps sits there with handcuffs. And the L-29 can only be raised 90 days out of 360 days. And then you have the S-12s closing. Then you have Shark River Slough, you have a trigger well, and if it gets to above groundwater, the 8.5 square mile area stops water flow. Once we connect these obstacles, you're going to get the first stage of modified water delivery, and in 3 years, you will get the second stage at 9.7. And that's when 1,500,000 acre feet in an average rain year will flow to Florida Bay and seagrass will stop dying. Now, I've heard conversations today about, everyone's got certain projects. It's my belief that moving water south will never go into a reservoir. That volume of water, compatible with the environment and the wildlife, has to flow. It'll never go in a reservoir. If we can remove these obstacles over the next 2 or 3 years and connect modified water delivery, we will be benefiting the Northern Everglades, Lake Okeechobee, all the rivers, because if the water can't move south, it's going to go east and west. It's that simple. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure it out. So I am so optimistic of the leadership of South Florida Water Management and all our staff and looking at these obstacles. I'm not going to get into detail. Removing the Tamiami Trail, we'll talk about that later on. It's being done. And it started in 2007 to remove it. We're going to be talking later on when John does his presentation about DOT removing the 90-day requirement that we can only raise the L-29 to 8.5. We're working on removing that, and they did cooperate through this emergency deviation to help us. U.S. Fish and Wildlife regarding the S-12s, where they're never closed. 8.5 square mile area where the Colonel doesn't shut off the flow to Shark River Slough. We will be addressing today, and then we will be addressing 3 additional culverts in the L-28 to the west that lets water flow by gravity naturally to the 10,000 islands. Once we address these 5 obstacles, the natural sheet flow can be reestablished from the northern all the way to Florida Bay. And I think this is very critical. The infrastructure that we've built, 3.6 miles of bridges, the 333 North that was just completed, that doubles the capacity through the 333s, we will have the same amount of water flowing south as the water that's coming into the system and allow more water and less water going out our rivers, and that's extremely important. I will say one thing, and I apologize for taking so much time, Mr. Chairman, but I just truly believe how important this is. We had 1,500,000 acre feet of water backed up into the Central Everglades because of these obstacles. That's the full year's flow in an average rain year, and then all of a sudden we got 90 days to move it to Florida Bay. That is so unnatural. So we need the 1,500,000 acre feet flowing 365 days out of the year in the oozing river of grass. We can't back it up and then all of a sudden now we have 90 days and it's the Colorado River. That's the example. I apologize deeply for getting into such detail here, but I think it's important for all of our stakeholders to understand where we're headed and the leadership we're going to perform with all of our federal and state partners. And thank you for allowing me to be so long-winded.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bergeron.
I truly appreciate your comments and your insights. And as we begin 2021, and I think this is our first full meeting of 2021, I too want to thank Governor DeSantis for the opportunity to serve on this governing board. And I want to thank him for my colleagues on this governing board, because your expertise is incredible. And I learn something all the time from all of you. So thank you all for being willing to put in the time and the effort to make 2021 really, as Mr. Bergeron said, an exciting year. I'm looking forward to it. I'd like to follow up quickly on two things Mr. Steinle said. First of all, thanks very much to Palm Beach County for pursuing those efforts. I think that's wonderful. I don't think we can talk about water supply without talking about water conservation. I think if they're separate, you're not serious, and if you are serious, you take them both seriously. The second thing I'd like to say is I want to thank the Corps of Engineers very much for the last 3 or 4 months for having the patience to work with us on the West Coast, particularly the stakeholders in the Caloosahatchee estuary, for recognizing operational flexibility, for having the situational awareness of what's going on the ground, particularly when we have red tide. And I really appreciate your working with us. And our lake right now is 2.5 feet higher than it was, or even more than it was last year at this time, and the Corps is responsibly trying to get some of that water off, and we're trying to do it in a way that doesn't harm our estuaries, and I appreciate all they're doing for us. I think that's all I have to say, so we will now go to the consent agenda. Is there any board member who'd like to move an item from the consent agenda to the discussion agenda? Seeing none, is there any public discussion on the consent agenda?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing none, I'll ask the, I guess I'm going to point out that the item 12 on the consent agenda requires a 2/3 vote, and I'd ask a motion for items 12 to 21 on consent. I'll make a motion. Mr. Steinle? Thank you.
I'll second the motion.
Mr. Olovich seconds. Is there further discussion by the board? If not, I'll call that question. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Ms. Mead?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle? Yes. Mr. Olovich?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes, that consent passes unanimously. Thanks. We'll move on to technical reports now. Water conditions with Mr. Mitnick. How you doing, John?
I'm all right. How about yourself? All right. So, as usual, I'll run through the water conditions report this month. I've got a couple new things for you, but I'll try to get through it as expeditiously as possible. So with that, start where we always start. Looking back at the rainfall over the past several months, you can see we've gotten a little bit of rain so far this month, in the month of February. That was last weekend, and we're probably going to get some rain across the northern portions of the district at least, starting Saturday, Sunday, and into Monday and possibly Tuesday of next week. But part of the good news is looking back here at January, you can see January was well below average, which is a welcomed refreshing break from the extreme rains that we saw back here in October and November, and a lot of that excess that we've already discussed ad nauseum in prior meetings. So again, just looking back, January we actually had, I know it's really small, you may not be able to read it, but right there we had about 18% of normal rainfall for the month of January. So the month of January is very dry. But overall, for the dry season as a whole, starting in November of 2020, wrapping around to today, we're still just slightly above average. Again, that's reflective of the extreme rains that we had back during the month of November. But within the last 30 days, we've had maybe 0.4 of an inch of rain district-wide. So looking at the upper chain of lakes, as you can imagine, some of that drier conditions, these lakes are starting to, had been up at their regulation schedules, but now they're starting to recede. That's a combination of two things. One, that lack of rainfall up here, but also this is the time of year where we'll start moving water out of those lakes down through the system so that they can have a recession throughout the dry months, so we can get back down to their summer pool and be prepared to receive any incoming rains at the start of the next wet season. So that's what we'll start seeing over the next several months for East Lake Toho as well as Lake Toho, is that recession and lake levels receding down towards their June 1st summer pool. Similar story in Lake Kissimmee. The one nuance there is we're also trying to juxtapose those operations and that recession getting down to the summer pool with a lot of the restoration construction that is going on down the river by the Corps of Engineers, and such that we don't have any excess flows, higher flows that would inhibit their progress in completing those restoration works and filling in the Kissimmee River. So it's kind of a balancing act that we're trying to manage, as we want to induce that recession, but at the same time, we don't want to have large flows going down the river that would hinder their construction. So taking a step down, looking at Lake Okeechobee, this is the typical graphic that I display every month. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about it today, because governing board members, you have some really awesome modelers that work for you. And right after Friday, you can see the timestamp down here, on Friday after they finished this run, they started working on some enhancements to the position analysis to reflect the harmful algal bloom deviation that is currently in effect for Lake Okeechobee. So they were burning the midnight oil, trying to make those enhancements, and that's what I'll spend some time talking about, just to show you sort of the potential effects of implementation of that deviation could have on the projections. And again, we're living in model world, so it's just a projection. There's still real world decisions that have to be made. But just to give you a feel for what sort of enhancements they made to the projection, they took that February 1st run, and then anywhere where the schedule, the LORS 2008 schedules, calls for that 650 cubic feet per second release that we're all familiar with during certain operational bands, they increased that to 1,500 CFS instead of the 650. So the way the deviation works is it allows advanced releases in these different areas, these different lake stages, as you go through time, in an effort to then potentially hold back and reduce releases during the summer months if there are any harmful algal blooms present, with the idea and the intent being that by December 1st, you have a net zero across the ledger or the accounting, and that you've balanced out from February 1 to December 1, and you're roughly in the same place that you would have been on December 1st had you just followed the schedule. So that's the intent behind it. So we made some of those enhancements and tried to reflect some of those advanced releases up to that 1,500 cubic feet per second during these months, and then an equal amount of offset in the summer months to try to get back to that net zero. So this is kind of what it's going to look like. The difference between the previous graphic and this one, you can see we're starting there, where we are today, dropping down. We tend to focus in on this purple shaded band, as that's the 50% chance that Lake Okeechobee levels are likely to fall within this range in the coming months. Again, as I always say, this is just model world. It's a projection. There's a lot of other things that go into it in the real world as we make decisions. I'm sure you're already familiar with how many times I've stood before you and showed these kind of graphics, and then come back the next month and it looks very different. So all those things still need to be compacted in. But generally speaking, when you start flipping back and forth between the two graphics, you'll see there's a shift downward in this shaded area, anywhere from 1/4 of a foot to 4/10 of a foot in Lake Okeechobee levels, just zoning in on that June 1st date. So that's kind of what your staff was able to do since last Friday, and give you a feel for what sort of effect that the deviation that's currently in effect or in place could likely have, depending on as we go through the next several weeks and the Corps of Engineers makes their weekly decisions. So just as we go through the years, and if we just excise out the La Nina years, you can see this would be just focusing in La Nina years. We're still exhibiting a La Nina-like condition throughout the district. And what that means is you're likely to have reduced rainfall from now through March, and then hopefully in March it'll start moving back towards a more typical dry season weather pattern. So those are model world projections looking at the existing schedule and the existing deviation. Do you have a question, Ms. Ehrlich?
I do. Thank you so much. Could you please go, I think it's back one slide. Where's the HAB deviation? Okay. Just to be clear, make sure. So I'm always thinking about, how things are perceived, just because for me sometimes things are confusing. And so if it happens to be confusing to anybody else, I'd like to talk through it. So a lot of times we're talking about right now, like Colonel Kelly has come to the meetings at City of Stewart and other government agencies in the Treasure Coast region, and he's talking about the HAB deviation that the Army Corps of Engineers has done for algae. It's in his chart, kind of that cartoon chart. That's a really good chart. And so I just want to ask, so the South Florida Water Management District is the one who puts this together. It's not the Army Corps. And we do this because we're the local sponsor. We put together the modeling and everything for the HAB deviation, and then it's accepted by the Army Corps. Can you please explain
Certainly.
the relationship here? And, the Army Corps, I thought, is the one who's making the announcement, so to speak, that we're in a HAB deviation. I don't think we are yet, are we?
We are, so I'll walk through it.
Okay.
So the way it works is every month, the South Florida Water Management District uses one of our models to create these different projections. It's called the Dynamic Position Analysis, and it's posted to our website every single month. That's a model run that we do, and it's just looking forward in time, given where the system is today, what you can reasonably expect if the weather patterns and rainfall amounts that have occurred over the last 41 years were to occur right now. And it's just the probabilities of where you might find lake stages at any given point in time. We do that every single month. Now, the modeling that was done for the harmful algal bloom deviation, that was performed by the Corps of Engineers a couple months back in support of the NEPA analysis, National Environmental Policy Act analysis, that they had to do in order to implement a deviation. So they performed all of that modeling, and they wrote up the documentation, and eventually that deviation was approved and put in place, signed. I don't know the exact date, but it was a couple months ago. The way that write-up works is it has the authority, I'll call it, to deviate from the recommended release decisions under LORS 2008, starting February 1st. This line right here at the edge
Okay,
of
that's
this
the
graph.
date.
And you're correct. The Corps of Engineers makes those decisions every single week, or if they make a multi-week decision, as you heard in the past, sometimes there's a decision that will be in place for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or whatever the case may be. But they make that decision. The Water Management District, as we've talked about before, we send what we believe our recommendation is. So we'll make a recommendation, but the ultimate decision still rests within the Corps of Engineers.
Okay, so right now, the St. Lucie River is not getting any discharges, but we're still under the HAB deviation right now.
So it came in, the authority to operate, to change operations started February 1st. And last week, the Corps made a decision, instead of releasing the 650 CFS to the Caloosahatchee that LORS 08 would call for, that instead they would do 1,500 cubic feet per second, which is allowed under this deviation.
Okay, I appreciate it. I was, for whatever reason, thinking since we weren't getting any discharges, we weren't under the HAB deviation. You know what I mean? That wouldn't start until they start discharging to you. but apparently that's not the case.
Correct.
It's just a date and then a determination between the two agencies, basically, and authorized by the Army Corps of Engineers at certain times.
Correct. The Corps of Engineers made the
Okay.
decision last week to do this instead of they could have gone up to 2,000, which is this, which you see in green here. The lake stage is right about there. So you're in that green shaded region. So they could have done 2,000 through S79 and 730 through S80, but they made the decision only to do 1,500 only to S79 and 0 through S80.
Okay, but just to repeat, and then I'll stop, and thanks. We are under a HAB deviation, and basically at this point, will we be under a HAB deviation every February of every year?
I think there's a 2-year, is there a 2-year limit, Colonel?
So, ma'am, when we got the HAB deviation approved in August, it's a little open-ended, right? So, first decision we had to make was whether we were going to utilize the deviation.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
I have to hold the button. Sorry about that. So the first thing we had to do was decide whether we were going to utilize the deviations if the conditions existed that would allow us flexibility within LORS 08 and then utilize this deviation. So we did that given the lake stage being high, given what we know about potential future algae. We know there's going to be algae on the lake come the summertime. We know all of these things. So we are utilizing the new tool. And basically, this deviation will be in effect until the LOSUM new operation schedule comes on board. That does not mean that every February we enter into the deviation, but it is a tool that we can utilize. And it doesn't mean that we will utilize it, for the duration all the way to the summer. But as the conditions look right now, we are in the HAB deviation, so we're doing all the things necessary, like calculating the volumes and making sure we've got the water bank and all those things that we put into the deviation as a response to a year-long effort to kind of secure the deviation to balance all the appropriated purposes.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the HAB deviation. It's just kind of knowing when you have a gun to your head, so I didn't realize I already had it to my head. Sorry for that visual, but I was kind of thinking it only came, I didn't realize we were in it. So I appreciate it very much. I thank you to the Army Corps for the HAB deviation and all the work you've done to try to help us avoid the toxic algae blooms that destroyed our community and the West Coast communities and Lake Worth Lagoon. Thank you.
All right, so as I
John,
said,
sorry, can I ask you a quick question on this one? So your red line down at the bottom, that's a 5% probability?
yes.
So you're saying, looking at this chart, that the lake's never really going to get much below 12 feet? There's a 5% probability the lake will ever get that low.
I'm saying that there are lower probabilities that you'll be down below 12 feet as we move forward in time if we just stuck with 1,500 CFS.
Okay, that's what
as I said, this is model world. There's a weekly
Right.
decision, just like the Colonel just explained, factors that go into that.
But the assumption is 1,500 to get to that level.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
In this particular position.
In this round. Thanks.
All right, so all of that, again, model world, is looking at the current schedule that we have and the current deviation that is in effect. So looking forward in time to the Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule, or the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual update, LOSUM, as you may have heard. So this is one of the first new things that we'll start bringing to you every single month in the Water Conditions Report. Staff will provide you a very brief update of where that process is and where it stands and what has transpired over the prior 30 days. In addition to that, staff is also working to host a governing board workshop specifically dedicated to this particular issue, as we've had on other subject matter issues in the past. And we'll look to get that set up here in the coming months. But real quick, the intent of this slide and the next slide is just to lay sort of the foundation. I know each of the board members have already been engaged in the process, both with the constituents that you represent, but also interacting with staff and asking questions. But again, just trying to lay that foundation and that base, and then over the coming months and that workshop, we'll build on top of that. So kind of where we are today, the process overall has been going on for give or take 6 months or so, I think since the summer of 2020. And the Corps of Engineers is the lead on this effort. They established what they call a project delivery team, which is made up of other governmental entities, other governmental agencies, as well as members of the public and various stakeholders. So one of the things that they spent doing over the last 6 months is identifying what's the objective? What are we trying to achieve with this study, with this effort, with this update? So they got together and they came up with these various sub-objectives that you see here on the slide on the right-hand side. And all those sub-objectives, they deal with everything from just lake ecology, estuary ecology, South Florida Everglades ecology, to dam safety and the risk posed to high lake stages from a dam safety perspective. Of course, algal bloom risk to the estuaries, and then recreation, water supply, navigation. So all those different sub-objectives. So then what the project team did with the help of the modelers, they went off, and there's all kinds of different plans, operating schedules that you could come up with. And so in an effort to try to narrow down that list, the modelers went off and ran 120,000 different model runs. So where they took one concept and say that concept was meant to solely look at ecology in Lake Okeechobee and maximize that. Even maximize it to the extent that it may be at the detriment or shortfall of some of the other objectives. But solely looking at that one, what would a plan look like? So we did 120,000 different iterations looking at each one of these sub-objectives and trying to maximize them and only that one. Then they performed what we call a Pareto analysis, wherein you try to identify, that's a lot of information to comb through. You want to sort it and flesh out plans that perform better than other plans. So what a Pareto analysis does, think of it as if you're buying a car. And your search returns 2 cars, both the same color, they're the same accessories, style, make, model, everything being equal, but one costs slightly less than the other one. So the sorting will return that car that costs slightly less because it's better than the other one. You're getting a benefit from it. You're saving money. Another example would be you're looking at 2 cars, and the only differences between them are different colors. But the one costs 3 times more than the other one does. Well, the analysis doesn't know how much you care about color, whether it's a blue car or a red car. It will return both of those plans or both of those cars in the sorting. So you get to choose on how you feel about what color you like, blue or red. So that's sort of how a Pareto analysis works. So after applying that approach, they narrowed down that 120,000 different runs down to 27,000 different model runs. And they gave all of that information, including the hopeful set of 120,000 different runs, back to the project delivery team and the public at large, and asked them to have at it. Go review it, sort through it, and ask them to identify the top 3 plans for each one of these different sub-objectives as they felt performed best in representing that one sub-objective. And they could have chosen from the subset of 27,000 or the full 120,000 set of runs. So whatever they wanted, just give me the top 3 plans. Then the Corps of Engineers took that information and looked at the 3 plans, and they tried to identify one representative plan for each of these sub-objectives. So you've gone from the 120,000, 27, identifying the top 3, down to 8. So now you've got 8 plans that are representative of only looking at one of these sub-objectives and maximizing that. So some of you may have heard references to like 4C1 dash blah, 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 blah. that is a conceptual plan in this category for maximizing the ecology in the St. Lucie estuary. So now there are 8 plans that represent each of the sub-objectives and only that sub-objective. Then on top of that, there were a couple other stakeholders that came up with their own plans that they wanted to submit, and they were free to do so. So there are 3 additional plans, one from Everglades Foundation, one from Lakeside Communities, and one from Audubon that were submitted. So now we've got 11 different plans that are going to be looked at. In addition to that, there are 2 conceptual plans or 2 concepts that were required by congressional legislation. WRDA 2000 required 2 specific runs to be evaluated in this process. So at the end of the day, there's going to be 13 plans that we have right now that are going to be evaluated in what they call this iteration 1 right here. So we're looking to get back a lot of those model results, and those model results will be much more detailed than what the previous conceptual plans had in them. You're running a full suite of all the models, and you're getting all of the performance measures associated with those models. So the project team will get a lot more information to start sifting through in the March timeframe. So then, as we move through this iteration 1, which is where we are today, from now, we'll get that information back in March, go through the evaluation and review of all that performance measures in March and April. Hopefully by the end of May, conversations will have taken place regarding what to carry forward to the next round of modeling. And the distinction between this round of modeling in iteration 1 and the next round of modeling in iteration 2 is this word right here, balance. So as I said, each one of these 13 runs are solely looking at one specific sub-objective and maximizing just that one. And then as we move into the next go-round, it'll be looking to identify plans or a combination of plans that look to balance all of those objectives and what are those trade-offs from one objective to another. And that's when you, sitting as board members, is where staff will be interacting with you a lot more in this time frame, in the May through July time frame, to understand what your guidance is and what your input is as we move forward with the Corps of Engineers as they facilitate this process. So that's kind of where we are today and where we're going. The rubber's really going to hit the road here in the coming months for this operating manual update. So with that, just jumping back to projections. I included this one due to some of those high water conditions that Mr. Bergeron has been talking about. Conservation Area 3, you can see after some of those intense rains in October and November, set a new record for stages in Area 3. It has come down a lot faster than the 2 years that Mr. Bergeron referred to, what happened after 1994. Right now, we're about 1/4 of a foot above regulation schedule right here, and it's likely that we'll get back to regulation schedule by the end of this month, by the end of February. So everything's on track there. Looking at some of the other conservation areas, Area 1 is receding nicely. It's just following down its regulation schedule, so you would anticipate it will continue to recede. Right now, there's hardly any inflows into Area 1, and there are no outflows out of Area 1. For Area 2, you can see it's still above schedule, but that's okay for this time of year. It has been receding. Right now, there's more outflows than inflows to Area 2. We're still taking a little bit of water out to tide this way, as well as we're trying to move some water out of Area 2 back over here into the northwest corner of Area 3 through the L5 across the bottom here. Area 3, as I already mentioned, has been coming down nicely. We're about 1/4 of a foot above regulation schedule right now. In total, there's about just less than 600 cubic feet per second of inflows into Area 3. And there's about 3,000 cubic feet per second moving out of Area 3, and that's what's helping bring those stages down here. For this time of year, S12A and B are now closed. We've already run out the deviation, the emergency deviation that it was in place for Area 3. They closed on January 31st. However, S12C and D are still wide open and discharging water. In total, just between those two structures of that 3,000 CFS, they're moving about 1,600 CFS, so a little bit more than half of the total outflows. At the same time, we're moving water through the 333 structure and the new structure, 333 North, into the L29, and we've been operating, as of yesterday, operating the L29 up to that 8.5 limit. It has been going up and down. It was down at 8.0 for some period of time, but more recently was operated at 8.3, and then yesterday we're starting to move it up to 8.5. So those inflows out of Area 3 are increasing into the L29 and Northeast Shark River Slough. Going down the South Dade conveyance system, a lot of those pump stations are still operating to return that seepage. Now that we've recovered from all of the rain events through that dry January, but they're still operating to return a lot of that seepage that comes out of the park back into the detention cells and maintain that hydrologic barrier along the eastern side of the park. So one new thing that I included in this month's presentation was oftentimes we just look at these kind of graphics and they're just lines on a chart and it really doesn't tell you what it means on the ground to have high water levels in the various conservation areas. So thank you, James Erskine at the FWC, for providing some of these pictures. This is just to give you an idea of the kind of effect that those high water levels have actually on the habitat and on tree islands. So these are different tree islands around Conservation Area 3, from the northeast corner to the south end, northwest corner, and over on the eastern side. You can just kind of see some of the high water conditions up on the tree islands and what effect it really has when we see some of those excessive stages throughout the conservation area. So to try to bring it home, give you an idea of what it looks like on the ground. So with that, let's talk about how water's been moving around the system for this water year, going all the way back to May of 2020. So in total, Lake Okeechobee has had roughly 2.4 million acre feet come into the lake. Caloosahatchee Estuary has received about 1.5 million acre feet, both lake water and basin runoff. The lake portion of that is just less than the 600,000 acre feet that you see here on the graphic. Over on the East Coast side, C44 Basin, there's been about roughly 280,000 acre feet discharged out to C44, and roughly 170,000 acre feet of that has been attributed to Lake Okeechobee. From the C23-24 basins, roughly 470,000 acre feet have made its way to the St. Lucie Estuary, and then roughly 160,000 acre feet up here has moved out of the C25 into the Indian River Lagoon. Looking at the southern portion of the system, as I said, the inflows to Lake Okeechobee being that 2.4 million acre feet. Outflows in total from Lake Okeechobee have been just over 1 million acre feet. Inflows to the water conservation areas, all through the water conservation areas, have been about 2.1 million acre feet. And to put that into perspective, direct rainfall on all three of the conservation areas have amounted, for this water year at least, have amounted to about 3.5 million acre feet. At the very bottom end of the system, looking at flows into Everglades National Park and the detention cells, there's been about 2.3 million acre feet, but again, I'll caution you that this value right here, the 750,000, that is a combination of not only that seepage that is coming back out of the park, but also some of the rain events that have occurred in the South Dade conveyance system. So really, if you're looking at direct inflows to the park, either through the S12s or under the bridges on the L29, then you're in the 1.6 million acre feet neighborhood, just combining these two numbers right here. In comparison, for the urban areas along the lower East Coast, Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade, we've moved about 3.6 million acre feet to tide into the Atlantic Ocean from those developed areas along the coast.
John?
Yes.
Sorry, so I think you just said this. These numbers do not include rainfall.
These numbers in the table, correct, they don't include rainfall. They are the surface water flows through district structures.
Okay.
The only rainfall number that I gave was directly over the conservation areas, being 3.5 million acre feet of direct rainfall on top of the conservation areas.
Okay.
So you may remember this graphic. It used to be part of the water conditions report several months back, but we switched it out for this more simplified version because there were just way too many arrows all over this graphic. But I think at the December board meeting, there were a couple board questions about how water moves around the Everglades agricultural area. So I just wanted to bring it back real quick just for today's meeting, give you an idea of there's a lot of water management that occurs both from irrigation and runoff and what gets treated by the STAs, what comes out of Lake Okeechobee. I just wanted to bring that back real quick and just refresh your memory of how water moves around within the Everglades agricultural area. So with that, looking at some of the forecast over the next couple of days, as I said, likely to get some rain across the district on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday as a result of a cold front or a front. I don't know how cold it'll be, but a front that is moving down the peninsula, for the most part, will stall out right around Lake Okeechobee and bring the majority of those rains along the Kissimmee River Valley region. As usual, we'll look at the Climate Prediction Center and what their forecast is. They're still forecasting below average rainfall through May as a result of the La Nina-like conditions. And then because we're in the dry season this time of year, we usually bring back this graphic from the U.S. Drought Monitor. Again, this is not reflective of the amount of water in the system. It is just reflective of a deficit or of rainfall that has occurred throughout the state. So this is what the Drought Monitor had as of the end of January. And then fast forward to what it looks like probably last week, and you can see portions of the Water Management District are experiencing that abnormally dry condition, which is what you would expect after the lack of rainfall during the month of January. And with that, I'll take any questions the board may have.
John, I have a question. When do you anticipate the S11s to be open? Because what are we, about a foot above schedule in 2A in the Central Everglades?
Yeah, you're right in there, maybe a foot and a half.
Foot and a half.
Or nope, sorry, reading it wrong. Yeah, about a foot, a little bit more or less.
My opinion, we need to start moving some water to have capacity. We've got 4 months before we go back into the rainy season.
Right.
And
so we have those conversations with the Corps of Engineers on a weekly basis. And primarily what we're looking at is, Area 3 is still above schedule. So we're going to look for it to get back to its schedule. And then right now, we already are moving some of that water from Area 2 through this route back up along the L5 and trying to put it over here in the northwest corner of 3A. We're trying to increase that as much as possible. We'll also this week start moving some lake water down through STA 2 and into Conservation Area 2, and that may open up some of the S11s just a little bit. But in the coming weeks, you'll start to see some of those structures, right here between Area 3 and Area 2, the S11s, they'll start opening up to start bringing down some of those later levels in Area 2. We want to be a little judicious in how we do that. If you recall, last year, there was a period of maybe a month or two where Broward County was completely cut off from the regional water system. So we don't want to have that happen again this year. And we had an excessive drying condition for the habitat in Area 2 during that time. I think at one point, about 50% of Area 2 was dry and water was below ground last year. So we're trying to manage those different issues, but you will start to see some water moving from Area 2 to Area 3 in the coming weeks.
well, the only thing I'm concerned about is that going into the rainy season and not being at schedule is, if you look back decades and you look at high water conditions, 9 out of every 10 years, we end up with extreme high water conditions that cumulatively backs up the water or obviously more water has to go east and west out our rivers if it can't come south. And it's just very concerning. I've been involved in this for an awful long time, and to be 1.5 feet above schedule in February is awful lot of water that has to go south. Otherwise, we're going to be caught going into the rainy season. So I want to make sure that we've got our eyes on that. And I know that Area 2 is impacted the environment. The future is that we're not going to use Area 2 for water supply. We're going to try to, through Everglades restoration, to achieve compatible water levels. But I would encourage the Corps and for South Florida to really look at this. And it seems like that we're okay to move water at 8.5. I guess the trigger well at the 8.5 square mile area now is below ground, and it seems like, subject to not having rain, that we can continue that 8.5.
Yeah, we're continuing to monitor that right now. You're right, that one particular well has gone below ground, but we keep an eye on it every week and talk about it every week. And right now we're moving water up to that 8.5 in the L29, and we'll continue to evaluate it and assess.
Yeah, I see you're trying to get the lake in that same water level by the rainy season, and I think we need to be heavily focused on the Central Everglades too, that we achieve that. Thank you.
Mr. Olovich?
Mr. Mitnick, thank you for bringing the new slides into your information. Just for clarity, because it's such a big thing, can you please tell me what the role and the authority is of the governing board of the South Florida Water Management District regarding LOSM?
So I'll give it a shot until you correct me if I get it wrong. So as we go through the planning process with the Corps of Engineers, and as I said, the Corps of Engineers is the lead agency in the planning process. It's a federal planning process. We are considered what is called a cooperating agency under the National Environmental Policy Act. They have the final decisions and determinations, and they solicit input not only from the Water Management District, but a host of other entities, governmental and private stakeholders, members of the public. So as we go through, and I talked about this iteration too, balance, and we look to try to find balance across all of these different objectives, that's where the governing board will come in, and your interaction with staff on what you believe balance to be and how you view lake operations. There's been a lot of discussions over the years on how the lake could or should or would be operated. It's in that conversation where you'll get to weigh in on what you think and how the lake should be operated. At some point farther down the road, I believe there is a letter of support or something akin to that the governing board will have to provide direction to the staff on what our views, the agency views, on how the plan is progressing and whatever that recommended plan comes out to be in the end. As you can see, the end isn't until September of 2021 when there is a recommended plan, and then the Corps of Engineers goes off and they start doing all of the documentation and writing up the environmental impact statement, sending out a draft environmental impact statement. You'll have another opportunity then to comment on that draft environmental impact statement. Then there'll be a final environmental impact statement, and you'll have an opportunity to comment on that as well. I don't know if there's anything else, Drew, or
and Colonel,
either Drew.
You know, I think so. How I would characterize it is that there is a point in time where the Corps will ask us for our opinion on the tentatively selected plan, which that they will take through the NEPA process, right? And that will come to the board. And so my thoughts are we need to have a workshop, you know, in that May to July timeframe when we have some good detail with the board to really vet out details, understand perspectives, and get your sense of things on the tentatively selected plan. so that we have the tools to provide input to the Corps on what that plan could be. And then as they come up with their draft plan, we will bring it back to you and say, are you good with this? So that the board then has the way to weigh in. We don't get a veto, we don't get that kind of thing, but our opinion matters to the Corps, and I think it matters a lot. And so that's, we have good, significant influence, I would say is the right phrase on that. But Colonel, I'd let you speak too if you have any advice.
Yeah, absolutely. So the district is a cooperating agency. That's the term that's utilized for this. So absolutely. I mean, I think that the two main highlights for me is, number one, I'm still committed to delivering a recommended plan in July. So that's the target that I'm going after, is getting a recommended plan in July. And the fact that we've leveraged stakeholders, partners, and the PDT, I mean, we started this thing back in January 2019. So we started early. We were very aggressive in terms of listening and understanding kind of where everyone lives on the playing field, and then done a tremendous amount of outreach, 3, 4, 5, 6 workshops, partnerships, PDTs on a monthly basis as we go through this. So, as we go through the iterations and we get to a recommended plan in July of 2021, then it's back to us to deliver a full schedule that goes through the entire NEPA process, goes back out to the public and to this cooperating agency to get, exactly your feelings on the recommendation.
So the governing board has a great deal of influence. It's just important. It's important to know the rules, and I haven't talked about it, and I'm always really trying to understand that, we are a local sponsor. We work with the Army Corps of Engineers, but at the end of the day, they are the Army Corps of Engineers, and they hold the cards, and so I just think it's important. And as a media person or an old-time journalism person, what becomes confusing in communication sometimes here that I try to point out indirectly is that with the district creating the maps, so to speak, the district creating a lot of the visuals that get used by the Army Corps of Engineers, it's confusing to the public how this works and where we draw the line, where we're connected, where we're not. And I just wanted to be clear, because this is the most important thing to come up in many years, and we need to be fair, and we need to be good, and we need to be right. And so I'm glad we're talking about it. And of course, we all have our wishes because we all come from specific areas. But hopefully that computer model will help us in the end find something that benefits all of us. Thank you.
And I think your computer model will over time, once you have the bottleneck down at the Tamiami Trail, the cork, pull the plug out of the tub and let this 1,500,000 acre feet up to 2 million acre feet a year flow south. That's going to help the system. When you look at the original Everglades, was just below 8 million acres, and today it's just below 4 million acres. That bathtub is half the size, and you have huge discharges into the system for flood protection. So that's why the EAA reservoir is so important, to store this water, feed it to the environment, compatible through the dry season, open up the bottom end of the system, unhandcuff South Florida Water Management and the U.S. Corps, unhandcuff us where we have the oozing river of grass. We're not stop, shut this gate, open this, stop that, save the road, save the 8.5, save this, save everything but the Everglades. And we're on a threshold of a lot of great things that we're going to be talking about today. But just we have the same amount of rains we had 100 years ago, and we're storing all this in half the area. So in most cases, in these models today, you're going to have high water conditions in the environment until the AA and other reservoirs too, to store the water that laid on the half of the Everglades where we live today. It's coming into this system on top of the average rainfall. And so I think what I've seen decade after decade, 9 out of 10 years, we're in these massive discharge out of rivers. The Central Everglades is drowning. Everglades National Park needs to be rehydrated, and seagrass is dying in Florida Bay. And so once we make these connections, we're going to start seeing all these benefits on billions of dollars of infrastructure that is sitting there. We just have to remove the obstacles, and I think we're heading in the right direction. But
Thanks. Mr. Steinman.
John, just a question on Central Everglades on can you pull up Water Conservation Area 2? So obviously it's not optimal, but in the absence of other options, if 3 is, you know, almost, we're still trying to get it down, and 2 is high. To what extent are we? How much of the what portion of the capability of moving water to tide from 2 are we using? Is it 100% right now? Have we added to it with pumps too?
Today, right now, no, it's not 100%. It had been up until about, I think, either a week or 2 ago. There's a structure right about here out of Area 2 that goes off through the urban area to coast, and we were maximizing that discharge to between about 500 or 600 cubic feet per second. I think as of this morning, we're doing somewhere between 1 and 200 cubic feet per second, recognizing that Area 2 is coming down, and it's coming down pretty nicely. We don't want to just have a sharp turn and have it drop too fast. You want to have a recession, but the rate of that recession is important, and maybe Lawrence can talk a little bit more about how that affects the ecology of Area 2 and managing that recession rate. So we did back off on the discharges to tide from Area 2, recognizing that we didn't want to have too quick a rate of recession as that water comes down.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
I think that's a lot of damage being done to the ecology by these water levels being 1.5 feet above schedule. We're already, I think we were 2 feet above schedule or more since September, October. And I think this water needs to be moved, and we need to be prepared for the rainy season that's just going to come right on us in the next 4 months.
But Ron, do you agree that the pace of the recession is important? So so they're balancing, you know, the rate at which it comes down.
To some degree, except the duration time frame of the event. You don't want to extend it too much beyond 60 to 90 days, and we're already 4 months into that high water. So just keep that in mind, that based upon history and over time and looking decade after decade, that we're going to be faced with high water events 9 out of every 10 years, and we got to minimize the duration of that high water to the tree islands, to the wildlife. A wading bird ain't got a 3-foot leg either, so it's kind of a sensitive balance. But in my opinion, we need to be really making sure we're moving water south where it is needed, where seagrass is not dying, and rehydrate Everglades National Park.
That's probably a good transition to ecological.
I think it's a great transition. Thanks, John. We'll now move to the ecological conditions report with Mr. Glenn.
What am I doing here? Okay. Cancel. You want to give them the wave?
Okay, well, thank you very much for having me today. I'm Lawrence Glenn. I'm going to provide the ecological update. And as usual, we're going to start up at the top of the system in the Kissimmee River, and you see discharge coming through S65A, which is the top of the restored area. It's about 880 CFS. As John mentioned in his report, we are trying to keep flows below at or about 800 to 900 CFS, and that's to keep area somewhat dry to facilitate the construction that's going on for the Kissimmee River Restoration Project so we can get that work complete. So something I want to touch on there is that is the purpose that we're doing and providing the hydrology we are currently. And you see at about 1400 CFS, which is this line here, is when the floodplain inundates. And typically here we have July, August, September, October, at the end of the wet season, the floodplain is going to be inundated. And then we have this very sharp decline here, which is completely artificial, and that's to facilitate construction. But when we move into after construction is complete and we're going to apply the appropriate hydrology to the system, we would expect to have protracted inundation of the floodplain, and that's the purpose of the project, is to put water out in the floodplain, let the floodplain be that source of habitat for all the different animals that are going to be using it. So what we are seeing with our wading bird had a definite response to how we have been managing water. We had a really big spike in use of the floodplain in October, and that coincided with how quickly we brought water off of the floodplain, and what that did was concentrated the prey on the floodplain into these like bowls of lots of food. So the birds immediately go out there and use that. But the incidental kind of repercussions of that is that bowl of food is depleted. So as we move out into the year now, we're not seeing as many wading birds use the floodplain because, one, we're drying it down, and in those dried down areas, that resource has already been depleted. So this is just an example of this is how we're managing the system currently, and it's for construction completion, so that when we do complete and apply the appropriate hydrology, we'll see the real benefit that we expect ecologically. Going into Lake Okeechobee, and the water depth we see are about 15.3 currently, so we're starting to see the outer edges of the marsh starting to dry. And where we are in the ecological envelope, we're about to bump into that. And as John was talking about, where are we going to be at the end of the season and or the end of the dry season? And if we get somewhere in here within the ecological envelope from the lake's perspective, that's a very good thing. And I'll show you some benefits that we would expect to see from that. So when we look at the environmental risk, which is how far you are away from this ecological envelope, this is something that we use in LOSOM. So this comes back to when we're evaluating different alternatives. How far away from that ecological envelope are you? So that's kind of how we use this. And right now we're a lot closer than we were last year. But every year can have a different benefit. We had a low water year 2 years in a row that allowed for an incredible resurgence of the SAV communities, the submerged aquatic vegetation. And so, but we didn't have very good nesting success because the marsh wasn't filled to provide that prey-based generation that the birds need to have over the course of the winter as they feed their young. This year, we're poised with a higher water level. The marsh has been full. We are seeing that prey base come back, so we're expecting a really good year for birds. So sometimes there's trade-offs, and you try to look for those positives that are going to happen with each water year. And as long as you don't have the same condition recurring year after year after year after year, the marsh itself can be quite resilient, and the different organisms can come back if that good condition returns. So where we are with wading birds for this survey of, and you can't really see it here at the district because there's a line in the way of the graph, but we did have a decline from last 2 weeks ago in January. Talking to the avian ecologist, it was still early in the year. It was very cold. The birds weren't very active. during this period of the surveying, and they will be using conditions outside of the lake as well. But if you come up here and you see where we are, and this is where the greatest amount of use is going to be for long-legged wading birds relative to the stage, and here it is for short-legged wading birds. We're not there yet, but we're moving toward it. So we anticipate as we move out into March that we're going to see some pretty significant wading bird use on the lake. Snail kite nest, yeah, they are cute, aren't they? For snail kite nesting throughout the state, currently there are 12 nests in the Lake Hickwachee impoundment over here, and there are 7 nests over here in C44 STA that was recently hydrated this year. So that's a real big deal. Actually, we got this information this morning. There is a nest up here in Kings Bar on the lake, and they have seen about 90 snail kites using this area of the lake. So this is the area that they will begin using when water levels are highest, and that's exactly where they are. What's really neat is that there are fledglings already coming out of the Lake Hickwachee area.
I'm sorry, may I ask a question? Put my mask on. So you said there's 7 nests in the C44 stormwater treatment area
Yes.
in Martin County?
Yes.
And that's just in 7 months, or since there's things that
Exactly.
until that?
And when we put this together, the first draft, there was only 2. That was a week ago. So in the past week, 5 more nests.
Where did they build them, like an osprey, or where do they build them? That looks like
That's
it's
a good
in the
question in
lead.
that STA because it's not really fully vegetated
Yeah, I
yet.
mean,
So
there's
I would
hardly
have to,
anything in there.
I'll have to get with the crew to find out exactly where they are nesting, what substrate they're using. But there is nesting occurring.
That's remarkable. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Looking at the cyanobacterial bloom potential in Lake Okeechobee now, it is not high at all. We wouldn't expect that as much in the winter. This is when the times when it's colder. We have shorter day length. The conditions for cyanobacteria just aren't optimal, which we really like. So it looks good out there on the lake currently. For the water quality monitoring that we do on Lake Okeechobee for the winter, we ramped that down from 32 stations biweekly to 9 stations monthly. And these are the results that we're seeing. We are seeing some elevated levels of chlorophyll A along this western edge of the marsh currently, but that's all we're seeing. Coming into the St. Lucie and what is happening over there with inflows. As you heard today from John, that we are making no releases currently to the St. Lucie, and where you saw with releases, we had some, in the first part of each fork, it was very fresh, and then kind of mesohaline down in here. It's returning to that mesohaline condition throughout the forks and getting more saline in the estuary itself. So we are in the good range salinity-wise for adult oysters. And Ms. Thurlow-Lippis, you had asked a question about the recommendations that are made to the Army Corps on releases to the east and to the west. Your scientists in the coastal ecosystem section look at current conditions and do modeling forecasts to look and see what type of recommendation we make from a release standpoint. So our recommendation this month was no releases to the St. Lucie. And for the Caloosahatchee, I'll get ahead of myself here, we said 1,500 and at a constant rate, not a pulse. Because currently, or most often, we will recommend a pulse because it mimics a rain event, where you have water coming in off of the landscape, and it kind of comes up to a peak, and then it comes down. So that's why we do pulses. This month, we recommended a constant release so that you wouldn't have to have an average of 1,500 that went higher than 1,500. Because we were concerned about the red tide bloom that's going on in that area, and we didn't want water pushing out around Captiva to possibly, help fuel that. We wanted to make sure that we were, very cognizant of conditions that were there. So, yes, we make those recommendations to the Corps, and we have conversations with them on what's going on with the ecology.
Well, thank you. And I can tell you that the advocacy that goes on in that part of the state, they want no discharges. They want no discharges. And that may sound belligerent sometimes or a little bit unrealistic, but they feel like the river just needs no discharges because it gets C23, C24, which is already a ton, C44, then Lake O on top. And if, one thing I would be really interested in, as we move through this process, it is my goal to be like my father in particularly taught me to be, and why I admire him so much. He's such a fair man. He's an attorney, and he is the fairest person I ever met in my life, and people loved him and respected him because of that. And as I moved through all this politics, I always try to think of my dad when it's hard. But, looking at the St. Lucie River, Lawrence, the capacity there, the volume of that river is so small compared to the Caloosahatchee. I mean, I don't want to destroy the Caloosahatchee, but it's, when you're looking at these charts, it almost looks like they're equal. They are not equal. It's like comparing an ant to an elephant. And I hope when you all put forth all of your recommendations for LOSUM and whatever, that we can talk about the volume for the Lake Worth Lagoon, the volume for the St. Lucie, the volume for the Caloosahatchee, and how that works with all of the genius that Mr. Bergeron and others bring to the table here. Because in the old days, I don't think they cared. It was just get it out, dump it out. But, people live there now. And thank you for these charts, and thank you for talking about how the South Florida Water Management District makes recommendations to the Army Corps, but is not the authority like the Army Corps.
My pleasure. Looking at these data really represent what was happening at the end of the oyster reproductive time. Usually it's between about May, end of October, somewhat into November that they are actually in the reproductive mode. So you can see over here in when salinity conditions were up in the good zone, it typically tapers off in November and December, and it definitely came to a very dramatic end at the end of this last wet season. But what we are seeing, and they go out and they conduct, they throw a quadrat and they count the number of live within a meter square. So there are still, 500 live oysters per meter square on the oyster bars here at Rio. So that's a good thing. There's a base there to grow from. Now salinity conditions are appropriate, and as we begin moving into the reproductive season. Last month or 2 months ago when we met, I showed some seagrass images, or we went through some data, but the team pulled together this really neat time-lapse scale that lets you see kind of the ebb and flow of how dynamic seagrass populations can be. So I'm just going to push this, and you can watch as it changes through time. So you see it almost, disappear, and it comes back. So it's pretty neat to see that seagrasses are very resilient. They can take a hit, but they can also, when conditions present that are appropriate, they can come back very well. So I just wanted you to see that kind of change through time and get a better understanding of the dynamics and the resiliency of seagrass populations.
The impacts to the seagrass, is that from quantity of water greater than natural?
There's a multitude of different factors, and I was going to bring that to you next month, where we were vetting through that right now. But oftentimes the driving factor is light, and how much light can get into the water and down into into that photic zone where it can actually do its thing. So that can be a really big deal. So if there are any things, turbidity that's decreasing that, if it's chlorophyll A because of algae on top of the water, that can have an effect. And then once seagrass starts to die, oftentimes it'll have a negative feedback loop that keeps it dying. So there's a lot of, there's no single one answer to your question. It's a really dynamic process, but light really is a driving factor.
Yeah, because I know in Florida Bay, I think the effects are from lack of the proper quantity of water, fresh water.
Correct.
And I'm not
Correct.
sure what the rivers here.
Yeah, that's generally driven in Florida Bay by hypersalinity. So hypersalinity starts that negative cascade where it starts to die, and then it starts to relieve hydrogen sulfide from the sediments, and then the death starts to have algae bloom on top, so now light can no longer penetrate. So it's just this really big negative feedback loop. But that's mostly from a hypersaline condition that drives that initial.
The lack of the proper quantity of water in Florida Bay.
Correct.
Creates salinity levels going up.
Exactly.
And that's what has killed the sawgrass or the seagrass there.
Yes, sir.
Something different than the rivers, or?
A little different. Each area behaves differently because what happens in Florida Bay, because the dynamics of how water flows within there isn't just, you look at it and you think, why doesn't water just flush in and flush out? And it's because there are so many different islands and mud banks and stuff. So in that central area, if water is not coming in either from precipitation or from the landscape, it is pretty much isolated. And then as temperatures increase in the summertime and you have a lot of evaporation, it just concentrates the salt in that water. So every area is a little different, but it is central Florida Bay has the issue of not getting enough water either from rainfall or from water runoff during the summertime that leads to that hypersaline condition.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Going over to the Caloosahatchee, you can see a month ago with the releases that were being made that it was very fresh all the way down to Cape Coral. Now we're seeing much more of a, I'll say the word standard or typical or what we would like to see, the fresh condition in the upper part of the estuary, the mesohaline condition, and as we get saltier down towards the end. So this is really the condition that the estuary prefers, and you see for adult oysters at all three locations that is in the good range.
Lauren, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Can you go back one?
Certainly.
If Caloosahatchee wants 2,000 at S79, which is my understanding, well, I mean, it's contingent, obviously, upon basin runoff, too. But if it wants 2,000, and we've got lake levels where we are, why, and I know we talked about it with the deviation, we're getting up to that, but why not in Jan-Feb? Why not at the 2,000 level? Is that because of basin runoff? No, because it wasn't a big rain year.
It's red tide.
It was a red tide, sorry. Okay, so that was withheld for red tide conditions. Gotcha.
Looking at oyster recruitment, we're seeing the same type of pattern that we saw in the St. Lucie, that at the end of the season, we definitely had that decline as you see in most years. And then coming over there, we see over here at the Cape Coral site at Iona Cove, which is this spot right here, that densities have remained pretty similar. We did have a pretty large decrease though at Bird Island, and so it's the hope that as this reproductive season comes along that we can have a really good resurgence there to bring that density back up. Moving into the Everglades stormwater treatment areas, total inflows to the STAs for this water year is quite significant, as John spoke to, at 1.5 million acre feet. 98,000 acre feet of that, or only 6%, is from the lake. And with this high water or the amount of water that we've been pushing through the STAs, we are still seeing some significant stress in some of the cells of the STAs, and we're looking to have a resting year for some of these cells, this year if we can. We also have a lot of cells that are under construction currently, so we have to be very cognizant of how we're moving water through the areas that aren't doing as well from a vegetative standpoint as others. And that gives you an idea of what water levels are across the STAs.
Lawrence,
Yes, ma'am.
can you please go back? Thank you. Okay. Always the question, what percentage is from the lake into the stormwater treatment areas? I have to say, over the months, going back through a lot of the consent decree and all of that stuff, I think that's another conversation that should be had about why the stormwater treatments were built, what was the original intention for them, was water from the lake ever allowed to go through or not, or does it just depend on the whims of the board and the politics? How does it really work, since they're the heart of everything? If they go wrong, everything goes wrong. Nonetheless, it seems really unfair that only water from the EAA can go through them. But could you come back with, and just, you know, how have those numbers varied? 6%. Is 6% high or is 6% low? What's the highest it's ever been? Was it 20% ever? Was it 10%? Did it used to be 1%? And then when the boards changed, it became a different percent? You know, what, can we have something to help us navigate this very difficult situation as we try to be fair?
That's a very good point, and we can put together a graphic for the next presentation that shows the percentages from the lake across the years. I'd be happy to. Looking at Biscayne Bay, you can see that from the 2 salinity stations that we're using currently, as inflows decrease off of the landscape, that salinity is increasing. We'd like to have that level, you know, in this near shore zone. You're looking for 20-ish or below, and it's going up above that currently. And we'll keep our eye on this as we progress through the dry season. Looking at the Everglades and using the WDAT tool, we're seeing that we're starting to have some drying up at the top. I mean, if you look at the difference, this area right here as compared to last month, I mean, that's pretty incredible. And Mr. Bergeron talked about, you know, how high it was in 1994 and how long of a duration it was high. And to be able to bring these water levels down to where they are now, if we hadn't had this month preceding, I would have come to you and said, the Everglades, ecologically, from a hydrologic conditions perspective, look great going into the dry season. You know, but it's that antecedent condition beforehand that really makes you think, okay, well, we had a very, very wet year. We've had a very wet year for tree islands. It's been a tough season for the fur-bearing animals, and kudos to FWC for how they manage that area for that. So, you know, you look at it in this snapshot in time, and we're in a really good hydrologic condition going into the dry season. For WCA2, Mr. Bergeron, you had a question, and our scientists have been concerned with water levels and how water flows through this system currently, and we are in the process of evaluating the hydrology of Water Conservation Area 2. We've deployed 40 different water level sondes across the landscape to try to get to what are the appropriate hydro periods and depths in this area, because we think that this regulation schedule from an ecological perspective is a little old and might be a little off as to our current understanding. And the problem here is you see this top area is already drying out pretty dramatically. And we think this needs to have a longer hydro period up here and a shorter hydro period down here. But how we do that, you know, would come to operations on how would we push water through there to meet those conditions. And something that we also are concerned about, now that we are in a place where we think water conditions and water levels in Water Conservation Area 3A are more compatible with ecology, we're concerned about bringing this down too quickly now as we go into the dry season. John's talked about how dry it's supposed to continue to be through the dry season, so we don't want to bring this down too quickly, too fast. And this, the largest wading bird colony in the Everglades is right here, the Alley North colony. 30 to 40,000 ibis will nest in this colony. And so maintaining this hydrology in this area is pretty significant, and WCA2 is a source of that water. So it's just things that we need to kind of think about as we move through this dry season and put our pedal, put our foot on the pedal or not.
Well, what concerns me is that our discharges into the Central Everglades I've seen numbers up to about 13,000 cubic feet per second, with the bottom end of the system not being able to release half of that volume, even after it quits raining. And I've seen this over decades because the bathtub is half the size. And until the EAA is built in many other reservoirs and until the bottom end of the system is opened up, so you have shared adversity and equalization of water levels from the central to the southern to Florida Bay. I know you've mentioned about the prey when you've got water, but when you've got water so deep, Wadingbird's leg, how can you even land there to eat the prey? That's why we have to be in a condition going into the rainy season that we're not caught with high water in the lake and high water in the Central Everglades, and we got to open up the bottom end of the system so the water's flowing. It's not backing up, a cumulative backup of, you had 1,500,000 acre feet across 915 square miles above schedule. And then all of a sudden we release it because the Corps is handcuffed and South Florida is handcuffed with all these little obstacles that we'll be talking about later on in the meeting. But I just have seen decade after decade that we are in high water conditions, massive discharges out the rivers. And over time, as we remove these obstacles and let the natural flow go to Florida Bay, and as we build the EAA to store water and feed it compatible, we're going to start seeing these benefits of Everglades restoration and 3.6 miles of bridges and all these new structures. And I'm very excited and optimistic because I got to truly thank all the stakeholders that fought over decades to build this infrastructure. It's sitting there. Now we have to remove the obstacles to start having the river of grass flow again. And but my concern is no different than the lake being too high going into the rainy season, is that the Central Everglades can't be too high either. And I think it's very dangerous to go into the rainy season and we're sitting here today with 1.5 feet above schedule in 2A.
Lawrence, didn't you, or John said you were pumping water to that northern section of WCA3?
Yeah, they're bringing water up and around and trying to keep this area
To where it's
hydrated.
turning yellow there.
Yeah. Okay. So John was saying that right now, did you say some releases here? And I also heard that they're bringing some water around to this end. Our concern annually, as we start to dry out, is that, there's this elevation difference, of course, from here to here. So it's deeper down here and it gets shallower up here. And the peat soils here, if they become completely dry, they can be prone to peat fire or oxidation and loss. And that's always a concern, that we would like to have them somewhat hydrated. So that's just one of those things that, as water comes in from either the STAs or from this water conservation area, is just, for us, from an ecological perspective anyway, is how do we keep those areas moist and not in a condition where they could, burn and be lost.
You just got to be careful about not having capacity going into the rainy season.
Yes, sir.
Because the inflows coming into this area is catastrophic.
Yeah, we concur.
And that's part of our duty in flood protection, and that's important too. water
Certainly.
supply, flood protection. But I can tell you from my experience over the last several decades, we're always, I remember calling John 10 years ago, many years ago, year after year. But I just don't believe that 2A right now, at a foot and a half above schedule, we need to really be thinking about moving water south.
Lawrence, it's a great discussion. And are you thinking that if we did drain it more or whatever, this is a little beyond my abilities, that the birds, that rookery would go away or would disappear? I don't think ibis have super long legs. They're shorter. And so anyway, can you just, I mean, man, I'm all for the birds, okay? If I was rooting for anything or anybody, I would be rooting for the birds, the animals. I would be, because the humans have such an unfair disadvantage. But at the same time, of course, I respect all the discussion. So can you just be frank? Where is the line for the birds in that really famous rookery?
I thank you for that very wonderful segue into the next slide. What is going on with the birds and how, is this setting up for a year that could be phenomenal for the wading birds? So what we're seeing currently, I mean, here's wading bird foraging in water conservation area up in 3A North. And here are wood storks already nesting down here in the coastal colonies in Everglades National Park. Nesting at the time of year where they historically nested, not being pushed later because water levels weren't there to allow that. And what this map shows, if you look at this green, this is depth, and this is the optimal depth for wading bird foraging. So what you're seeing is you're seeing those green areas here, you're seeing a lot of green through here, and this is where, we're seeing lots of birds, 8,000 birds just in this front right here. Over here, 600 birds, 6,000 birds are foraging along this green zone. So what we anticipate to see as these blues dry out, which we need them to, exactly, Mr. Bergeron is exactly right. We need these to go from blue to light blue to green, and because that is the condition or the water depth at which wading bird foraging accessibility is the greatest. And you see that those are located near where we have historic colonies. And so, right now, this past early part of the dry season, the coastal region was remarkably used. Up to 40,000 birds were seen there just 2 weeks ago. So those birds now, because as Mr. Bergeron said, water depths were too deep in the Everglades for them to use, so they weren't here. They were down here. Now you see that number has diminished because the birds are moving into the parts of the Everglades where water conditions are appropriate. And what we want to see is this nice progression from dark blue to light blue to green across the Everglades, which actually gets you to the hydrology that Mr. Bergeron's talking about, and not having too much water there to allow for capacity at the beginning of the rainy season. That is exactly what the birds want. So that was a great discussion before this slide, and this slide kind of shows us where we would like to see it go, and the two are the same.
One other question, and I'll make it brief, but having a wetland dry up every 10 years or 5 years, and the ground cracks and aerates, and the silt that forms underwater oxidizes and dissipates. And then the fires come through and the potash goes in the soil, and then here comes the rains. Doesn't that cleanse a wetland?
It's absolutely necessary.
Rather than, you can never let a wetland go dry, it'd be like the snow can never melt in the Rocky Mountains. It stays year round. And I think it's important, the educational component of a dry spell to cleanse a wetland. Am I correct?
You are exactly right. You need those significant highs sometimes. You need those significant lows sometimes. You just don't want persistence of each over time and duration, because you have to reset succession. You have to allow for, as Mr. Bergeron said, there will be accumulated organics sometimes that you want to oxidize and go away, and that's within, if it's a wetland that's adjacent to a lake or a floodplain of a river or the Everglades, they need this change. And what happens when man comes into the area and manages it, we'd like to be precise and keep it in the same conditions where ecology likes variation. So you're exactly right, sir.
Well, I think that's important for all of us, everyone to understand that a dry spell every so many years, I don't know what 5 years, 10 years, but is important.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Looking at Tree Island inundation, you're seeing of the, what is the number? We have about 370 tree islands that we know the elevation for. We have 46% of those tree islands are inundated currently, and it's down from the prior week of 56%. So we are seeing that decline in water level, and we are seeing the inundation of tree islands starting to subside. I had a really good conversation with our scientists yesterday prior to the meeting just to get ready for, having a better understanding of tree island ecology. And what they say is, tree islands have the ability to be inundated. They have the ability to be inundated for a pretty long period of time within that one wet season. But as long as they are going to have the opportunity to dry out during that dry season, then ecologically they will be, okay, to use the okay word. They don't think that we're in a point now where we will go through continued loss of tree islands, but what they see on those tree islands when they do stay inundated for a longer period of time is a change in the diversity of the plants, and then that changes the diversity of the animals that can be there. So they're seeing this wet season as, we have gone through wet seasons like this before. Previously, it just happens. It's part of nature. And as long as these islands have the opportunity this dry season, as Mr. Bergeron has said, to dry out, that, ecologically, that will be, okay.
Well, you got a point there, but the other impacts is that's the refuge for fur-bearing animals too. So you want to make sure they're not covered with water for too long of a duration time frame. Otherwise, it affects all the fur-bearing animals.
Absolutely. Coming down into northeast Florida Bay over here in the MFL, at the 5 different creeks, we're seeing that we have a 365 moving day sum of flow there at 379,000 acre feet, which is well above the 105,000 acre feet MFL. So there's a lot of water that's coming down through here and into Florida Bay, and I'll show you a salinity regime that is looking really good as we set up for the dry season. And then where salinity is measured here at Taylor River, it's very, very fresh, and it's well below the 30. So as we look at salinities across Florida Bay, we're seeing here along the coastal zone that they are below 30. We're mostly below 30 out in the bay itself. And so you see over here as we look at the interquartile ranges where we've seen where they have been over the past water year 1 to water year 16, we like to stay within this blue zone. We're actually below that pretty substantially this year, and it's really because of what we're seeing here in water depths that are happening here that are allowing flow to just come across the landscape and into Florida Bay. And here's a great product that our team has been working on, and this gives you a really good idea of what salinities are across the bay. And so as water is coming across the landscape, you see the inland lakes are very fresh, and those have connection to the bays that come out. So we're seeing within the central portion, salinity low is relatively low. Next month we're going to come to you and show you some of the ecological benefits that we have been seeing in the data for what's happening in here with the different aspects of the ecology, and which we're really excited about.
Can you put your pointer where Flamingo is, just for perspective?
Yeah, Flamingo
Is it
is
off the map?
going to, it's, because here's, yeah, it's off.
Okay.
And talking about water quality, what we're seeing down in the bay right now is exceptional. This is seagrass you can see in the Whipray Basin, and here's a juvenile bull shark in Rankin Bight. So with all of that fresh water that's coming in across the landscape, water quality there is fantastic, and of course that is great for seagrass growth as we move into the warmer months.
Are you finding this year a little bit better than the previous year as far as fresh water?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The volume of water that's come into Florida Bay has been tremendous. We're going to come back and show you some of the very positive fish results that have been seen. We're going to show you some of, I believe, some of the seagrass results, but we have a good little update planned for you next month on what we've seen with the inflows.
And that would be, like you showed us for the IRL, it'd be great to see sort of a time series of the seagrass in Florida Bay. I mean, at least from 2015 when we had the big die-off.
Absolutely.
Because I would imagine it takes longer in that area for regrowth. But anyways, it would be great to see if we can see that progression.
I will ask the team, and we'll try to get that accomplished.
Thank you for that. I mean, that was phenomenal, that moving chart or whatever. And the more, it's probably a ton of work, but I think with everything, especially in today's age, the more things that can be presented with that in mind are just a really powerful visual. Ton of time, but a huge payoff. Thank you.
Oh, our pleasure.
Well, I think a lot of that goodness this year had a lot to do with a very wet season on top of the leadership of South Florida Water Management and Colonel Kelly and the Corps on this emergency deviation that kept water flowing south from October up till about a week ago. More water moving south, lowering salinity levels. So probably a combination of both.
Thanks, Lawrence. We'll go to public comment on the technical reports if we have any, Rosie.
Mr. Chairman, Tom McVicker, followed by James Evans.
Okay, I hit the unmute button. I hope you can hear me.
We hear you, Mr. McVicker.
Thank you. I wanted to talk briefly about the harmful algae bloom deviation. I have a few thoughts on that. First of all, the graphic that John uses that shows the schedule with the shaded areas, that's pretty much in conflict with the actual deviation itself. So it doesn't really explain or give you insight into what's going to happen, especially once you get in the fall. The concept of banking, where you release water early and then make it up in the fall, didn't really work very well when it was modeled by the Corps. About 25% of the times they triggered the deviation, the banking actually worked. 75% of the time, the lake's too low in the fall and you can't make it up. And when you looked at the position analysis for the La Nina years, you saw that virtually none of the La Nina years have a lake stage high enough in the fall to make up for what you release now. Just to put it in some context, after some very wet years in the late 90s, the governing board decided to draw the lake down to 12.5 in the year 2000. They got it there on June 1st. Then Mother Nature took it to 8.9 the following year. Same issue after the hurricanes in 2004 and 2005. The board really wanted, and staff and the public really wanted to get the lake down, so they took it down again to about 12.6 this time in 2006. And then we had the catastrophic droughts and the lake went to 8.8 the next year. 2010, after being burned twice in the last 7 years, whatever it was, the board decided not to do that, and the lake was at 14.57 on June 1st. And it still went down to 9.5 the following year. Now, obviously, it didn't happen every year, but we had 4 major droughts in an 11-year period, all of them preceded by action by the Corps and the district to drive the lake low. So I just say you need to be really careful how much water you send out. You can't assume in a La Nina year you're going to get any of it back in the fall. And I think the modeling shows that so far. The other thing I wanted to say, I wanted to really thank Jackie for raising the issue of who has the authority to do what in LOSUM. I think it's a great topic for the board to spend some time on. I've never seen the water district referred to as a coordinating agency, especially in the Lake Okeechobee schedule. Congress assigned the allocation of water in the lake to the state. The states assigned it to the water management district. You have a much different position on the lake schedule than you do on, say, operating some canal structure or somewhere else that doesn't really affect anything but a small area. Your whole water use law is based on how you've analyzed the supplies that'll be available in the lake. So again, I would encourage you to spend some time on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McVicker. Next, speaking on the technical reports is James Evans.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Goss and members of the governing board. I'm James Evans, Environmental Policy Director for the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation. Great job, John and Lawrence, on presenting the current conditions. And we really do appreciate the Corps and district using adaptive management to maintain optimal flows to the Caloosahatchee, while also considering the red tide bloom that is present off our coastal waters. And recognizing that the red tide bloom subsided a bit over the last week, in our weekly Caloosahatchee conditions report, the West Coast stakeholders did recommend increasing flows slightly from a constant flow of 1,500 to 2,000 CFS. And of course, we're asking for a constant flow for the reasons that, that Lawrence mentioned, to make sure that we're not inadvertently pushing or pulsing nutrients out to a red tide bloom that's present. However, we do ask that you continue to use adaptive management and go week to week, closely monitoring the red tide bloom off of our coast as you make these decisions on future releases. And we fully support getting lake levels down prior to the rainy season. But with the lake currently at 15.4 feet, we may not be able to do that with by only sending water to the Caloosahatchee. And, there's nobody lining up to get flows, during the rainy season. So, we need to find a place for that water before those torrential rains start to come starting June 1. And while the Caloosahatchee does have capacity or more capacity to take water than the St. Lucie, flows higher than 2,100 cubic feet per second would fall into the stressful and eventually the harmful range. So that's certainly something that we need to watch. And of course, more water means more nutrient loading. And we're trying to balance the nutrient loading with the needs of maintaining appropriate salinities in the estuary. Very important concern as we balance the salinities. We certainly do not want to experience another year like 2018, where the blue-green algae in Lake Okeechobee was discharged to the estuaries. Then we saw significant red tide blooms, which ended up being a super bloom, where we ended up having to remove about 850,000 pounds of dead marine life from our beaches. And we had about a $47 million impact on our local economy. So, we need to be proactive and we really need to be thinking ahead and not wait till, the end of May to start dumping water when the water's warm and the algae bloom potential is higher. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Next, speaking on either the ecological or the water conditions report will be Newton Cook, followed by Eve Samples.
Yes, thank you. This is Newton Cook, United Waterfowlers. This is my favorite part of the meetings. These two guys and these two departments just do incredible work. It also is the meat of the meeting, and if you pay attention to the numbers, you can learn a lot of things. As an advocate for the health of Lake O, hearing today in the models that only 5% of the time did the lake ever get to 12 feet. Can we finally put the nail in the coffin of the demand to force Lake Okeechobee down to a drought level of 10.5 feet every year? Why? Hopefully that is just going to disappear. And you know why? Because it will destroy the lake. And it's for someone who is interested in the health of Lake Okeechobee, hopefully we can get off of this 10.5 foot every May and go back to actually running models and working LOSUM out on the basis of what's good for the lake. Because if it's good for the lake, it's good for everybody. And right now, thank you for all the work that's being done on LOSUM. I believe it's going to come out to be very helpful for the lake and also for the estuaries as well. Now, the other thing is the SDAs. We didn't run a lot of water from the lake to the SDAs this past year because it rained, as we all know, a tremendous amount of water south of the lake. But I can tell you, as a person who wades around in the SDAs and will be out there again this Saturday, I can tell you the SDAs are being destroyed. Stress is a nice word. Destroy is what's happening. They're converting to cattails, which it doesn't cost a dime to raise cattails. Just go up on the top of WCA2. You can see them as far as the eye can see. They grow there at no cost. What it does cost to do is to have a good marsh, a healthy marsh. It actually has SAV in it and is actually cleaning the water more than a cattail. So it's become very discouraging to watch the beautiful marshes that I used to see at SDA 5, SDA 3-4, SDA 1 West particularly, that are now just cattail monocultures. And I love the people to death working in the SDAs. God bless them. And it's not just for the duck hunters, but you have to have a healthy marsh to clean the water. Cattails will only take it so far. So please look at the fact that we need to protect the SDAs and get them back functioning. Now they're doing 28 parts per billion phosphorus coming out. Just a few years ago, it was 18 parts per billion phosphorus coming out. The only change is the amount of lake water. Thank you very much, guys. A great presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Eve Samples, you're recognized to speak.
Good afternoon. Eve Samples with Friends of the Everglades. I really appreciate the discussion led by Lawrence and with input from governing board members about the STA capacity for Lake Okeechobee water. It's very striking that only 6% of the water into the STAs was from the lake this year, and that moving lake water south is not a priority, even with the lake level so high. Runoff from the EAA is the priority in these STAs. So I crunched the numbers just looking back 5 years, and we've been in double-digit percentages in terms of lake water into the STAs the past 5 years, most notably in 2015 when 43% of water moved into the STAs was from the lake. And of course, rain conditions vary every year, and that's always a factor. But I have to think that the district, the governing board, can influence this issue in terms of fairness. Taxpayers, everyday taxpayers, pay for those STAs. It's not just the ag privilege tax, and everyday taxpayers deserve more benefit from them. So to the extent that the governing board is able to explore that and have deeper conversations, I think it's really valuable. And it's really good timing right now. Number one, because LOSUM is headed into a critical stretch, and all of these things layer into the ability of LOSUM to bring true relief, these water management questions and decisions. And secondly, because of where we are with the lake right now this year. So thank you for that discussion and that presentation, and I look forward to it continuing in future months.
Thank you, Ms. Samples. Next, speaking on the technical reports will be Doug Gaston, followed by Nyla Pipes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Goss, governing board members, and welcome back. Mr. Martinez, this is my favorite part of the meetings as well. It's always informative, always really well done. So really appreciate the work that John and Lawrence put in to give us these presentations. I want to key in on a word that Lawrence used, and that's balance. And it's a really delicate balance to manage these ecosystems and manage water. And you can see it in some of the things that have happened over the last couple of years. So 2 years ago, we were concerned about the lake being too low, but there was a benefit to it, and that allowed the lake to recover and the SAV to come back. And here we are now with the lake higher than we'd like, but there's also a benefit there in terms of wading bird and nesting activity. And it was really good to see that slide with the snail kite nesting information on it. So really appreciate you putting that into the presentation, and that's encouraging to see. And I want to pick up on a word that Eve Samples just used, and that's the word fairness. And so John mentioned that Audubon submitted an alternative plan to the project delivery team for LOSUM. And it does try to strike balance and fairness in the way we manage the lake in a number of different ways, so that as we move forward through the process to get to this tentatively selected plan, when we boil down all of these alternatives, we come out with something that strikes a balance and a fairness between water for human consumption and water for natural systems. Balance and fairness in terms of trying to send more water south, especially in the dry season. Balance and fairness in terms of trying to reduce the unwanted estuary discharges by keeping the lake in that preferred ecological envelope more often. And then more balance and fairness in the way we operate the lake when we are in water shortage events, so that it's more equitable across the board and doesn't have disproportionate impact on some stakeholders rather than others. So thanks again for great presentations, all the great information, all the great discussion, and the thoughtful questions. And I think Drew Bartlett's idea of a workshop on this is an excellent idea, and we look forward to participating in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaston. Next, speaking on the technical reports will be Nyla Pipes, followed by Mike Elfenbein.
Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. I'm going to bounce on this balance and fairness stream of consciousness that we have going right now and remind everybody that the Everglades Forever Act clearly spelled out how those STAs are to be used, and that our farmers do have a right to flood control. What do we suggest? We pump it back down to our city canals instead of letting them use the STAs? I mean, come on, guys. History does matter. On that note, I want to echo Mr. McVicker's comments about not being able to bank on the rain coming. Mr. Evans also connects that conversation with highlighting the complexity of managing for harmful algal blooms and the salinities at the same time. In the estuaries, we often have competing needs. And so having to manage for the harmful algal blooms is a challenge when we also need to make sure that the salinities are correct. Coming into the conversation about LOSUM and lake levels, the higher salinities this time of year in the St. Lucie River allow for some recovery. Our poor river really needs this dry period where it does not get all that stormwater runoff, both from our local basin and also from the lake. If we are to try to drive Lake Okeechobee down to 10 to 12 feet by June 1st, we are literally going to have to discharge all through the dry season, as you can see, to lower the lake. Doing so is going to reduce this period of recovery and make it so that our St. Lucie River has even less resilience. So I just want to highlight all of those things and make sure that people are really trying for balance and fairness and really thinking about the unintended consequences of the things that we advocate for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Mike Elfenbein, you're recognized to speak, followed by Mark Perry.
Thank you, guys. John, Lawrence, as always, you guys are awesome. I propose you guys get a raise. You do such a great job. But a couple things I wanted to touch on. One was these comments about agriculture and equity and fairness. I think we live in a world where people tend to forget where our food comes from. It's easy just to walk into a grocery store and pick up a bag of onions or a bag of vegetables and put it on the conveyor belt and pay for it and not recognize where it came from. And to suggest that agriculture getting water is not fair, I don't know. I just don't agree with that. And we all need agriculture. Every single one of us eats 3 meals a day. And without agriculture, we don't have that. So if you start to set a precedent where you increase expenses and make farming difficult for farmers, that expense is going to be passed on to us. So I would take a step back and just evaluate what exactly fairness, how it's defined. But more importantly, one of the things we learned recently with the extremely knowledgeable modeling team at the district is that your models, from what I understand, run on a 2 by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. And as it was explained to me, each one of those cells is measured independently, but what's not measured within each one of those cells are variations in elevation. So while your model might suggest to you that water conditions where it's being measured are good, they might not account for upland habitat where it's not good. And also I learned that your models, even though the district and the agencies have an abundance of data and data sets like LIDAR and elevation measurements already, from what I understand, what was explained to me is that that information isn't plugged into your models. So your models sound good, and it's great to say you've run 100,000 models or 27,000 models, but the models are lacking significant or sufficient data to give us a more accurate understanding of what we're working towards. So I don't know if it's possible for you to do that, but if there's a way to figure out how to add that already existing, paid for at a great expense by taxpayer data sets into your modeling, I think it would behoove all of us. Thank you guys so much for your hard work. Keep it up.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. Mark Perry, you're recognized to speak.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Governing Board. I appreciate it. You know, we had a conference last week on equitable Everglades, and that theme of our annual conference for the Everglades Coalition was very apropos, not only to talk about equitability amongst all the users or people that are connected to the Everglades, but the voices that came through. And I appreciate Ron Bergeron's comments on how well received those comments from other people in the area were. Just a comment on the, on the things being said about habitat, and the water quality may start to look recovering after that transition plan to get to the dry season when we had discharges from the lake to the northern estuaries in December, January. There's a transition plan that needs to happen for habitat. And even if the water quality starts looking better in the estuaries because of minimal discharges from the lake, their habitat like seagrass and oyster reefs still needs recovery periods. And I appreciate the district keeping on top of what oyster reefs are available and seagrass habitats available and where it is today, and communicating that very clearly to the board so you know the status of that. But understand that the status of the water quality might look good, but the habitats are still recovering. We talk about that equitable use of the water and the water supply and drainage and flood control and protection. We really need to understand that those STAs that were built, we've spent $2.1 billion for the 57,000 acre STAs, spending another $880 million for restoration strategies to expand them in the STAs and the FEBs. And that's what we use for water storage, both from the lake and from the EA basin runoff. But it's very clear in these presentations that the 1.5 million acre feet going south comes primarily 1.4 million acre feet from the EAA runoff and only 6% coming from the lake. So I want to make sure the board understands that we need to go forward equitably with using the STAs for lake flow south, and particularly now in the dry season, we need to get the water south from the lake to the water conservation areas in the Everglades so that it provides flow to the Everglades in the dry season, as Ron Bergeron pointed out. So we need to get that water flowing south to the Everglades that needs it, particularly during this dry season. We're getting a lot of pollution every average year coming through the estuaries of 1.4 million acre feet of water going to the east and west. We get 230 metric tons of phosphorus a year and 2.6 2,600 metric tons of nitrogen to these estuaries. And that's your 5-year average from the 2020 South Florida Environmental Report that you just put out. So I want us to be aware that these discharges to the estuaries are definitely harmful. Our preference is to get water south to the lake, but I appreciate the
Thank you,
presentation.
Mr. Terry.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any more hands raised.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah,
Hey, it's Scott Wagner. How are you?
I'm wonderful, Scott.
I thought I had my hand up. I'm sorry. It rolled into the public comment, but can I ask Lawrence a few questions about his slide 17 on the STAs?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Lawrence, do you have the slide that has the STAs with each STA broken down and the inflow on the TP concentration? There you go. Sorry, 18. I'm looking at the draft version, not the final version. Bear with me, Lawrence, because I think this is a really important point, and I've been thinking a lot about these graphs. This graph has been well, it had been a center point of a lot of questions I had early on in our appointment, and then I feel like I lost touch with this particular graph. And I understand that it is difficult for you to get all this information that you present into one presentation. But one of the things that I had a question about, because I looked back at some of the historical graphs, and I looked back to last year's graph, or at least March's graph, for this particular item. And from what I can tell, we obviously had a lot more water this year than we did last year. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When we use the inflow TP concentration in parts per billion, would it be correct to say that that is a pro rata share of the phosphorus in any given acre foot of water?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it doesn't really matter how much water you get when you're measuring TP concentration in parts per billion. It's that number, for instance, in your graph, 137 for STA1E. If you're getting the same type of water, it doesn't matter how much water you get, that number should stay constant, correct?
Yeah, yes, I'll let you finish.
Okay. So when I look at the numbers from last year, for instance, March of 2020, now you don't have those numbers there, but I do. I look at STA1E. This year it's got a 137 in your box. Last year it had a 95 in the box. So you're getting a far more parts per billion concentration of total phosphorus this year than we did last year. For One West, you have 257. Last year was only 155. For your 109 box, last year was only 80. For the 57 box, last year was only 39. And for the 282 box, last year was 226, which is not as marked a drop as some of the others were last year. But I guess my question is, do we know why, even though you got more water, the concentration of total phosphorus this year is so much higher than last year? How do we explain that?
It's a flow-weighted mean concentration. So the more flow that you get, the higher your concentration is going to be. So there's that relationship that goes with that. And you'll notice that STA1 East and 1 West typically will have higher what we call, like when you go down to the third concentration going across, which is the PLR, the phosphorus loading rate. There's different land use in that part of the basin compared to just the crops that are grown upstream of that STA, and how lake water flows in from that part compared to how it is organized for STA 2 and 3. So depending on how much flow is coming, it's going to change that flow-weighted mean concentration, and then where those flows come from across the landscape vary based on what the historic agriculture was like or the current agriculture is like. So you can't look at this and just say, you know, what do those numbers mean? They need some explanation. They need some explanation of where the water is coming from, over what type of land and what type of historic land use that had, and what the current agriculture practices there, that they differ. So they have different volumes or different values for phosphorus that are going to come into the STA.
Okay, because my concern about that is that without having some sort of framework to reference to every month, those numbers are effectively meaningless, because you don't know. I mean, even when we talk about how to measure, like you just talked about, well, it's flow weighted, right? It's a flow weighted mean. And so as you have more flow, you're going to see higher TP concentration. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yes, and I think your comment is really good in that if you were to pick up this report or this slide and look at it without any context, you know, it doesn't intuitively make sense. So I'd say that we will go back and try to formulate something that has a little more explanation. Maybe we'll add another slide so that we're not trying to get, you know, we're always worried about conciseness when we come to the governing board and having that, but we can provide a better explanation of what goes into these numbers so that you're just not looking at it and on face value every STA looks exactly the same, or what's coming into it is coming from the exact same type of source water. So we can definitely work on improving that.
Because, yeah, Lawrence, my concern, I mean, when we do the mathematics, it seems that for whatever reason, we do this TP concentration in parts per billion in a way that includes some sort of flow weighted mean that, as far as I can tell right now, alters the number so bad that you can't actually tell what's going on with the water. Okay, it introduces a factor of how much water is flowing in that it is actually an artificial factor that should have absolutely nothing to do with how much phosphorus is in a pro rata acre foot of water. Flow should just not even come into that. And my concern is that we are taking this sort of historical calculation and just running the numbers every month. But I would think, and I would love to work with you on this, but I think that it may be time to sort of throw these metrics in the trash can and actually figure out how we get to a number that actually tells you what the pro rata basis in an acre foot of water is for total phosphorus in parts per billion. Because to me, it doesn't matter how fast you push an acre foot through or whatever it may be, we should be able to have a reliable number on what the phosphorus is in there.
Yeah, we're happy to. I'll reach out to you, and we'll get the team working on something that better fits the bill.
Yeah, I'm just to close the point here. It does seem like, for instance, I look at STA 3-4, which I think historically has been our best performing STA. And this year it has, I mean, the thing that makes me feel good about these things is that you have 57 on your board for the TP concentration, and the outflow is 12. Whereas last year we only had 39 in the top, but the outflow was 13. So 3-4 seems to be performing really well. I was just concerned that if the top number is truly a pro rata number of how many parts per billion are inside an acre foot, and that really, because you're doing it on a pro rata basis, it really shouldn't matter how much water you get in any given year. My concern was that we've jumped up in phosphorus massively, and that is not a good thing, because the STAs really are the last line of defense, and they can only do so much. So I was hopeful that I would look back in the year 2020 and see those top line numbers be higher last year than they are this year. But in fact, they're much higher this year than they are last year, even though they're pro rata, which really shouldn't matter about how much inflow volume you have, unless there's some sort of baked in metric, which I think you've said there may be, that kind of falsely fudges everything up in a way that is just unclear. I mean, it's to me remarkably unclear as to how you gauge whether you're doing any better or doing any worse. As far as I can tell, without having that sort of conversation, it looks like we're doing a lot worse this year.
Lawrence, can I engage? Hey, Scott, it's Drew.
Hey, Drew.
No, I think this is good. I know that from my experience, there's so many things that influence concentration. And a lot of it has to do with the way rain falls. When you're talking about concentration from storm, I think there's a better way we can communicate this. I think that from what I've heard from the STA managers, whose goal really is to achieve less than 13 at the outflow, it's that loading rate that is the thing they really keen in on. And if you think about the metric there, it's grams per meter squared per year. And if you think about an STA, you think of a square meter in the STA that has plants, and it can only take up so many grams in a year. And so you're loading a bunch of water with phosphorus in, and so how many grams are you hitting that square meter with? Because each STA is sized differently. And so I don't know how it changed, from last year to this year on that grams per square meter. If it's worse, that's something we got to look at, right? So that's, if I'm hearing my STA managers right, it's that line that they are just completely focused on.
And you're right, Drew, and they like to see at 1 or less.
1 or less.
So where you see the 0.09, the 0.7, the 0.9, the 0.8, those are levels that they're looking for. Levels above that are where they are concerned, and you see STA 1 East, is very high in a PLR loading rate. So you're exactly right.
I mean, last year, the 3 to the right, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, they were all extremely low, like 0.4, 0.2, 0.8. And the ones on the left, 1E and 1 West, they were only 1.4 and 1.2. I mean, this year you're looking at 4.3 and 3.6. I mean, they're just getting plied with this stuff. And, my concern is, like, do we know why that's happening? Is there anything that we can do to address that? Is there a way that we can ensure that this last line of defense is just not being pummeled? Because it makes me sad, really, to see these things and to say, like, are we not getting better because there's something that can be done that's sort of a man-made situation, or is it just we're at the mercy of Mother Nature in certain ways? It doesn't seem that way. It doesn't seem that way because we're talking about phosphorus load. So the question I have is, how do we do something about this?
No, and I think we can look at that. My experience is not from last year, but it's from 2017, that when Irma came through. And we were looking at Lake Okeechobee loading, because in that water year, it was like 1,000 metric tons that came into Lake Okeechobee, which was a phenomenally high amount. And when we broke down the data, what you saw was an extremely dry period of time, followed by an inundation of water in June. And so you saw in June, concentrations and water just spike and load just spike like crazy because it was dry and then a deluge. And so I'm wondering if that's the kind of phenomenon we're seeing here after last March, when it was seriously dry and then there was a deluge. So I think if you break it down, it's not like in Lake Okeechobee, all the land use has changed in 1 year to make it go up to 1,000, right?
That's my point. My point is that I'm not looking, but we're not looking back 20 years. We're not looking back 40 years. We're not looking, you look back last year, I mean, it's a market difference.
Yep, and I bet Stuart can figure this out. Stuart Van Horn.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Those are great questions. And for my board members who are on the phone or on Zoom, don't be shy. I can't see if you raise your hand because I don't have that capability in front of me. So just say something, and we'll recognize you. Having said that, if there's no more board comment and no more public comment, we'll go to lunch and we'll adjourn until about 1:15. Thanks.
Test 1, 2.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order. And we're going to change things up a little bit, and we're going to go to item 27 now, which is the 8.5 square mile area land acquisition and modeling. And we're going to have Jennifer Reynolds on our staff run that. I think we also have joining us in the House, Colonel Kelly from the Corps of Engineers and Adam Gelber from the Department of Interior. And on Zoom, I think we have Pedro Ramos, who's the superintendent of the Everglades National Park, and Dr. Najah from the Everglades National Park as well.
Great. So good afternoon, Chairman Goss and board members. Before we get started on this item, I just want to try to alleviate any confusion that folks might have because of the slides. So there's a couple different versions of the slides out there. We reordered them and I hid some of the slides in order to try and pare down and streamline the presentation for today. So if anyone has questions about slides that I don't show during the presentation, or if anyone has questions that we need to refer to slide numbers, just bear with us as we work through that. So I apologize for any confusion with that, but I think it'll go okay. So we're here today to continue the discussion that we started in December on the 8.5 square mile area. And I'm going to propose a long-term solution for you that mitigates the high water conditions in the water conservation area. It mitigates for flooding in the 8.5 square mile area, and it keeps restoration flows in the park and onto Florida Bay. So first, let me orient you to where we're talking about on the map. This area right here in red that I'm circling with my cursor is the 8.5 square mile area. This is the Las Palmas community, or the 8.5 square mile area. I'm going to use those terms synonymously throughout the presentation. This area is located between Everglades National Park and the L31 levee that's part of the South Dade Conveyance System that separates the natural areas from the developed areas in Miami-Dade County. This area is south of the Tamiami Trail, south of Water Conservation Area 3, which I'll also refer to as the Central Everglades in the presentation. And so addressing high water in the water conservation areas is critical in times like we've had this year, where we have a lot of rainfall. And as Mr. Bergeron has been talking about, we end up stacking water in areas that water doesn't belong. It needs to be able to flow south. And we're building billions of dollars of infrastructure in order to do just that. And so how does this all fit in, and what does this look like on the ground? John showed you some photographs during his presentation about what happens as we start to flow water into the Everglades National Park and the impacts or lack thereof that it has on the rest of the system. So he showed some great photographs of Water Conservation Area 3A. I've added just a couple more for you to take a look at here. These are conditions that we saw on tree islands in the water conservation area because the water is too high. It's getting stacked up too high in those areas. That has impacts not just on the tree islands, but on the animals that live there, as well as on our levee systems that protect areas to the east from our water conservation areas. In the 8.5 square mile area, you can see conditions like this. We located on the map so you can see where these photographs were taken. This is what happens in a somewhat typical rainfall event in the 8.5 square mile area. They have very poor surface drainage in this area. And so immediately upon a rainfall event, you'll see standing water in many, many areas of this community. Seepage slows the effect of the flood mitigation features that were built as part of the South Dade project and as part of the Modified Water Deliveries project. And so the water in the ground keeps the rainfall from receding. And that's why, as we look at the challenges of increasing the water flows into the park, that increases the problems of the seepage in this area. But ultimately, we want to use that $1 billion worth of infrastructure to flow water south, out of the Central Everglades, underneath these bridges, and into Everglades National Park onto Florida Bay. So how do we remove the constraint? We talked in December about some different structural options, and we showed modeling about why a curtain wall is the best way to proceed. But we needed to do some additional modeling to talk about, well, exactly what does that curtain wall need to look like? How deep does it need to be? How long does it need to be? And where exactly does it need to go? The board also asked us to look at non-structural options, such as land acquisition, and how well would those options work both under current conditions and into the future. So I'm going to describe how a curtain wall would work under current conditions. And the next few slides are a cartoon, and I'm going to talk you through my cartoon. This is to illustrate what's been modeled extensively by Akin and his team. And so I don't want you to think that I'm just drawing a picture, but we actually have all of the modeling results from which these illustrations were built. And so first, let's talk about the effect of a curtain wall and a curtain wall depth. Here you can see an illustration of what we're talking about. Now, this is not to scale. This area between the levee that separates the park from the 8.5 square mile area is and then the area to the 357 canal, that's more like 3/4 of a mile. Also, the depth here, I had them draw just 2 layers instead of the 7, 8, or 9 layers that's actual in reality, but this is just to illustrate the concepts. So as we restore flows into Everglades National Park, you have a seepage effect where some of the water seeps underneath that berm and into the groundwater of the developed areas. The 357 canal, along with the 358 canal and the 357 pump station, maintain water levels in this canal in order to create a cone of influence. And you can see that by this area where the water comes down. And as you remove water through the pump station from this canal, you create this cone of influence that keeps those properties dry. A partially penetrating curtain wall, which means that it doesn't go all the way down into what we call a semi-confining layer that's very thick, but rather just goes down through some of these layers, allowing seepage to still go underneath the wall. So what happens there? Primarily, the seepage is prevented in these areas in which the curtain wall penetrates. It forces water down through some of those layers, down to a place where it can find the easiest, most expedient way. So water always looks for somewhere to go. And so here, it'll find a way around the wall. And what you'll see is as that water goes underneath the wall, some of it will create sort of this little bubble effect. The deeper the wall, the farther out that bubble effect occurs. And so in a fully penetrating curtain wall, we tie into the Tamiami Formation, which is a very deep layer that forces any additional water, which is a smaller amount, through these layers, and it'll go deeper out. So you won't see those bubble effects close to the wall. And you can see even as we raise the levels in the Everglades National Park, you still have a drastic improvement in drying out the areas that are developed, and not having to work quite so hard to maintain those canal levels for the seepage that does come through and any rainfall drainage needed in that area. So this is a little glimpse of the actual modeling tools that were used, and that the concept in the cartoons was tested with a detailed model using the USGS mod flow code. And so we took geotechnical data as well as all of the other modeling data that we use to do all of our planning for our projects. We combined that and took a look at how these areas performed over time. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit more in the future conditions. And so when we talk about a partially penetrating wall, we're looking at a wall that's 45 to 50 feet deep. The fully penetrating wall, closer to 65 feet deep in many areas. And so what did the model show us? This graph describes the seepage reduction that was a result of the modeling. So how this chart is described is the model was developed and calibrated using conditions between 2016 and 2018. And so that includes the really wet year of 2017 to include the results of Hurricane Irma. So we took a look at a really wet period so that we could model sort of worst case. And then what do you see in terms of seepage and where these arrows are, as well as stages, water levels at places like the well at LPG2. This is what the model results revealed. So days of water above ground, days in a year. Without the curtain wall and using the conditions that we saw with the operations that we used in 2016 to 2018, the 8.5 square mile area saw water levels above ground about 152 days out of the year. And that was calibrated against actual observed data. When we simulated a partially penetrating wall, you'd see stages reduced at the well. That's the trigger to turn off the S33 structure, and water above ground days also reduced. With a fully penetrating wall, you can see the dramatic results. It's very effective. Now, one thing I want you to see is these numbers that are in red. There's a phenomenon that you see when you put in a curtain wall. Remember how I told you that water likes to find the easiest possible route? Well, when you put in a barrier, it likes to go around it. So some of that water is going to quickly make its way to the edges where that seepage barrier ends. These red numbers represent increased flows, increased seepage in some of those areas. We took a look at how that is affecting those properties. And I'll show you some pictures later, some maps that give you a better feel for what the effects of something like that are. What our modeling results revealed is that even in these increased numbers, we are able to control this seepage with the existing mitigation features like the 357, the 358 canals, and the 357 pump station, partly because that seepage is closer to that mitigation canal. So this is the map that shows the same results, but in a graphic form. And so here you can see the stage difference on a fully penetrating curtain wall, where you see the most difference between with and without the wall. So this is just another graphic representation of the same data. We also took a look at the regional effect of the fully penetrating curtain wall. And this is a really small graphic, so I'm not sure that it's very meaningful for you to take a look at this one. But this is mostly to show you that we went through all of the technical work to underpin the recommendation that we're making to you today. And what happens in dry years? So I talked about that we built the model and calibrated it, making sure that we took into account sort of worst case wet scenarios. We also took a look at worst case dry scenarios. And would a curtain wall create devastating dry conditions throughout the region? And we found that it does not. There are drier conditions that are realized right along the opposite side of the curtain wall from the wet side. So this is the wet side where the water is coming into the park and being staged up. This is the wall itself. So you see an increase on the wet side and a decrease in water levels in the immediate vicinity on the dry side, but you don't see those effects extended regionally. The question that you all really had for us in December was, okay, great. We're fairly confident that you can fix the problem now, but what happens as we increase flows? what happens as we build out those SEP features, and instead of staging up the L29 from 8.3 to 8.5, we're staging up the L29 to over 9 feet, to 9.3, and really increasing the flows into the Everglades National Park. So here's my cartoon again. Same description. Here are no curtain wall, current conditions. Future conditions, no curtain wall, greatly increased levels in Everglades National Park, and you'll see that that seepage is already making a very significant impact into the developed areas of the Las Palmas community. And the 357 canal and pump station, despite even more aggressive pumping, which was simulated in our modeling, it can't keep up. When you put a curtain wall in, however, you have the same result that we saw earlier. It has a dramatic effect in improving conditions and allowing us to keep those levels staged up in the park while providing the flood mitigation for the Las Palmas community. And here's what the numbers look like from that modeling. So you can see that once again, a very dramatic and effective set of numbers with a fully penetrating wall. What you'll also notice that here's the numbers for the current without a wall. This is what we're seeing today. And this is, again, this number, this average stage number, this is the number that turns off the S333. In the future, with increased flows, without a curtain wall, we know we have a problem. But with a penetrating wall, we're still worse off than we are today. So what that means is that a full wall is absolutely necessary, not just a partial wall, in order to meet the needs of future flows. And here it is graphically in the simulated future condition. The green areas are increased water levels, and this is showing with a curtain wall in place. That's the one I wanted to show you. Where the curtain wall does meet your needs, and you see these areas right here, sort of where my cursor is going. This was the area on the last slide that's impacted under current conditions, right? Go back. Right, here's the areas that are impacted under current conditions. Here's the areas impacted under future conditions. Okay, much smaller footprint. We've been focused on these properties. But under future conditions, you have a much more broad impact. And as restoration flows continue, and we're able to put more and more water in the park and onto Florida Bay, keeping those areas hydrologically, historically restored, the impacts continue to move to the east, to this 357 canal. So what does that mean in terms of land acquisition? You asked us to look at that also. Does it make more sense to just buy out all the properties? And what would that take? And how long would that take? So Stephen Collins and his team did some land acquisition outreach. They looked at a willing seller program in that area most impacted by current conditions. It includes 119 properties that include 18 homes. And his work anticipates that the purchase values will likely be in the range of $25 million. So he also sent out a letter in both English and Spanish to all of the homeowners, the landowners in that area, to all 119 target properties, and started making phone calls to talk to people. He was able to get a hold of about 59% of those folks. And what he found is that about 30% said yes, we'd be willing to sell under a willing seller program. But about 15% said no. And another 15% said maybe. It depends on the price, the conditions, and the timing. These results are a checkerboard of results. And so when you look at the parcels themselves and where these folks live, they're not all aggregated in one particular area. So it's a patchwork of yeses, nos, and maybes all across that blue box that I showed you earlier. And so what we think that means is that a land acquisition strategy would be complicated and would probably take some time. Moreover, as you look at that map that I showed you, that indicates that as restoration flows increase, we continue having land acquisition challenges and flooding concerns farther and farther east. And a seepage barrier, on the contrary, not only prevents those land impacts, but it keeps the water in the park where we want it. So not just in terms of flooding, but in terms of seepage loss. So all of the water that's impacting land farther and farther east from the park is water that's being lost to the natural environment. A seepage barrier both prevents flooding impacts, but also increases our ability to keep that water performing its restoration functions and gives it more opportunity to move on to Florida Bay where it belongs. And so this is a summary of the curtain wall performance. We're looking at a fully penetrating curtain wall, about 2.3 miles, and that was that red line that I showed you on the map earlier. It'll meet both the current and future seepage management needs. I mentioned that land acquisition targets would have to expand as restoration flows progress, if that's something that we wanted to pursue. That continuation of that curtain wall project needs to be considered, and that has to do with what I was talking about when it comes to the edges of the curtain wall. So you're going to increase seepage in areas at the edges of the curtain wall, and we know from this modeling work that as you look at future restoration flows, there is high potential for those restoration flows to cause impacts to areas even to the east of the 31 East Canal. And so all along the South Dade conveyance system, we need to start looking at the impacts that could result from our restoration work all along that divide between the natural and the built environment. You have to remember that when SERP was first designed and when the South Dade conveyance system was designed, there were not 9 million people in South Florida, and the developed area did not reach all the way to Chrome Avenue. And so that buffer area that used to exist there and where seepage management was relatively easy, those developed areas have now almost completely come up against the natural areas. And developed areas attract water from natural areas. And so there's additional work that we need to look at. And the reason that I'm bringing that up is because one of the things that we would like to do as we go forward with this effort is make sure that we build a construction contract that allows us with the potential to maybe extend that curtain wall past the 2.3 miles, if that makes sense in the future upon board direction. And so in addition to this curtain wall, as I mentioned, in those areas that would have flooding impacts, more aggressive operations of things like the 357 canal, the 357 pump station, the detention areas along the South Dade conveyance system, we'll have to have more and more aggressive operations if we don't continue a curtain wall. And so the next steps are for you to consider giving staff guidance to move forward with awarding a contract at March Governing Board in order to implement this 2.3 fully penetrating curtain wall. We've already submitted permits to both DEP and the Corps that are needed in order to do this construction. And then we'd like to construct the wall. I'm sure you're wondering, okay, so how much is this going to cost? And what's the timeline? So when I talked to you about this back in December, we were thinking this was on the order of $12 to $15 million. Because we need to do a fully penetrating wall, and it is as deep as it is, and it's a little bit longer than we had initially thought. I think we were talking about 1.8 miles when we talked in December, or maybe 2 miles. Now it's 2.3. It's probably closer to $20 million for this curtain wall project. And so that's the estimate that we have under the current conditions with the current configuration and depth. So $20 million. And we think it can be constructed in the next 12 to 18 months, which would give us immense flexibility, prevent the Corps from turning off the 333 structure and allowing us to manage high water flows out of the Central Everglades and into the park. In terms of acquisition, staff is planning to continue our outreach and also to engage local elected officials that are in this area in order to just take a look at what are the opportunities here and how does that fit into broader restoration goals for all of the agencies. I think that's my last slide, so I'll be happy to take your questions.
That was a great presentation. Thank you very much. Colonel Kelly, I know you have obligations at some point this afternoon. Do you have comments you want to say, or are you here for discussion? I'd love to hear from you since you're in the room.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. So we are fully together on this one. We've been, our expert teams have absolutely worked kind of as the data has progressed. We've taken a look at the technical aspects and the construction aspects, and we just recently signed a letter basically saying that everything that the district is doing is completely within, the Corps' construction standards, exactly how we would do it. We've worked together to figure out how to nest this appropriately with the future, because we know that this isn't the end, right? So we know that this is a targeted spot. It will absolutely change kind of the way we do business and how we operate on a day-to-day basis. Just looking at the numbers, if it performs anything like we think, that'll have an immediate impact on day-to-day operations of that area. And then as we work towards future with SEP and kind of completing the new water portion, this is perfect in terms of our ability to kind of nest that going forward. So everything is good from our angle right now, sir.
Great. Does anyone have any questions for Colonel?
I do.
Mr. Steinle, hang on. Mr. Bergeron, Mr. Steinle has his hand up, and we'll come back to you.
I know the curtain wall has been successful to the north. I think the mining industry put in 5 miles, and we were able to monitor that for probably about 5 years, and it sure stopped the seepage. My question is, Colonel, putting this wall in, stopping seepage through hydrostatic pressure in and impacting this 8.5 square mile area, they're still going to have a problem in regards to direct rainfall. If you notice inside there, they have no positive drainage. Long as we can build a wall and we're assured, and of course on the federal side and the state side, that as long as we're stopping the seepage in Shark River Slough, that we can bifurcate their flooding problem until somebody puts in positive drainage in that area. Are we going to be able to do that?
you're talking positive drainage going forward?
Well, I mean, are we going to be able to bifurcate their direct rainfall with no positive drainage from the seepage wall that stops seepage from Everglades restoration?
Yes, sir. I mean, you nailed it. There's a significant difference between, rainfall and kind of groundwater and the seepage that comes across. And as we discussed on some occasions, the bottom line is, as modified water deliveries and as that whole process has gone through, we have a responsibility to maintain a certain level, right? And so we monitor that with gauges. And if the rain falls, that's something we got to work. And so oftentimes we have to close 333, or we have to do other things, lower the L29 canal, as an example, to allow the recession to get back to kind of the way it was developed. Right. And so certainly the rainfall is completely separate from the seepage. And, we think that the triggers, and that's why I said the operational impacts will be pretty significant in the short term. And then as we continue to develop, step new water, we're going to see, pretty significant gains as we go forward. Is that closer?
Well, that's closer. And my point is, if we have 12 inches of rain, which, we have that sometime 18 inches of rain, and they're flooded from direct rainfall, we don't want to be able to we don't want to shut off Shark River Slough after this wall's built. That's my question.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. I mean, we've got the bottom line is that area has to see the traditional recession rate it would have seen, but for additional waters on the other side of the wall. And so that's the way we're going to look at it going forward. The curtain wall will absolutely make a significant difference in that. So the recession rates will be similar, and you won't have a push of, the seepage getting across there to exacerbate the situation.
So once the wall is built and we had 12 inches of rain south of the trail and they're flooded, we're not going to be shutting the 333s or cutting off the flow through Shark River Slough.
We're going to make sure we get the same recession rates that we've seen over time, and this is going to help. I mean, we're going to kind of have to see the way it goes. I mean, the bottom line, as you saw on the graphics, is if the groundwater isn't there, they're going to get the recession they need. Yeah. So that's kind of how we're going to deal with it. But certainly we're going to operate just like we do any other time when there's excessive amounts of rains for everybody. We turn a lot of switches in Dallas to make sure that everything works for everybody. And in this case, it's going to make a difference.
With direct rainfall, their recession rate has nothing to do with Shark River Slough. It's just they don't have no positive drainage. So I just want to make sure that we're both on the same page. If we're going to put a seepage wall in and spend $20 million, that Shark River Slough is going to flow, and that we've solved what our responsibility is to be able to flow water through Shark River Slough and not be shutting down structures and natural flow.
Sir, that the thing that screams to me as I looked at the slide presentation ahead of time, that the one thing that registers with me is you saw the number of days, right? So the number of days that there isn't above ground level is kind of the thing that you see. So there'll be significantly less opportunities, regardless of what happens. There'll be significantly less times that we have to shut down pumps, we have to shut down structures, or that we have to lower the canal levels to make sure that we get the water that we can going south.
Well,
it's not an exact yes or no, sir. I understand.
Well, that is so. Even doing this, what you're saying is, if there's direct rainfall, nothing to do with seepage through hydrostatic pressure, and there's direct rainfall and water's above ground, we're going to have to shut gates and lower Shark River Slough?
I think what I'm saying is that there's a large amount of rainfall here, as with everywhere, we modify operations of the system in order to mitigate flooding until such time as we can let it go again. I mean, that's what we're going to do.
Can I ask Ron
Yes.
I think on page, can you just turn back to 25? Because I think I'm asking the same type of question. But for me, it helps to look at this page. Yeah, okay. So I'm looking at the 44 days. I'm going to call that a breach of, that's when there's flooding or something. Is this saying that with the wall, 333 would continue running at full capacity, even during those 44 days of above ground water? In other words, is there a threshold of days where there's too much water in this area where you would then have to shut down or constrain 333? And if there is 44 days below that? Is there a, can you quantify, I mean, what are the specific flood mitigation?
I think the challenge is the correlation of number of days and when you operate the structure, right? So as an example, just over the past couple of months, right, we've had a time period where we had 333 shut off completely, and we had to lower the L29 canal. As things were getting better, we brought the L29 canal back up. We saw an increase in groundwater. We had to lower it back down again, and yesterday we raised it back up again, right? So there's a lot of influencers going on. So it's not an exact 44 days, everything will run except for those 44 days. We mitigate kind of in steps as we work through that to make sure that we account for the protection required. Does that make sense, sir?
I think so. I mean, I think what I'm hearing is that obviously we want a full solution to this, where if we do a project that's going to mitigate most, not all, of the flooding risk, that it then solves for any constraints on 333. And what I'm hearing is that that's not 100% the case.
Sense over bullet, no, sir. I mean, but what you see is the difference between a 246 and 44. So
during those 44 days, theoretically, there are going to be operational restrictions on 333.
So let me jump in, because Colonel Kelly doesn't have the advantage of having his, staff here. So there's a complicated mathematical model that his water managers have that takes the amount of direct rainfall that falls onto the 8.5 square mile area and then runs it through a mathematical formula that gives them a graph of how many days that 8.5 square mile area can stay flooded based on the amount of rainfall that fell. And right now, they use that very conservatively because of the amount of seepage. And so it's harder to anticipate how much effect things like the 357 canal and the 357 pump station are going to be able to perform to help remove some of that rainfall for them because of the seepage that's coming through the groundwater. What the wall will do is it'll remove the seepage impacts, and so the 357 pump station is going to be tremendously effective in also potentially making sure that those thresholds are met for the direct rainfall days. So right now, there's a balance with those 152 days of flooding that are allowed. So 152 days of water above ground is actually allowed under that mathematical model. In a future with the fully penetrating wall, that looks like it'll be more like 44 days. And so, although it's possible that there could be a rainfall event that could trigger that criteria, it would be pretty doggone significant. And even under those conditions, it would be like a deluge of tropical storm event right on top of this area that then, you know, maybe we'd slow down the deliveries to Northeast Shark River Slough for a couple of days to let all the rest of the system catch up, which is exactly how we would operate our system in that kind of event anyway. So while the Colonel can't promise that it would never shut down those structures, I think the likelihood is very high that we would be able to operate nearly unconstrained in future conditions if the wall does in fact perform like our modeling indicates.
Would there ever be is there any engineering solution that would give you 100% certainty?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
Right, you'd have to, the only solution would be you have to buy.
But I am going to go out and sprinkle pixie dust on the curtain wall while they're building it.
You said engineering solutions, but yeah.
The thing that I'm just concerned about, and believe me, I think the wall gets us in a lot better shape than obviously we're in today, but it doesn't sound like it resolves. Through the rainy season is really when the water needs to be flowing. And, you know, the last thing we want to do is condemn property. That's the last thing that I think any of us want to do, but it just seems to me like you got 9 million people being affected by all of this. You have all the discharges out the rivers, and I mean, just catastrophic impacts. And now, is this wall, will it accommodate the 9.3 or 9.7 in the second stage of modified water delivery?
Yeah, that's the future condition that we modeled, was under those conditions.
And that's 44 days at 9.3 in the L29.
Correct.
Well, it certainly improves water flow, no question, but it's a matter of the cost of the land is, you say the wall is about 20 million?
About 20 million.
And the cost of the land is about 20 million.
So Stephen's team, I'm going to use this map. Stephen's team took a look at land values in this part. So the areas that are impacted under current conditions, and that was estimated at about 25 million. If you look at these additional areas that are impacted here, under future conditions, that price tag would increase.
Was that a willing seller or unwilling seller?
I might need to have a lifeline from Stephen on how he did his land value estimates. Yes, we looked at willing seller basis.
We looked at it only on a willing seller basis with no contemplation of condemnation.
So what would condemnation cost?
Pardon me?
Do you know what condemnation would cost?
Significantly more than 25 million.
Okay, that's a fact. So we can't compare. It's not a 25 to 20 comparison.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Mr. Olipich and then Vice Chair Wagner. Questions right now for the Colonel because he's standing there.
For the Colonel, I guess you could answer this. Looking at slide 25 still, so the arrows, I'm asking a question. The arrows represent where water is going to flow in anyway?
The arrows represent so they represent the transects that we added together for flow rates. So there would be seepage, for example, without a wall, seepage would go all along that area. The arrows are just representative of seepage along that entire area. So for example, the part that says D with that arrow, it would be from the corner where the arrow says LPG 2 to the corner where the red line and the yellow line meet. That's the transect D. And so that arrow next to the D just represents the seepage along that whole transect.
Okay. Was there a place that was in alignment with the red numbers on this page that was where more water was going to end up at the end of the day? Because water always finds a place to go.
Yeah, so that's, so if we build the wall along the red line, then some additional seepage impacts you'll see in the areas marked A and E that are beyond where we would build the wall. And that's what the red numbers in the chart represent.
If you go closer on this Google map or whatever type of map it is, what's there?
There are additional properties there.
So,
but that's where I was describing that so remember on the cartoon how you get that cone of influence from the 357 canal? That helps keep the properties closer to the canal drier in their yards. The 357 canal's influence is much greater in those areas. And so more aggressive operations when you're seeing seepage of the 357 pump station would help alleviate those concerns.
okay, so there's not a takings of those properties.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to go to Vice Chair Wagner, then Ms. Meads, then Mr. Martinez. But before we do that, the Colonel's standing here very patiently, and if you have questions directly for him, please ask. Otherwise, we can ask him not to have to stand there anymore. And,
Colonel Kelly, how are you?
Great, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I'm at your 6, so don't worry. I'm not coming after you, but I am behind you. I can see you in the video here.
I'm pretty confident in my position.
Oh, much better. There we go. So my question is, the flood protection you're providing to the folks who are living in the 8.5 square mile area, that protection is emanating from effectively an act of Congress, correct?
Sir, I didn't hear the last part.
That's emanating.
Yes, act of Congress. Yes, sir.
Act of Congress. Okay. And so, as far as I have learned, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is what we might consider to be a strict constructionist in terms of how it interprets the words of Congress, right? I mean, you are literally following the letter of the law as it's written to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I am not looking at this particular law right now, but my question is, as maybe the resident lawyer of the board here, I had a question about, let's assume for a second 2 scenarios. The first is that the South Florida Water Management District is successful in purchasing that entire southwest quadrant or area slice that has been noted by as sort of the trouble area, I guess, or the more troubling area. Let's assume the South Florida Water Management District was successful in acquiring all of that land. Okay. Does that change how you are able to deal with flood control in that area? And what I'm getting at is, you're just basically changing ownership, but does Congress's authority allow you to do anything now that a governmental entity happens to own that southwest quadrant, or do you still instructed to provide flood control to that area regardless of who the owner is?
At the risk of speaking without having my legal team with me, what I think I can tell you is that it all depends on what the property is and how it is characterized. I mean, if it's a wetland mitigation, or if it's any other type of kind of environmental sort of thing, that would absolutely change the way we kind of operate and deal with the system. But just to clarify, we use the term kind of flood control or flood protection, right? So the reason why we have the rules that we have and the way it was listed in Congress and kind of our rules that we follow is, there was an existing thing that was there. We said, hey, we want to put more water here. And they said, great, put as much as you want, but don't exceed what's currently there. And so by putting the water into that portion, we absolutely understand we're affecting some of the groundwater. And so because of that, we're kind of limited to the 1983, what it was in existence. And as long as we don't cross that threshold, we can put as much water on the other side as possible. And I think what this gets to is it puts a heck of a lot more water on the other side. And so we can maintain those 1983 levels while there's still significantly more water going to the park. And then to remember, that this isn't the end, right? This is part of a whole program. This is part of, it's embedded in SEP. We know there's more. We know there's more coming. We've got additional things that we've got to do, but this piece fits perfectly into that, and we can build upon it, have real-time impacts currently, and build towards stronger impacts going down the road. And I think that's where I'm going. Does that make sense, sir?
Yes, sir. And I'm a little less concerned about the seepage wall in general, although I do understand that if we put it in and it achieves the success that we hope it will, it might not alleviate all of the restrictions we have, but it'll alleviate a lot of the days on which we have restrictions if it works as intended. But what I do understand is also that you are, effectively handcuffed by the words of Congress in terms of what you can and what you cannot do. And so I worry more about the acquisition sometimes of the land piece, because I'm concerned that an ownership change, whether it be an individual who owns a parcel or it becomes the district who owns a parcel, my concern would be if the language is that you got to protect that area, to 1983 levels, does it account for change of ownership, or is Congress just telling you, as far as it's written right now and without change, you got to protect it to 1983 levels and we don't really care who owns it?
Sir, I think the way I'll kind of try to better do it is, so the flood mitigation is Everglades holistic. It's not just a certain gauge in a certain spot, right? So we have to look at what's there and how it affects. And so, as those changes come into play, those kind of aspects definitely change. So what I would say is, kind of like as we're building anything, as we're building EAA reservoir or something else like that, right? So we're about to put a whole ton of water on a parcel that used to be different than it is, and we're not calling it a flood control problem. So I don't know if I'm answering it correctly or explaining it right, sir, but I mean, certainly the land, who's there and what it's being used for absolutely affects the dynamics of how we apply flood mitigation writ large. Does that make sense, sir?
Yeah, yes, it does. Thank you very much. That was very clear. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Needs?
Very quickly, I just wanted to let you know that I've been getting calls from Miami-Dade stakeholders, and I was delighted to hear that they are in favor of both options, because I'm in favor of both options. So I am in favor of the curtain wall, and I think we should never miss an opportunity to buy property in the 8.5 mile area in that truly troubled section. We should never miss an opportunity to buy land from a willing seller. My understanding is that area used to be zoned 1 house per 5 acres, and now it's zoned 1 house per 40 acres. And because of the problems that you have there. So that's all I wanted to say. I'm in favor of continuing to reach out, contact people, and to go ahead and purchase land as we can.
Thanks, Ms. Meads. Mr. Martinez.
Mr. Chair?
Hello? Yes, can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, I actually know some of the people that own some of these properties, and I want to advocate as loudly as possible that we do, as Cheryl just mentioned, and that is that if they're willing land sellers, that's fine. We can go and acquire those lands. But I think we need to stop there until it's an absolutely necessary and it's a last resort. Condemnation is not going to go well. It didn't go well years ago when the federal government started to do this. It got very messy down here when that happened. And so I think we need to dedicate all our time, all our effort, and all our money into building that curtain wall. And while this might be 2.3 miles now, let's start looking to extend it as soon as possible. But, you know, it's real when you talk to some of these property owners and you realize sometimes when we think of condemnation, we say, well, you know, they're going to get fair market value. It's not like we're going to rip them off and we're going to lowball them. But it's not that simple, because some of these people have businesses that they've had there for years and years. And, you know, I spoke with one of them last week and he told me, he says, Charlie, that'd be great if you guys want to buy my place, but are you going to give me, you know, something just like it so that I can, the day I close and you take over my land, the next day I can go and start operations again. I mean, are you going to build my warehouse? Are you going to put my machinery in place? Are you going to give me a compatible piece of property? You know, it's really, really difficult, if not impossible, for us to do that. And so I really, really want to push that we spend our money into building that seepage wall. And like I said, just not the 2.3 that we're doing. Let's look to keep doing more and more. Eminent domain should be absolutely a last resort. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Colonel Ellen?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of comments on what's being proposed before us this afternoon. First of all, I fully support the seepage wall as staff has presented it, primarily because they've convinced me that we need to be able to keep the water in the park, and that this seepage wall would be necessary for the success of Everglades restoration, regardless of whether we acquired all of the properties in the 8.5 square mile area. And I think from the discussion this afternoon, both Colonel Kelly and staff continue to support that effort as being the first step. I also think that acquisition of the properties is the second step, or ongoing step, or simultaneous step, because I think that as we move forward in the future with Everglades restoration, we do not want this area to continue to hold us back from achieving our goals. And I don't think, though, that the South Florida Water Management District should be the sole party to look for solutions with the property owners in the 8.5 square mile area. So I have, in my discussions with our agency director and staff, have suggested maybe they look for creative ways to collaborate with some of the local partners in the municipalities or in the county governments, the elected officials, and to see if there may be more collaboration that could be done to craft a strategy for approaching the acquisition of these properties. But I share that with you because those are conversations that I've had with staff and the agency director, Drew Bartlett. But I fully support this seepage wall. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Roman. I couldn't agree with you more, and I think that this is something that has to take place in concurrently and on parallel tracks. I think we can do both. And I'd like to ask the board I'd like to ask Mr. Martinez if you'd be willing to work with staff and some of the local community down there, since you're in the development business and in the real estate business and know people. You'd be a great person to spearhead this if you'd be willing, sort of as a board liaison on this project, and then maybe to work with Mayor Cava and others who have expressed interest in working with us on this to see if we can't pick up some more land down there as willing sellers.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is the rest of the board okay with that? Good. You have a question for Colonel Kelly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Colonel, this LPG2, that's inside the western levee that we built?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay. And when water comes above ground, whether it's direct rainfall or seepage through hydrostatic pressure, that's when we have to shut the 333s?
So that is an indicator. There's a little more to it than that, but as we've discussed, that's one of the places where we measure groundwater level, right? So as we work through it, and as we work through trying to allow the recession out of 8.5 square mile, or as we're doing the algorithm stuff that Jen Reynolds talked about, right? We're trying to figure out the rates, right? So there are some times when we'll incrementally increase canals or do what we can because we're seeing either recession rates or we're seeing it come up and we're mitigating. But you're right. I mean, LPG2 is probably the lowest area, and so that's one that we pay very, very close attention to amongst other gauges that we use.
Well, first of all, I'm for the wall too. My only concern, and I bring these up as a engineering construction contractor for a half a century, is that direct rainfall on this area could shut down the water through Shark River Slough. If your gauge is inside the levee and they have no positive drainage, I don't know how you bifurcate direct rainfall from seepage. You see what I mean? That's what concerns me. Unless your rules, knowing that we're cutting off the seepage, what are the impacts of Everglades restoration? We're taking care of that. But if you're going to shut down the flow after we build the wall because they had direct rainfall, not seepage, that's pretty serious.
Yes, sir. I think the issue becomes, and I think the graphic that showed with the houses and where the groundwater level is, if you get rain when it's at groundwater level, we're there. We've got to do what we can to mitigate. If it's 2-3 inches below and the rain falls, it never trips it because you're not at ground level. So I mean that's kind of where it is. It's not a direct correlation of 87 inches of rain falls and now we have to shut everything down. It's a matter of what's the component that the Everglades restoration project influenced this. And so that's one of the ways we parse it out.
Okay, and the 44 days is at 9.3?
Correct.
Okay, that's not the 8.5.
Correct.
Well, I think if we can work through with the Corps that you're able to bifurcate direct rainfall from seepage, I think there's a good benefit here to where we're not shutting off Shark River Slough. That's the whole thing that we're trying to accomplish here. And unhandcuff you so we can get water to Florida Bay.
Yes, sir.
And at the same time, I think we should try to get a hold of the other property owners, see where that percentage is at. I think that, you look at the hole in the donut, and I don't want to get off the subject here, but that's an area that the federal government uplifted land that was in Everglades National Park, provided wetland credits. Some of these credits are worth $250,000 an acre for development to be outside of pristine areas. So there's a value to if we ever had to buy it, to do an uplift, and the value of that is substantial. I know there's certain legal things, Drew, I guess, that we would have to get through, but there's some value engineering there that could be very positive. But as long as we can make sure that we can flow water through Sharp River Slough and have an understanding on that trigger well between direct rainfall and any impacts from seepage, then we won't be shutting down Sharp River Slough. That's the whole thing we're trying to achieve here.
Thanks. Colonel Kelly, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. And we also have Adam Gelder in the House today from the Department of Interior. Adam, I don't know if we have questions for you, but I'd love to hear your response to this.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Chair, those that are here. Drew, thank you for the invite just to support the discussion here. If there's any questions for us. There's a lot of benefits that come from this project, and I'm honored to represent the various bureaus within Interior that have reviewed the limited curtain wall that has been discussed here, and I'm here to say that we are fully supportive. It would be reiterative of me to repeat everything that Ms. Reynolds has said. There are a lot of project benefits to restoration, north, south, east, and west with this project. And that, again, here to say that, we are completely supportive of this project. And I think after that, as the Interior bureaus, I think the long-term, Ms. Reynolds said it, the Colonel had mentioned it, is, and this is always part of our discussion, is this is one of many projects that we have to do as part of restoration. This is not the end. This is just a next step, but yet an important step to achieve the full goals and objectives of all the investments to the north. And, with the next one being Tamiami Trail next steps, right? We get done building that, there's going to be those benefits or desired those benefits. So I'm going to stop there and also indicate, Ms. Estenos sends her regards to each and every one of you, now working in Interior up in Washington. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you so
Please
much.
give her our regards. Are there any questions for Mr. Kelly? Thanks, sir.
Yep.
And
I think Pedro Ramos is on the phone.
Superintendent Ramos, you on the phone? Or on Zoom?
I am on the phone, Mr. Chairman. Can you see me or can you just hear me?
I can just hear you, sir.
Well, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, and greetings to the members of the board. Drew, thanks for the invitation. Colonel Reynolds, thank you for that presentation. I think it's still okay to call you Colonel, even though you've retired from the military. You've got a knack about explaining really, really complex things in a way that we can all understand. Seeing this topic come up on the agenda today is very, very refreshing for me. It is truly music to our ears. This is a critically important project. And, I think that I'll make my point by sharing a little bit about my experience coming into the superintendency of Everglades National Park in 2005. When I came in, it wasn't days before the then acting Secretary Sally Jewell and others at the time in political positions, as well as professional senior leadership of the department, as well as the National Park Service, made it pretty clear to me that we had three pretty significant priorities that I, as the new superintendent, needed to focus on. One of them was the acquisition of 6 parcels of land that were dead smack in the middle of the flow of water coming into Everglades National Park. And it was getting in the way of all of the work that we are collectively doing. We got that done. We got that done with a $25 million congressional appropriation, and we did it in a way where those owners that we acquired from were pleased with the outcome. We knew from the beginning that they would continue to be our neighbors, and we did it in a way where it was a win-win for everybody. Number two, the priority of the Tamiami Trail. We have to make the Tamiami Trail invisible to water as much as we can so that we can benefit from all of this work that we're doing upstream. And with the partnership of the state, we just awarded the contract to finish the 6.5 miles that remain to be dealt with. We awarded it in September. Really, we all should be excited about that. We cannot understate the importance of that project. And then the third priority was stopping the bleeding. And that's what we're talking about here. I've been talking about this to whoever would listen now for years, because the bottom line is that we are losing as much water as we bring into the park. And, you know, I don't only see this work that we're doing as something that we're doing because it's the right thing to do for the national environment down here in South Florida, and particularly Everglades National Park and Florida Bay. That is our north. We need to be guided by that, and that's a priority. But we also need to look at this from a return on investment perspective. The American people have spent billions of dollars, literally, so far, in helping us and supporting us to do all this work that we've done. We've got work ahead of us. This is, like Adam said, this is one piece of the greater Everglades restoration project that we have to continue implementing, but it's an important piece. And I don't think I'm exaggerating in saying that we would not be able to show the American people the return on their investment as public servants unless we stop the bleeding. And so I cannot be happier to see that the board is taking this on. Drew and your team, thank you for doing the work that you all have done so far to get to this point. We are supportive. We want to be at the table. We have a new director. She's on the line of the South Florida Natural Resource Center. Many of you got to know Bob Johnson, and Dr. Bob Johnson is still involved as a contractor with the Office of Everglades Restoration Initiatives, Adam's office. And that's a great thing. But Melody has stepped in as the director as of last month. We're really excited that she's on board. She knows this stuff very well. She is a proven scientist, and my team is very excited to have her on board helping us with this work. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I congratulate you on the board and Drew and his team for taking this on. Count on us. I will fess up that I would love to be there, but I am calling in from San Juan, Puerto Rico. I have moved temporarily the Everglades National Park headquarters to the fort here in San Juan, the National Park Service site. And I'll be here for a couple of weeks visiting my 90-year-old mom, but I could not miss the opportunity to express the National Park Service's support on this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Superintendent, for taking the time away from your mom to join us and to give us your thoughts on that, which are very compelling. I appreciate it. Dr. Najat, would you like to say anything? No.
Just to say hello, everyone. Thank you for this excellent presentation, Jennifer. And my team is looking forward to work with the district on their modeling for this seepage barrier. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to working with you as well. All right, I think we're going to go to public comment now.
Mr. Chairman, I have one hand. Josh Greer, you're recognized to speak.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Greer.
Okay. I want to also thank the district for taking this 8.5 square mile area on here. As a fourth generation Gladesman and a resident of South Florida, the 8.5 square miles has been a thorn in our side for too long now. And this curtain wall seems like it will help. But to echo Mr. Bergeron, I don't think it's going to answer all our problems. So I would urge the district to please aggressively, very aggressively, go after acquiring the property there so that we can take the handcuffs off, if you will, and get that water south so that we don't have the constraints on the Central Everglades where I like to do what I do. And so we can stop seeing closures there, stop seeing degradation of the tree islands and, you know, stuff up there. And let's get that water south to Florida Bay. So please aggressively go after that. And let's finally get this thorn out of our side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Michael Collins, you're recognized to speak, followed by Gary Ritter.
Hey there, good afternoon. I mainly just want to do a shout out to your staff. There are very few entities on the face of this earth that could put together a plan as quickly as this has been brought together. The quality of material and analysis that's taken place. And I hope you all realize where they've left you. I mean, you know, the district's in a position, they brought you a plan where you can, in a very short period of time, increase the flows to the park, tie it in eventually to a larger picture plan to hold even more water in the park for a very reasonable amount of money. I am going to warn you just a little bit about land acquisition there because I did it. I was involved in, you know, this way back when. The problem with willing seller acquisition, I know some of those people like Charlie. Some of those people are going to refuse to leave under, you know, pretty much any circumstances. They're too heavily invested in terms of generational ownership there and also businesses. The problem is if you buy 9 out of 10 pieces of property, you haven't changed the situation. That one person that stays is still entitled to the same flood mitigation. So I think you need to think that one through and look real long and hard. But I really just want to commend the staff, and I hope you all understand the quality of the work that Jen and Akin and the rest of that group put together to get you guys in a position to be able to do what I hope you're going to do today. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Gary Ritter, you're recognized to speak, followed by Nyla Pipes.
Yes, good afternoon, board. Gary Ritter with the Florida Farm Bureau Federation. Yeah, I would like to take this opportunity to commend staff as well. And I agree with the park manager that Jennifer Reynolds can take a very complicated project like this and explain it in lay terms that even I can understand. And I very much appreciate that because I've heard, I've heard this presentation several times, but listening to it today, it all kind of came together for me. And I participated in the South Dade Farm Bureau meeting on Tuesday. And I will say, the Farm Bureau is very supportive of this project, but as Mr. Martinez kind of indicated, it would be great to follow through and bring it all the way down the L31. And the South Dade Farm Bureau stands ready as a partner if you need in lobbying to get that curtain wall all the way down there. So we're very appreciative of staff for the presentation and very supportive of this project and would like to see it extend all the way down in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. Nyla Pipes, you're recognized to speak.
Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. I want to start off also by thanking staff and particularly Jen Reynolds for the great work being done. You know, I can't say enough how much I appreciate, and I've told, you know, Jennifer Reynolds this before, cannot tell you how much I appreciate her ability to talk with people at our level, no matter where we may be coming from this conversation, you know, coming at this conversation from. So thank you. The curtain wall, I think, is a great way to move forward. And I just want to add to Mike Collins' comments and thank Governing Board Member Charlie Martinez for his comments. You know, one of the things that is such a challenge in everything we do, and something I pride myself on fighting for, is we have so many different people who have deep history in different parts of this ecosystem. Josh Greer speaking ahead of me on, you know, the fact that these things cause a problem for people in the Central Everglades and the Gladesmen and in Big Cypress and the water conservation areas. He's not wrong. And he wants to be able to utilize his areas that he has grown up in generationally, the same way these people on these properties want to continue their heritage. So let's just, you know, work as much as we can to make sure that as we go about land acquisition, if we go about land acquisition, we do this with a nod to the history and the people who live there. You know, I'll just wrap by saying, having spent quite a bit of time in the Cypress with Miss Betty Osceola, I think we're doing a terrible job acknowledging the people as we move along in a lot of conversations. And that's not, you know, aimed at anyone. It's just an across the board statement that we tend to think about this stuff in a very clinical way. You know, it's seepage walls and canals and degradation of levees, and what happens to the people is really, really important. So I just wanted to bring that point home for everyone. And once again, thank you so much for all of your work. You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Mike Elfenbein, you're recognized to speak.
Well, speaking last is hard to do when you follow these folks, but I just want to reemphasize what everybody said. One, Jen Reynolds is amazing. Jen for president 2024. And more importantly, reemphasize what Josh mentioned, is that there are generations of people that enjoy our resources that are being negatively impacted by other areas. And while we focus our attention on fixing that by buying people's properties, I caution on forcing people to sell their property. As you all might remember, not so long ago, forcing people out of their property is what put a kink in WIRP. So, and as Mike mentioned in the past, it was a heated discussion. So I encourage you all to resolve this problem, but I encourage you to do so without forcing people to let go of their land in opposition to what they want. So thank you guys. I know you're looking at some really tough decisions and some hard work, and I encourage you to keep moving forward, and thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. Mr. Chairman, I do not have any more hands raised.
Thanks, Rosie. Thank you all for your comments. Are there any more board comments or discussion on this? Mr. Steinle?
I just wanted to maybe be a dissenting voice on the land acquisition. Well, first of all, I think the curtain wall, we should move ahead quickly. It seems to be an effective solution. But as I think about the land acquisition and the amount of money and attention that would go into it, I'm concerned about the distraction too. And that money that would be used for land acquisition has to come from somewhere else. So we need to be thinking about the balance between needs and projects and within the budgets that we have. And to me, I don't see, well, what I do know is what I think Mike Collins said is unless we have 100% participation, we're not really solving anything. And so the $25 million estimate is for a small portion of the 8.5 square mile area from willing sellers. It's going to go up exponentially for unwilling sellers. It's going to go up exponentially from that to expand it to the entire area. So I think we just need to keep our eye on the ball, do the curtain. I think it provides sufficient safeguards for maintaining 333 operations. It's never going to be perfect, but I just want to comment that I don't think we should be, I think we should be cautious about the distraction, time, budget, political capital that a long-term land acquisition plan could entail.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Bergeron.
I agree with what Jay's saying. I think at the end of the day, you're going to have a curtain wall that ties into the curtain wall. There's 5 miles of it that just starting at the Tamiami Trail coming south. You're going to have a curtain wall all the way down to Homestead over time. It's a step forward, and I want to compliment staff for a lot of work here and an awful lot of technical calculations. It's a big step forward. The only reason why I brought up this concern is so we're transparent that this is going to be a lot better, but there could be some shutdown. But I think it's a great step forward. I think we should continue to negotiate, and if for some reason everyone was willing, it's a positive step because we know we're solving it forever. But I think it's a good idea to move forward with the curtain wall.
I understand your concern, Mr. Stanley. I think one of the things that it gives me a little bit of comfort on that is in asking Mr. Martinez to look at this, I don't think that the district should go into land acquisition alone. I think that locals really ought to have some play in there. And if Miami-Dade's interested in working with us and helping us through that, and maybe it's a joint project, it's something that we should explore. And that's sort of where I am. Is we're certainly not using the big stick approach right now. And seeing if there is a partnership. Drew, this is not an action item.
No, it is not. And we got the next month we'll have an action item, and that's a contract for building the seepage wall. And so I really appreciate the governing board's continued engagement and support on that project as we move forward. We will work with Charlie and local governments. I do believe there are other governmental entities that are interested in the land acquisition approach. So I think that partnership and forging that partnership could be beneficial. But certainly we will, any kind of land acquisition comes back to this board for a decision. So at some point in the future, we'll probably come back with some sort of plan or program after working with Charlie and the local governments down there.
Great. Thank you. And Mr. Reynolds, thank you very much. That was a good presentation and a good discussion. We're going to move backwards now and go to number 26, and the Central Everglades Planning Project, New Waters EAA, STA, A2 STA.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and board members. So this next item is for the A2 STA, which is part of the A2 Reservoir and STA complex. Location-wise, it sits, the entire complex sits just west of the existing A1 FEB and north of Holy Land. Zooming in to the project site itself, this is the reservoir footprint that the Corps is actively designing. The Corps is slated to design and construct the reservoir piece. And then the part that's associated with this item is the STA located here, immediately to the west. We've already been out there doing some work on this site. There's been 2 contracts that have been let. The first one was the clearing, grubbing, and muck removal contract over the inflow-outflow canal. H&R Belglade undertook that work, and it proceeded in April of 2020 and was completed in September of 2020. So all of that is done. And then as we sit here today, the inflow-outflow canal construction itself is ongoing. They're currently blasting, excavating, and placing the northern embankment as we speak. Notice proceed for that contract to Ryan Incorporated Southern was June of 2020, and final completion is scheduled for November 23rd later this year. And right now that work is progressing on schedule. And here, if I can get this going, is a little video showing some of the blasting associated with that project. Are you able to run it, Rosie? And so you can see as the drone flies over those blasted areas, what that allows is it softens up that hard material so that an excavator can get in there and start moving it around. As it starts to fly over the hole that you can see there from the blast, you can see all that good loose material there that's now constructible. And so on that contract, the footprint is shown here. This is the inflow-outflow canal that runs along the north side of the STA. The blasting associated with the contract is roughly 60% complete, excavation 40% complete, and new levee construction about 10% complete. And so, like I said, that work will progress between now and November of this year. So looking at the rest of the STA, this is a component of SEP New Waters, and it was part of the governor's executive order for achieving more now for Florida's environment. That executive order called for expediting EA reservoir project construction, of which this is a part. And it works in conjunction with SEP South components that are already in progress further to the south, like the S333N, Tamiami Trail, et cetera. The way the STA is going to work, there's going to be 3 cells, and the cells are going to treat water from east to west. And so it'll draw water from the inflow-outflow canal that's currently being constructed with a temporary pump station located, let me see if I get my pointer back. With a temporary pump station that's going to be located here. Eventually, when the reservoir is constructed in this area, the reservoir will feed the STA. But so we can get early benefits out of this facility while the Corps is designing and constructing the reservoir, we've got this temporary pump station. That pump station will draw water from the Miami Canal and put it into this distribution canal. These structures will open and allow that water to sheet flow from east to west, where it will be collected and then ultimately discharged at the southwest corner. And so this contract includes all of those features: the pump stations, the distribution canal, the collection canal, divider levees, associated embankments. All that rolls up into this one contract that will essentially complete the entire STA. And so the package was put out on the street for bid in November. January 29th, we opened bids. We got 4 bids in ranging from $175 million to $230 million, and the engineer's estimate was roughly $170 million. And so the apparent low bidder is Phillips and Jordan at that 175 number. And along with that, there's a couple items in this resolution. One of them is a $5 million incentive for them to complete the project by September 21st of 2023, regardless of weather. And then the second item is just an increase to the standard 500K change order threshold, just due to the scale of this contract at $175 million. It's obviously larger than the typical contract we deal with. And so with that, I have a resolution for the board's consideration and be happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Mr. Shirk. Do we have public comment on this? And then we'll go to board comment.
No, sir.
Great. Is there any board comments or discussion? Mr. Bergeron?
All I can say is that Philip and Jordan is a nationwide company and with a great reputation. I've seen them around for a long time.
Thank you, Ms. Bergeron. Anyone else? Can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion, please.
Second. I have a motion and a second for resolution number 2021-0211. Is there further board discussion? If not, I'll call that question. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Sorry, I had a hard time unmuting myself. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mr. Steinley? Yes. Ms. Olepich?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes unanimously, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now go to item 28, which is the 40E61 rules of the district. Ms. Reynolds.
I just decided I'm giving more presentations to Alan because he doesn't get nearly as many questions.
Yeah, he did get off pretty easy. It's only 175 million.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, again. It's a pleasure to be able to bring this board item to the board today as well. And so the purpose of this update is to request permission for staff to publish a notice of proposed rules for the amendments to Chapter 40E61. Also, as part of this update, we're asking for the board's support in pursuing amendments to the interagency agreement, and I'll talk more about that in just a few minutes. So today we're going to talk about the Northern Everglades program, the roles and responsibilities of the agencies that are associated and defined in the statute, as well as the South Florida Water Management District's role in providing the watershed protection plan. We'll talk about how 40E61 is one of the tools in the toolbox for the Northern Everglades program. And then we'll close with a discussion about what the interagency agreement is and why we're recommending that it be updated. So the Northern Everglades planning process is really talked about in Florida statute. And so Florida statute defines what the NEAT program is. And in the statute, it defines the roles of the different coordinating agencies. And those three coordinating agencies are the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, and the South Florida Water Management District. Local entities also have a role in accordance with the NEAP statute in providing ordinances, programs, and projects within their jurisdictions as well. DEP establishes the goals, which are the TMDLs, or the total maximum daily loads for the water bodies. They also are responsible for the BMAPs, the Basin Management Action Plans, that are the overall plan of how to achieve the goals. The other agencies have projects and programs that help to define how we get to the goals outlined in the plans that are published by DEP. The Water Management District's role is to provide monitoring that allows the agencies to understand what's going on in the watersheds, as well as to implement projects and programs within our authority. The results of these efforts are published in our watershed protection plans, and we do that annually. Those annual results also feed into the DEP's BMAPs and into their updates as well as their reports on the progress. Our review process has recently been revised. And we did this in an effort to engage with stakeholders and the public better, to increase transparency, but also to allow the public to hold the agencies accountable for the roles and responsibilities that we have. This statute and this program is quite confusing, and it doesn't always make intuitive sense as to who's responsible for which parts of the program and how the public, how the stakeholders, and how local entities can be part of the process and can make sure that their voices are heard, that their frustrations are acted on, and that the agencies are held accountable for the things that are within our roles and responsibilities. And so we are using the Watershed Protection Plan process in order to help illuminate both the problems, the anticipated solutions, the things that are going on in terms of progress that we're making, and also identify where the gaps are and garner support to develop solutions for those gaps. This slide gives an overview of some of the most recent actions that we've taken. I'll go into a little bit more detail of each of those. So first, let's talk about the expanded monitoring network. This board took action back in August of 2019 to approve an expanded monitoring network. This improves our future ability to identify issues, inform decisions, and illuminate the water quality challenges across the watersheds. Part of the benefit of that expanded monitoring network is that we can do an evaluation of upstream areas. So the final product of this effort of defining the drainage areas will be a map that depicts the area that discharges into each of those upstream monitoring sites. And why that's important is it helps us understand and clearly identify where both high and low nutrient levels are coming from. In the cases of high nutrient levels at a particular monitoring site, we then can identify where that water came from. And then we can look at the projects and programs that are in place and develop remedies in order to address what may or may not be working correctly. Likewise, if we see low levels at a particular monitoring site, we can take a look at the activities, projects, and programs that are going on in those areas and figure out what's working well and replicate those activities in other places. We've also taken the lead and used both our scientific expertise as well as our leadership to start coordinating special teams to take a look at some of the thorniest problems that we have in water quality. Things like legacy phosphorus. How do we deal with this? What does it mean? And what does it mean moving forward? One of the actions that the Water Management District has taken is that since 2017, whenever the district issues new leases or renews existing leases for cow-calf operations, we require that the lessee implements all applicable DACS BMPs, plus additional land management requirements for the protection and enhancement of the existing wetlands and natural resources. Land management requirements are above those that are typically required for typical BMPs. So examples of land management requirements are livestock exclusion fencing, restricting cattle from off-site discharge points. Another example is the use of internal fencing to rotate cattle from pasture to pasture. Additionally, the district requires floating aquatic vegetation control Usually the district takes care of large canals and the lessee is required to take care of vegetation control in the smaller ditches. These watershed protection plans are published annually, and we publish those in our South Florida Environmental Report, which will be published next month. And you can see in Chapter 8, those will be, each of the watersheds has its own section for the watershed protection plan. We conducted those planning workshops during last year and included opportunities for the public to understand what we were doing, understand why we were doing that, and how they can access the same data that we use in order to make our decisions. We also described how we selected these focus areas. While it's important to look at all of the subbasins within the watersheds, if everything's a priority, then nothing's a priority. And so we targeted a few key areas where we saw that the nutrient levels were the highest and took a look at those areas. And these are the areas that we are focusing in on for our watershed protection plans and our annual updates for this year. We're going to take a look at an accounting in each of these areas and determine if the projects, programs, and activities that are in place will meet the needs of reducing the nutrient levels in these areas. Spoiler alert, in these areas, we don't have enough activities, projects, and programs under their current implementation to meet those goals, and so we know we need to do more. And that expanded monitoring network is going to help us pinpoint and identify the types of activities that can get us the biggest bang for our buck. So we'll account for those existing projects and programs, define the gaps, and then propose solutions. Some of the things that we'll take a look at aren't just the things that we're doing ourselves, but they're things that need to be coordinated with the other agencies. Things like septic tanks. I can't read the screen, but so I'm not sure which order these are in. But we'll also take a look at things like land use and BMP coverage, as well as permitting and existing and proposed projects. And so it's important for us to continue engagement, not just with the public, but with the coordinating agencies. And this past week, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection held workshops on their BMAPs, and we participated in those, providing updates on the projects and programs that we have in each of those watershed areas. It's also important for us to continue this engagement in a public way so that the public can hold our agencies accountable for our roles. And then incorporate those recommendations from our watershed protection plans into the BMAP updates. So where does 40E61 fit in? It's just one program under the NEAP statute. NEAP directs the South Florida Water Management District to revise 40E61 to include monitoring criteria for those not implementing BMPs and to create rules for the river watersheds. Under House Bill 5003, the legislature clarified their direction and required that the proposed rules be limited to providing for a monitoring program for non-point source dischargers who are not implementing BMPs and therefore required to conduct monitoring per the NEAP statute. Florida statutes also require the district to consider lower cost alternatives and choose the rules with the lowest cost. The district did receive a draft lower cost alternative from the public, which was very similar to FDEP's statewide rules for monitoring in lieu of BMPs. And thus our proposed rules were amended to be very similar to those DEP rules for monitoring in lieu of BMPs. And so this is what's in the rule itself. The objective is just to provide a monitoring program for those who are under a BMAP, but choosing to not implement BMPs. It requires non-point dischargers to submit a water quality monitoring plan approved by us, to report that monitoring data, and to take action if the water quality data indicates that action is needed. The requirements of a water quality monitoring plan are site-specific and are developed in conjunction with the permittee and for the plan and with the district. Also, the non-point discharger would submit an annual report of the water quality monitoring. If after 3 years of monitoring, water quality criteria are not met, then the non-point source discharger would implement BMPs under either the DACS or DEP programs, and the district could refer the discharger to DEP for enforcement. So that's the summary of the rule. The actual rule language is provided on our web board and was provided in your packets. We did conduct 9 workshops in conjunction with this rulemaking. We received some comments which are also posted on the web board and have been incorporated into the rule language. And the next slide just gives you the timeline of our rulemaking. So the next steps regarding the rule is that we would publish the proposed rule, and that rule becomes effective in April if there's no hearing. If the public requests a hearing and no changes are made to the rule, or if changes are made to the rule, then this would be the timeline that we would follow. Legislative ratification will not be required. That's only required under certain circumstances where the rule would exceed, implementation of the rule exceeds a certain cost, and that is not the case with this rule. And then the other next step is talking about the interagency agreement. So the interagency agreement details the roles and processes of each of the 3 coordinating agencies, the Water Management District, the DEP, and FDACS. It was last revised in 2017, and it is scheduled to expire in March of next year. The current interagency agreement does not include the river watersheds. That's an add since 2017. And so the interagency agreement needs to include those river watersheds, the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee River watersheds, in addition to the Lake Okeechobee River watershed and the lake itself. We also recommend revising outdated aspects of the interagency agreement to include the district's expanded monitoring network, to include new and updated rules, and to include other pertinent updates, for example, that the watershed BMAPs were revised in 2020, and tweaks to the agreement need to reflect those changes in the BMAPs. So our recommended action is to publish a notice of the proposed rule and adopt those new rules, and also to approve staff in initiating outreach to the coordinating agency partners to revise the interagency agreement. That's my last.
Thanks very much. You did get the 2 complicated ones today. Let's go to public comment first, and we'll come back for board comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Newton Cook, you're recognized to speak, followed by Doug Gaston and then Michael Collins.
Thank you very much. Wow, this has been a happy day for me, I can tell you. So we're finally going to look north of the lake and actually start paying attention to the real numbers for water quality. And I just want to thank the staff for just a wonderful job here, a great presentation. Yes, it is going to be horribly difficult to get under control the pollution that's coming down from the north. It is, no one should ever think this is going to be an easy or short-term goal. But until we stop the 500 tons, that's tons of pure phosphorus flowing into Lake O every year, and 1,000 tons after Irma, the legacy just keeps building and building and building. And of course, when we send water east, west, south, or whatever, it's full of this nutrients and coming from the north. So it's just a real pleasure to hear this presentation. And I just totally support where this is going, and hope that the governing board will understand how important this is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Doug Gaston, you're recognized to speak, followed by Michael Collins.
Chairman Goss, governing board members, Doug Gaston, Audubon, Florida. We've commented on this extensively at the public meetings and also in writing, so I don't want to rehash all that, except to come back to a point that I think Mr. Cook just elaborated on very well, and that's that we have water quality targets that aren't being met. We have nutrient problems that are the cause of not reaching those water quality targets. And if we're going to get there, we're going to have a concerted effort that requires each tool in the toolbox to be operating as effectively as possible, whether it's public works, whether it's public-private partnerships, dispersed water management, conservation easements, wetland preservation. All of those things have to work. And in some cases, that may also include some reasonable regulations to control what goes into the works of the district. I think Jennifer Reynolds' presentation really does create some great context for this conversation, especially the limitation that the legislature seemed to put on the district's ability to do that. But we need all of those things working. It's not going to be quick. It's not going to be easy, but we have to start somewhere. And I think our overall comment is that we have to push on all fronts a little bit harder if we're going to begin to turn this thing around and start to see some progress. The meeting on Tuesday that went through the BMAP was actually a really good update. But again, the BMAP is really not the roadmap that it was intended to be by statute. It's a good report and it gives you some good information. But again, I'll just emphasize that we've got to do more on every front if this is going to change, if we're going to turn it around. We're going to eventually have an opportunity to get close to meeting those water quality standards. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gaston. Michael Collins, you're our next public commenter, followed by Christopher Pettit.
Hey there, good afternoon. Rising once again in support of the staff's work on this rule. The first couple of drafts that came out were a little alarming, I guess would be the way I would describe them. And the staff really did a great job, I think, of taking public comment and developing a direction and a series of goals for this rule that comply with the statute. You know, we can sit and complain about statutory guidance, but it is what it is. This program developed around this rule is going to give you the ability to do something that we haven't done, and that's identify what the problems may potentially be. I've been concerned for many years about the discharges to the lake, as have many, but I'm not sure we ever really have identified exactly what the causes are and what the problems are. You know, we've made certain basic assumptions that may or may not be correct. I think this is work that's getting you in the direction of actually finding out, you know, where we have problems and what the potential cures might be. So I support this rule wholeheartedly and request that you folks do likewise. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Next, we have Christopher Pettit, followed by Richard Bedell.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, governing board members. Chris Pettit, Director of the Office of Ag Water Policy for Florida Department of Agriculture Consumer Services. Just want to thank you and Drew and Jennifer and their staff. They've been very, very collaborative and communicative as we've worked through the rule text. It's been a great effort to make sure that their programs and the rule language is integrating very well with the way in which we are looking at our programs, implementing our programs, and the changes that we've proposed through the rulemaking that we are currently in the middle of. So wanted to go ahead and praise that effort and thank everybody involved for the great open communication and conversations to make sure that we're consistent with where we're headed. Additionally, Jennifer and her folks have been great and open about asking about the 2017 agreement. Obviously, there's been a lot that has changed since that time frame. We're taking a look at it, and there's definitely some things that could stand to be updated. So we're looking forward to starting those outreach conversations and talking about how we recognize the great steps that all the cooperating agencies are taking to move forward in these watersheds. So just wanted to take the time to praise staff and thank you very much. And we look forward to continuing to work with you moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettit. Rich Bedell, you're recognized to speak, followed by Jean Lawless.
Good afternoon, Governing Board. This is Rich Bedell up in Tallahassee. I also want to compliment Drew and staff on a really terrific job of running multiple public workshops and listening to stakeholders. I participated in many of those workshops and also provided written comment on this rule as it's evolved. I certainly agree that it is an accurate representation of what the legislature had in mind in the confining or identifying what the district's role would be in this Northern Everglades Protection Program. This rule certainly characterizes that well, and again, compliments to staff in its development. I too would like to make a couple comments about the BMAP process and the responsibilities of the coordinating agencies. I think the BMAP is indeed the roadmap to success. DEP in developing and in my former life in public service worked closely with DEP in developing the legislative framework for the TMDL program and basin management action plans. Drew was at DEP through much of that, and I don't think there's another state in the nation that's got a more comprehensive watershed identification, watershed restoration and protection program than Florida. It's been a couple of years since I've canvassed other states for that, but I would still bet this program, the BMAP process, identifying projects, identifying programs and components to achieve restoration goals is pretty much unsurpassed. Having enforcement included for non-point source dischargers is a particularly, I think, unique component of Florida's program, where you hold landowners that don't implement source control programs to a monitoring component requirement and potential enforcement for failing to meet water quality goals. Those are all very strong components of this program. I support them and certainly agree with Drew that it's a wonderful foundation that Florida has. Again, great job. I support the rule entirely and look forward to continuing to work with the interagency partners as this effort evolves. Thank you. Stay safe.
Thank you, Mr. Bedell. Our next public commenter is Jean Lawless, followed by Nyla Pipes, and then Mike Alpenbein. Mr. Lawless, if you could unmute your mic. I'm going to go ahead and go to Nyla Pipes and then Mike Alpenbein.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. First of all, I want to say that we are absolutely in support of the rule as it's been developed. I know there's been a lot of collaboration and cooperation between the agencies. I think that, it's important that we recognize how much work has gone into this to make this move forward in a way where everyone has had an opportunity to really discuss and get down to the nitty gritty. It's also important to realize that, you know, this does meet legal requirements and we are bound by that, you know? So to get back to a couple of things that were said ahead of me, the big thing I want to put focus on is that we're never going to meet our water quality goals simply by regulation alone. And I think that this is an important time to say that and to remind people that it's not just regulation of agriculture that we need to look at. It's also things like the septic tanks, which we have well over 100,000 septic tanks in the Okeechobee Basin, you know, from the Kissimmee on down. We've got so much work to be done. And there is also, of course, the question of legacy. We've known for a very, very long time that we are never going to get legacy pollution removed without large-scale regional projects. So that's why projects such as the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, the stuff that's happening with the headwaters, you know, we have got to continue putting our foot on the gas north of Lake O in order to get at some of these nutrients. And it doesn't all fall under a regulatory framework under this particular rule. So I just want to say that for the people who are maybe less than thrilled, which it sounds like we've reached a pretty good compromise, but for people who might be concerned that this isn't enough, please keep in mind it never ever will be enough because we have such large scale problems that cannot fall on any one stakeholder's back. We've got to do it together, and it's going to take those regional projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Mike Eppenbein, you're recognized to speak, followed by Gary Ritter.
Good afternoon. Yes, thanks. Great to hear Chris Pettit on here. I know he is extremely dedicated to improving water quality in the state. And it'd be great if we could get everybody on board with that. Nutrient reduction or nutrient load seems to be a serious problem in all of our state's water bodies. I think there's something like 30,000 water bodies in the state, and every single one of them is listed as impaired. Just recently, I was reading a report published by the district in 2001 when considerations were made for demucking Lake Okeechobee. And from what I remember in reading that, 20 years ago, there was an estimated 54,000 metric tons of legacy nutrients in the lake. And in the 20 years since that report's been written, I don't think a single thing's been done to put even a dent into those nutrients that are there. That's kind of troubling in that we're sitting here talking about moving all this water across the state, but nobody's talking about cleaning it, at least not to the extent that is necessary. So I follow that by saying that there is a small group of us working with the Fish and Wildlife Commission and the Army Corps to implement a project that will do just that. And while it doesn't reduce the amount of nutrients that are coming into the system, that's still something we need to work on. It will start to remove the nutrients that are already there. And what I ask of you at the district and the rest of the agencies that are listening intently to these conversations is to embrace this water project, aquaculture project that's coming online here in the next couple of months, and do everything within your power to ensure that we can make it work to start removing some of those nutrients from the lake and achieving some of the goals that we're all desperate to achieve and are supposed to be working towards. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Elfenbein. Gary Ritter, you're recognized to speak, followed by Mark Perry and then Jean Lawless.
Good afternoon, Governing Board members, Chair Gary Ritter with the Florida Farm Bureau Federation. We too are in support of this rule. We applaud staff. I mean, I think they work tirelessly throughout about a year of their time with public workshops, and then finally with with this final rule. You know, I think one of the things that is positive coming out of this is the fact that we have the coordinating agencies working together on this. And you know, with the FDAC's regulatory program, and then in conjunction with the Water Management District and their monitoring network in the projects that they want to do north of the lake, many people don't understand that that agriculture has been implementing BMPs for quite some time north of the lake. The one big difference up in the north end is we've not yet got our STAs in storage areas to where they're operating at full capacity and being as effective as they can in terms of water quality treatment. However, you know, agriculture has also been very successful with the dispersed water management program, which again, I think Doug said quite nicely that that is another tool in the toolbox. So along with the FDAC's regulatory program, and if agricultural operators don't want to participate in the BMP plan, then they can go through this rule. They could do their own water quality monitoring, and if they don't want to do that, then they go through enforcement with DEP. So I think all the pieces of the puzzle are in place north of the lake to finally, you know, it provides a roadmap for improving water quality and providing more storage north of the lake. So again, we're in support of the rule and in support of the projects that the district's involved in moving us along in the northern watersheds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. Our next public commenter is Mark Terry, followed by Jean Lawless, and then Lisa Interlandi.
Yes, good afternoon, Governing Board. Thank you. As always, great presentations, and those of us who kind of followed the Northern Everglades and Estuaries protection plans and how they evolved from, you know, the previous plans that were in place for watersheds. It is great to go move this forward, and getting the interagency agreement kind of amended to include the estuary watersheds is absolutely necessary. And I think we ought to go further, and the Governing Board ought to appoint a coordinating task group of the coordinating agencies, the 3 agencies, and that task group be responsible for implementing this. What bothers me is that in the amended 40E61, we see the word repealed in a lot of sections like permits required and implementation. And yes, it concerns me that, you know, we've taken the Lake Okeechobee 40E61 basin and really gutted it out to only include monitoring and requiring monitoring of, you know, stakeholders within the system and within the watershed, that only after 3 years of monitoring, if they haven't met water quality, then they would be required to implement BMPs. I think we ought to, you know, have more teeth in the situation than that. When we look at, you know, the monitoring expanded was perfect and excellent. I commend the district for expanding the monitoring program. But if you recall back to your early days on the Governing Board, when the water management, when Stuart Van Horn presented a lot of the data within the basins that the district already has to identify clearly where the subbasins and within the watershed, where the pollutants are coming from into works of the district, it really becomes clear that we need to go upstream of those and work with those landowners within that subbasin or that subwatershed and really be able to help them fix the problem so that that pollution meets the TMDL as it comes down into works of the district. And that requirement should be in place. And that was our excitement in revising 40E61 initially when it came out. And then when the state legislature last year put in the House Bill 40, you know, 5003, and really kind of tied the hands of the district. And I really was surprised that we were having to be holding to that and not be able to look forward. So I hope we can get beyond this and really look forward to implementing strong regulations and requirements for holding to the BMAPs and TMDLs to meet those TMDLs within the watershed. And you can do that through regulation of works of the district. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Jean Lawless, you're recognized to speak, followed by Lisa Interlandi.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for allowing me this time to speak. Just want to say thank you to this board. Thank you to the staff. As you know, we opened our gates, and I hope that it's opened all of our minds that cattle ranching is probably one of the largest land uses north of the lake. And as I mentioned once before, we do agree it's north of the lake, but it's probably north of the Kissimmee chain of lakes. As I mentioned before, I grew up in that area, and a lot of that water used to set across that land up there. I heard Mr. Bergeron say 1.5 million acre feet of water now coming through the system. Well, we kind of believe that it's coming from up there because of all the network of drainage and everything. So what I'm very grateful to see and hear. What I hear today is, we are coming together and working together. And I hear that it's essential for Ms. Lippisch today. And that's the way we see it, is we want to just, stop the finger pointing. Let's get to work. And all of these things will come together long as we work together. And, the cattlemen are very much for the 40E61 rule, and we greatly appreciate it. And we look forward to the future, because the future is in our agriculture in this state. And as we all know, Florida provides food for the rest of the nation about 4 to 5 months out of the year, if not all year, because we grow all year long. And, if we harness our agricultural potentials, it's going to be devastating during those months that is an essential to the rest of the United States due to our national security. I thank y'all again, and I appreciate it, and we really look forward to getting to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Lisa Interlandi, recognized to speak.
Hey, it's Lisa Interlandi with the Everglades Law Center. I just want to thank staff for this presentation. It was really great. There were so many excellent presentations today, and I know that staff has done a ton of work on this rule, and all the public rulemaking meetings and everything were really helpful and whatnot. But it's not, the rule didn't turn out the way that we were hoping that it would. We had hoped to see more specific standards enunciated in the rule. We were hoping to see some sort of permitting program that would allow the district to really limit the inflows of the polluted water into the district works. We were kind of looking for bold changes, because it really feels like bold changes are what is going to be necessary to address the really super serious water quality problems that we have north of the lake. So, I definitely realized that, as Mr. Budell mentioned, that you were confined by the legislature, or your authority was limited in what you could do. And so I do appreciate what you've done with the monitoring. I don't know. I think that probably, to the extent that it is implemented and whatnot, I think that that will be really helpful in understanding. But it seems like a lot of participants will go through the BMP process. And so I don't know how many will actually end up enrolling in the monitoring program. But I definitely appreciate the district's efforts to do what they could, although we definitely did want to see more. And we hope that you will look into revisiting this issue, and that this won't be the end of 40E61, that you will use the statutory authority that you do have to implement and continue to implement more meaningful water quality improvements. So thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Interlandi. Mr. Chairman, I do not have any more raised hands.
Thanks, Rosie. Thank you all very much for your comments. I'd like to go now to board comments or questions for Ms. Reynolds. Mr. Lippisch. No. You say whatever you want.
Thank you. I'm going to take my mask off for this. And I'm in this plastic space, so I shouldn't contaminate anybody. And I'm not sick. I just want to say that I don't think the South Florida Water Management District could have worked any harder on this 40E61. And that certain things, when you come here to serve, are very humbling. To me, this was very humbling. I came in 2 years ago or a year and a half ago also, very much hoping that with 40 East 61, that we could put some teeth in the South Florida Water Management District. I learned the hard way, and I should know it because I'm familiar with it, but I learned that we cannot do that. We are under the auspices of the state legislature, and when we were putting regulatory type of ideas into 40 East 61, the legislature came back with 5003, which took that all away. And I was told a story by someone here at staff that explained to me that if indeed there were absolutely polluted waters running through the works of the district, which there are, that there's really basically, I don't want to say nothing we can do, but there's nothing we can do. Our job is flood control with those waters, and the responsibility of water quality for those waters is with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, FDACS, the Florida Department of Agriculture, and yes, the South Florida Water Management District. I want to thank staff for putting the most important aspect in here today, which you might remember talking about the triangle, about, I think I even said Trinity, which was not a good word to attribute to that. The triangle, you know, a year and a half ago, because the bottom line is, until those three agencies coordinate, until those three agencies are responsible to each other and to the public, nothing is going to change. Nothing is going to change. We're going to have polluted water flowing into our rivers, into our cities, and yes, a lot of it comes from our own watershed, but a ton of it comes from agriculture. It does. And it's okay. It's who we are. We have to grow food. My grandfather was in agriculture. The bottom line is, I am praying to God that yes, these three agencies commit to a semi-annual meeting, not a political meeting, but a semi-annual meeting where you are before the public, all of us are before the public, so the public can see how all of these things fit together. Because long-distance relationships most of the time fail. And we cannot have a long-distance relationship anymore. We can't have FDACS up in Tallahassee and South Florida Water Management down here and, you know, Florida Department of Environmental Protection everywhere in the state. We have to have one place where we come together for the responsibility under Governor DeSantis and any governor in the future for water quality, because we can't send water south if it is dirty. It doesn't matter if it's in the EAA or not in the EAA. The water has to be cleaned. We can't send it south if it's not clean. The STAs can't clean it all. We have to clean the water. So I thank staff for a Herculean attempt to do more. But the South Florida Water Management District is not in a position to do more. We are only in a position to do more as a family together in the triangle. So I whether I'm here or somewhere else, I will be pushing for those three agencies to meet biannually so that we can coordinate water quality in the state of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olepich. Well said. Vice Chair Wagner?
Oops, I thought I was unmuted, but I guess I was still muted, so I was just talking to myself.
I can hear you now.
Okay, great. I echo a lot of what Jackie just said, and I think that we are constrained, of course, by certain laws in terms of what we can do and when we can do it. I know that there is a coordinating agreement that's out there for, I think, what Jackie called the Trinity, maybe the unholy Trinity or something like that. But my point is that I think that even though we may have lost some power or some desire to have power over enforcing uniformly through the South Florida Water Management District across all areas. I still think that we should be aggressively pursuing cooperation with all the agencies in a way to ensure that we're achieving what we want to achieve, which is much better water quality throughout. And I think that we have an opportunity to do it, by really enforcing aggressive cooperation with all agencies to ensure everybody's doing what they need to do in their respective areas, and really to stay on top of it. And my hope would be that the moment that staff inside the district has an inclination or has some sort of thought or belief or idea that things are not being done perhaps the way that they should be done, or things are not being enforced the way that they should be enforced, or whatnot, regardless of who is in charge of that, my hope is that we'll be informed as a board, and that we can do what we need to do to try to enhance whatever needs to be done in order to achieve water quality throughout the district, regardless of where that may be. And I just want the staff to know that we're here for you, and that if you feel like there are things that need to be done or need to be done better, regardless of what agency it is, hopefully we'll know right away, and we'll be in a position to try to act and try to reach some level of cooperation or whatever it may be. I hear people talk about whether anybody in that area is going to select water quality measurements as opposed to implementation of BMPs. I mean, my understanding is that nobody ever selects water quality component, that it's just sort of the BMP implementation. And I find that to be somewhat curious. But that being said, I've visited a lot of places up there. The implementation in the areas I've visited, I mean, they look great. And but in order to achieve what we need to achieve, we have to have everybody working together and staying on top of it, and ensuring that we're not letting our foot up off the gas pedal to get to the water quality standards that we frankly have to get to, not because we desire to be there, which we do, but because we're required to be there. And so that's, my hope is that everybody in the district will stay on top of these things. And if you start to feel like, something's not going the way that you think it should be going, frankly, I can speak on behalf of myself. I would like to know about it. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Can I have a question for Mr. Reynolds? How many, and this may not be fair because I don't know if you know, but how many WQMPs do we anticipate once this rule is final?
How many people do we expect to come in
Yeah,
and do
we're
a
about
water
to,
quality monitoring
we're about to
plan?
do this big plan. How many folks are going to be participating, do we think?
We don't think that we will get very many.
Okay, that would be my guess, because Mr.
I don't want to say zero because we may get a few, but it won't be very many.
It seems like our plan is a little more onerous than the alternative. And if you have a choice, you would probably go with the alternative. That's what I think Vice Chair Wagner was alluding to. I heard Ms. Interlandi say something, and it struck me a little bit. And she was talking about bold changes. I think everybody in this job and everybody sitting on this dais, and probably everyone working in this room and listening, wants bold changes when it comes to cleaning up water. I mean, we all do, and we'll do whatever we can. And I think we will use our statutory authority. And if they're incremental changes, they may not be as bold, but we'll take one step at a time, and we'll get there eventually. That's sort of the way I view this. And I am excited about the trifecta, the trinity, whatever you want to call it, of working together with DEP.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. Let's call it trifecta.
All right.
From here on out, it's the trifecta. That's a much better term. And it's new. We're reborn.
There you go. But I think working with DEP and FDACS, and I think I heard two words out of Jennifer that I really liked, and that was accountability and transparency. And I think if every agent agency is held accountable, as the vice chair was just alluding to, and everybody knows what they're supposed to be doing, and if it's a glaring example, you're not doing it, then we can start to hold them accountable. And I think that's something that will happen. And I also like what Jennifer talked about a little bit with the special teams. I think, we know there's some sort of intractable problems north of the lake, legacy phosphorus being one of them. So let's join up with some smart people and figure out how to deal with it. And doing it as a team, I think, will be much more successful. So this rule it's not all I wanted it to be. I think as much as we could get. I can't thank staff enough for all the hard work they put into it. And I do think that we are going to be able to take some steps forward. Does anyone have any more comments on this? In that case, I think I need a motion. Make a motion.
I'll second the motion.
Thanks. I have a motion and a second for 4061. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I think you guys know what I'm talking about. If there's any further discussion of the board, if not, I'll call that question. Vice Chair Wagner.
Yes.
Colonel Roman.
Yes.
Ms. Meads.
Yes.
Mr. Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. Steinle. Yes. Mr. Olipich.
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Bergeron is absent for this vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll now go to item number 29, the C-44 stormwater treatment area.
Good afternoon again. So this is an update on the status of the C-44 STA project that's been ongoing for a few years now. And just to go through again some of the background on it, the project is designed to capture 65% of the runoff from the C-44 basin on an average annual basis, and it can also capture Lake Okeechobee water that would otherwise go directly to Tide by way of the C-44 canal. South Florida Water Management District is constructing the STA, and the Corps is constructing the reservoir. And so the STA sits on this footprint here, and then the reservoir is at the northwest corner of the site here, shown in blue. So the original, on the STA itself, the original construction contract was executed back in 2014, and work proceeded up until that original contract was terminated in 2018 for breach of contract. And that issue is currently in litigation as we sit here today. In January of 2019, in order to finish out the job, including repairs to the prior contractor's work, the governing board authorized negotiation and execution of a new contract with a replacement contractor. And so that new contract was executed with the second lowest responsive and responsible bidder from the original 2014 procurement. And that new contract is a time and materials contract, which provided the remaining funds from the first contract to get that underway, while anticipating the need for additional funds for subsequent repair work. And so what's gone on with that replacement contract, some key milestones have been hit. That replacement contract was issued notice to proceed back in February of 2019. And about 8 months later, they hit a key milestone where they've got cells 1, 2, and 3 flow ready. And about a week later, hydration of those cells was initiated by way of turning on temporary pump stations shown here in this picture. And so we were able to get cells 1 through 3 online early in the going of that replacement contract. Since that time, additional progress has been made. Cell 4 became flow capable in April of 2020, and cell 5 became flow capable in May of 2020. And you can see pictures there where that's the finished product. Those cells have already been hydrated, and you can see some good growing of filtering vegetation in those pictures. I'm happy to report that cell 6 is now done, and the project has achieved substantial completion. That's just as of January 21st. And so right now, the only thing that remains to be done out there is for the replacement contractor to do punch list work, which will be done March 25th. And so you can see that progress was being steadily made throughout the replacement contract, but there's a little bit of a gap here between cells 4 and 5 and cell 6 being done. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in the next slide.
Question. Were those dates right?
I believe this date should be 2021.
Okay.
So yes, good catch.
Just checking.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay, so if you recall back in April, starting in April and pretty much running throughout the entire calendar year of 2020, the district as a whole got hit with very heavy rainfall, same rainfall that elevated levels in Lake Okeechobee, the WCAs, and caused the high water conditions system-wide. C-44 site itself was no exception to that. They got slammed with big rains during that same time period. And so you can see from this graph that every month but one had above normal rainfall. And so the total was 62 inches versus the typically expected 46. And so what happened at the site while that rainfall was hitting it, there were delays and additional costs associated with those weather impacts. And some of those additional cost considerations are listed there. You've got idle equipment that would otherwise be operating full time. You've got continued site dewatering activities and surface water management, including pump rental, fuel, and the like. Additional labor associated with those activities, additional time for the work areas to dry out once the rain stopped. You can't go out and immediately start work again. You've got to get the site dried out to where you can move dirt once again. There's also continued on-site office operations and additional maintenance of the roads and canals, including washouts and drainage. And so the purpose of this item is to give the board an update that the project is nearing final completion, and then to basically report on the total tally of costs out the door. So the last time this was brought before the board, there was an additional $9 million authorized onto the replacement contract for the purpose of addressing unforeseen repair needs, primarily associated with the earthwork at the south end of the project that necessitated additional material export. And so then since that time is when we got hit with that big rainfall, and so now that the project is done, the purpose of this slide is to report on that final tally of what the dollars that will need to go to the replacement contractor to finish out the work. And so that number is shown there in the lower right. And as I said, the activities on site should end March 25th, and then we can refine that number, but that is, pretty well what we expect it to be. It's not going to move a lot from that because, as I said, the only thing they've got left to do out there is punch lists. And so with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Can you go back one slide? So you don't normally give us these presentations every time it rains. You're not giving us this presentation on every other project we're doing because there's been cost overruns. That you're only doing it right now because this is a time and materials contract, right?
That's correct.
Which is not something we normally enter into. This was sort of a one-time thing.
Okay. That's correct.
And this is why? This is why we don't normally do time and materials.
Correct. Yeah, most of our contracts are lump sum. In this particular case, there were so many unknowns for the contractor, the replacement contractor going in, that it was undertaken as a unit price contract, which, like you said, is not typical.
Okay, because we assume all the risk for this kind of stuff.
To a certain degree, yes.
Okay, got it. Any other questions? I don't think there's any action we're taking on this. I appreciate the update. And for the record, Mr. Bergeron is not in the room for this discussion. And that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we don't have any hands raised for this item.
Thank you. Candy? We'll go to the monthly financial report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. So typically I have, one report to summarize for you, but today I have about 4 topics to briefly or summarize for you. The 4 topics are the annual work plan for fiscal year 20. The second is disposition of assets. Then I'll go into the monthly financial report. And then I'll give a brief overview of the governor's proposed fiscal year 21-22 budget that pertains to us or could have potential investment opportunities for us. So as a part of the meeting packet, the annual work plan for fiscal year 20 was included. This report contains the metrics of measurement of our strategic plan. And it's laid out in the exact same order as the strategic plan. It includes the core missions of restoration of water resources and ecosystems, flood protection, water supply, and public engagement and administration. And then within each of those core missions, there's strategic priorities for a total of over 22 strategic priorities and numerous success indicators. So as you work your way through that report, you will see each metric pertaining to and then how the district performed. This report is a part of Volume 2. It's Chapter 2 of the South Florida Environmental Report. And staff contact is Rich Sands, and his extension is his telephone number is 561-682-2902 for those who may have some questions that they may want to question about each of the metrics. Moving on to the disposition of assets, Chapter 274 of the Florida statutes authorizes the South Florida Water Management District to dispose of obsolete tangible personal property as surplus. The governing board delegated its authority under this chapter to the executive director. The executive director further designated this authority to the director of administrative services. Section 274.07 Florida statute requires that the district record in its minutes the tangible personal property disposed of under Chapter 274. A list of the tangible personal property declared as a surplus is described as a separate document in the meeting packet within this agenda item, and a hard copy of this document is available upon request. The revenue that we did receive from the surplus is about it's over $121,000 for fiscal year 20. So the next item, which is my typical agenda topic, is the monthly financial report. So the monthly financial report that is in your packet is for December 31st, 2020 for this fiscal year. And a few highlights. The taxes, we are about 7% above trend with our collections. So we're at 83.9% for our collections. I know we potentially had a little bit of a worry that we may not collect in the manner in each month like we have historically, but we actually surplused, went past the historical trend. So that's a positive. So we've collected $251 million out of 299. Our intergovernmental revenues, we have collected $32 million. We're averaging now anywhere from $20 to $30 million a month of expenditures on your Everglades restoration projects that we are submitting monthly invoices for, that your Finance Bureau puts together and submits to DEP. So you should see that number grow in the next report that I provide to you. Investment earnings are low. We had expected them to be so. We will, have some discussions, hopefully with Mr. Steinley here soon to talk about this and maybe moving forward. So overall, our revenues look very good. New revenues collected were at 25.2%. We're at 25% of the year, so that's a good measurement. So moving on to the highlights of the governor's proposed 2021-2022 budget. So in his budget, he line itemed a proposal of over $400 million to support Everglades restoration. $469 million for Everglades and Northern Everglades restoration. And as you see on the slide, $361 million for CERT, $32 million restoration strategies, $71 million Northern Everglades and estuaries, $5 million for dispersed water. It's a $100 million increase over 21. And then $2.3 million to continue support of some of our land management activities. So this is very positive. These line items are potential grant opportunities. Over $100 million of water quality improvement. Over $40 million for alternative water supply. $10 million for innovative solutions to algae. And this last one, $180 million in Resilient Florida, which he announced $1 billion over 4 years. This is proposal. So all of these are very positive for us in the state of Florida as well. And with that, I end my report.
So on that last one, the Resilient Florida, $180 million, is that, do you know how we're gonna try and get our piece of that to take care of resiliency through?
You bet, we're salivating.
I'm sure.
So there's part of it is planning money and part of it is infrastructure money. And as you know, we've got lots of infrastructure needs around our district, for storm surge resiliency, just dealing with sea level rise, that kind of thing. So I've already made phone calls to DEP to let them know that we can take care of them.
Good. Yeah, I know we had some encumbrances or potential encumbrances on our resilient.
Absolutely.
Fund. That's great.
Yep. That was just welcome, incredible news from Governor DeSantis when he announced that.
That's great. Thank you.
Yes.
Anyone? Mr. Olepich?
Thank you so much. Can you just tell me, from your perspective and what you've seen over the years, did you feel like how those were lining up with the strategic plan? Were they good, average, above average? What did you think?
So, I must admit I've not went through and really compared, but I will tell you one of our discussion topics that we had with our executive director, with Drew, was, staff wondered if, this pandemic and working from home and a different way of working was going to, cause a negative impact on our measurement, and it did not. So, for example, within your Everglades restoration metric, there's 30 projects. Almost all are either under budget, which is a good thing, and on schedule. So, it's very positive.
Great.
So
we have a good report card.
We have a good report card. And to add to the coastal resiliency on our 5-year capital improvement plan under operations and maintenance, there's a few line items that you can see that we've highlighted for our coastal resiliency in those projects. Okay.
Thanks. That's good news.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. In the disposition of assets, that the list is, a separate report. It's not, I'm not showing it, obviously. It's a separate report.
Understood. Thanks. Ms. Sansing?
I have nothing to report this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Bartlett?
The one thing that has happened since December is the Water Resources Development Act of 2020 was passed in December, signed by the president. And so there's a few highlights here I'd like to just share with you in case you missed it. First of all, of course, Congress clarified, however you want to do it, the EAA reservoir new start issue. So it no longer needs a new start. And so that sort of hiccup and bump has been overcome. They also increased the spending amount for SEP to include the EAA reservoir and its components. So that SEP is now, and the EAA reservoir as part of SEP is now cleared to move forward without a new start and with appropriate funds. They also had something they need to increase the authorized cost for the C-43 reservoir. They did that. We have 2 pump stations down in Miami-Dade. They're the 332 pump stations, A and B and C, 332s, that needed to be replaced. The Corps did get those authorized for replacement. They were temporary, and now they can help us get those replaced with permanent pump stations that can withstand storms and stop breaking, which they do a lot. The other thing is Loxahatchee River Restoration Project. That was authorized. And it was authorized at $755 million. So now we have a new authorized SERP project on the books. And then we also SERP got included in the pilot program under WRDA, where the local sponsor can actually receive federal funds to build the project. Instead of the Corps of Engineers getting the money building the project themselves, now they can turn around and give federal funds to the local sponsor to build a project itself. So as we go forward in implementing the IDS, that's a tool in the toolbox now that we'll see if it ever crops up where that's a necessary tool to execute with. We're happy to build stuff if people pay us money. All right, and then if you'll recall, the EAA reservoir project was done through what we call the 203 project process, which is where the local sponsor actually develops it and gets it ready for congressional authorization. So there's a lot learned during that process. And so Congress, the Corps took some positions during that process, and so Congress made it clear that they think that a local sponsor can actually amend a federally authorized project. That was a question mark that the Corps had. And they also directed the Corps to, if the local sponsor is going through this process, to give them assistance in that process, help them with NEPA, help them with those things, which they couldn't do for the staff at the district at the time. So next time anyone has to do that 203 process, they'll have a little bit more support and help from the Corps of Engineers. So that's WRDA 2020. There's some other stuff in it, but that's the major stuff that affects the Water Management District. Let me talk about the EAA Reservoir Project. You guys approved an incredible, I don't know how many board meetings we've had in a row where we've had a greater than $100 million contract to approve. I mean, it just seems like routine these days. Anyway, the FTA is on its way, but let's talk about the reservoir component itself. So in January, the Corps got its work plan approved. It has money, I think upwards of $40 million in its work plan to start construction on the EAA reservoir. And the timeline that the Corps has for laid out right now is starting the inflow-outflow canal of that reservoir in 2021, targeting a September timeframe to issue an awarded contract. That's great news. So you back that up into June, and so they need to sign for a project partnership agreement with us in June. So really, we have to get everything lined up to sign a PPA with the Corps. And we talked about the team that got the EA reservoir reservation set up for the Corps. Last Friday, that became effective. So I have a letter right here certifying to the Corps that we have reserved the water for the environment at the EAA reservoir project. I'm going to sign it right now. And now we're going to take care of business.
Noted.
Drew's on fire. Drew's on fire.
I'm going to need a copy of that, Colonel. All my staff are like, get that letter back. Anyway, so we are taking care of our job, and we're certainly ready and willing to work with the Corps of Engineers to make sure we get that contract, the PPA signed, and everything going forward. Let's talk about Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Plan. The governor did request $50 million in additional. We've gotten $100 million so far for Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Plan. The governor asked for another $50 million to keep that storage going in progression and building. Last week, we did the Colonel and I executed a pre-project credit agreement for ASR wells and the wetland restoration features, Paradise Run and Kissimmee. So we do have, and these are all the ASR wells not associated with the wetland attenuation feature, which is still being discussed at the Corps. So we have a credit agreement in place. Next month, we intend to bring a contract to you for exploratory wells at some of the cluster sites on the northern part of the lake, and we'll continue with that. I have also directed staff to start contacting the landowners and the remaining parcels within the wetland restoration features on the north side of the lake to see if we can fill in those gaps and not only proceed with ASR wells, but also the wetland restoration features that are contained in the pre-project
Drew,
agreement.
How many landowners, roughly?
I don't know.
Fair enough.
I think it's that many. It's not that. It's a handful.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I was wondering. It's a dozen, not 100.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Yeah, it's a handful because we do have a lot of the land already in district ownership. So we're just filling in gaps. Also, we did issue last Friday the final draft of the science plan for the ASR well technologies. It is out for 30 days for public review. We're implementing it as we go anyway, but certainly look forward to any kind of comments we get from the public on that. So with those news on the EA reservoir and the northern storage, it's just kind of, it's exciting times for the Water Management District to be building storage north, south, east, and west of the lake, because when you get all that done, you get the best benefits, you know, for reducing estuary discharges, keeping it in the system, sending it to south to people or the environment, whoever needs it. It's really a remarkable time at the Water Management District to be able to do all that. Moving out from around the lake, the Indian River Lagoon South project, we did send a letter to the Corps of Engineers asking to sign a project partnership agreement for the natural lands features in that area. Alapata was one of those natural lands features. We're trying to get that into agreement with the Corps so that we can start getting sort of SERP credit for those activities that the district has undertaken. And also given our support for the cost credit increase under WRDA. Let's see. Also, Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands, we have certified now, as of January 28th, all the lands necessary for the Corps to start construction on the L31 flowway as part of the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands. So land certified, go for it. We talked about addressing sea level rise and resiliency. We had, I guess 2 weeks ago, a metrics workshop where the staff of the Water Management District, who are brilliant, by the way, came up with all these incredible scientific metrics that help us look at the past and probably project into the future on how we might need to adjust the climate change scenarios, whether it's sea level rise, saltwater intrusion, changing storming conditions, those types of things. It was an incredibly dense workshop, but I got a lot of good feedback and some really good coverage. The Palm Beach Post did a Sunday cover on that, all the stuff we're doing when it comes to looking at those kind of changing weather conditions and sea level rise conditions. So that was pretty impressive. Let's see. And then, so as you know, we've applied for 2 BRIC grants, Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities. Our 2 grants for the C7 and the C9 canals, S27 and S29 structures to help prepare for sea level rise by retrofitting with pumps and doing some other work in there. They went to the state's DEM. They got support from City of Miami, Miami-Dade County, Army Corps of Engineers, and the state's Chief Resiliency Officer, Noah Valenstein, sent letters of support for these 2 grant applications. DEM has forwarded them to FEMA, so they are now before the FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, for consideration for award. It's a $500 million pot. Ours were $60 million each. We have contributing funds from the local governments and ourselves, so I'm hoping we'll compete pretty well for that. I'm hoping to use those projects to leverage the state funds, making even bigger projects. We were limited on how big of a grant we could apply for, making even bigger projects that prepare us for well into the future. So, and then obviously the staff are continuing to go to all the canals and all the areas to make sure we're ready for sea level rise. I think that does it for that. And then the last thing I'd like to report is, like I said, we've got some really smart staff, and we have staff that take the time to write up their work into technical publications, right? They do research, they put the data together, they discover new things, and then they'll put it together and put it in technical publications. And so there's a civil engineering, just a professional civil engineering publication, ASCE Journal of Irrigation and Drainage Engineering. It's a fascinating read if you ever want to read it. But it is like the gold standard for civil engineers, right? So our crew, Jizen, Ziming Chen, Matahel Ansar, Zubayed Rabik, and Mark Wilsnek, they published a paper on transitional flows of gated spillways, okay? If you read it, it is dense, it is incredible information, but it is getting published, and not only is it getting published, it is being featured as the editor's choice selection in the journal. And that is pretty cool for them, and on top of them winning in 2019, or the district, Best Technical Paper Award in 2019 from the same journal. What they did in here, I am told, is they kind of helped all future civil engineers with the spillway calculations and engineering by bringing it down to a more simple level. Is that a good enough way to say it, John? All right. And so it's really impressive work, but they got that selection, and that's not the first time, and our staff have published papers, and they're pretty smart at doing that. So anyway, I want to leave you with that, and if you have any questions for me, let me know.
Well, thanks, Mr. Bartlett. Is there any questions? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
We'll go to our final general public comment. Is there any?
Nyla Pipes, you're recognized to speak.
Hi, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. Can you guys hear me?
Hear you, Ms. Pipes.
All right, great. I switched to my car and sometimes that doesn't work, you know. I just wanted to commend all of you for continuing to work all around the lake, north, south, east, and west. It really makes my heart sing when I hear that we are continuing forward with the projects north of the lake that we need to. Also, the C-44, you know, we have that work going on in that basin. That's going to make a huge difference for the St. Lucie River. I just wanted to take this opportunity to ask that we, you know, talk about the C-23 and 24 reservoirs soon, update people as to where that's all going. Really looking forward to seeing that work happen, because in the St. Lucie, we just have such a huge problem with that local watershed. So it seemed like a good way to end the day. So thank you so much for all of your good hard work, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Mark Perry, you're recognized to speak.
Yes, thank you, Governing Board. I appreciate it. What I want to say is that I really appreciated you participating in the Everglades Coalition Conference last Thursday. It was really exciting to see Hollywood Squares with Drew Bartlett as the host there. He did a great job, and maybe he might have a second calling right there, I guess. But I really appreciate you all sharing at that event, and it shared with over 350 people that were zoomed into that event. So thank you again for participating in this year's Everglades Coalition Conference. I do think Drew is really a rock star here. He just completed the implemented action and hand delivered it to the Corps of Engineers. That was exciting to watch him in action right there. Don't waste any time. I did want to mention that I heard earlier in the report about 5 snail kite nests in the C-44 STA. And as you saw those improvements starting to take place, these man-made marshes and STAs can be a real habitat for a lot of different wildlife, including aquatic wildlife that will re-inhabit those areas. And I really look forward to kind of seeing more of that kind of feature go into Everglades restoration work. Yes, we have to have the storage, but the storage and treatment through an STA or a marsh environment restores a lot of wetland habitat that, of course, we've lost over the years in Everglades, as well as the greater Everglades ecosystem and around these estuaries. So I appreciate all your efforts. I know it's been a long day, and I do appreciate each and every agenda item that comes up before you and the decisions that you move forward with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Mr. Chairman, that concludes general public comment.
Thanks, Rosie. Are there any board members who have final comment? Mr. Olepich.
I just wanted, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that the Allapattah Flats ribbon cutting was just a wonderful event in Martin County. And the Martin County government and City of Stewart, everyone was so excited to be part of that. And I wanted to in particularly ask, I copied it, the Allapattah Hydrologic Restoration Team from South Florida Water Management District. I mean, that place is incredible. And Mrs. Hurd, Sarah Hurd, who is a commissioner for Martin County, she said to me while we were there, she says, "Have you ever seen the back of this place?" I'm like, "No." So she said, "Well, you have got to see it." And so the district planned a time for me to go with her back further down that road, which I'd never been down. It is like Shangri-La back there. I mean, it was incredible. There were these like this hammock of cabbage palms, just beautiful, and an artesian well, and the wetlands as far as you could see your eye, and again, like humbled. I didn't even know that was in my own county. Just thank you for the work, the restoration work you're doing. And Drew, thank you for the letter to jumpstart the natural lands in the C23, C24 area. And, anything we can do for the birds is something that we're doing for ourselves too. And you can see it a little faster than some of these giant projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Olepich. Anyone else? Hearing no one, I'm going to announce adjournment. Thanks very much. We'll see you next month.
Thank you.